Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1651. 1651. After urging the Alliance to attack the Crimson Flame sect, Jiang Fei had a choice. Bella asked. As Jiang Fei had given the Alliance an idea, the Golden Dragon Envoy had also taken the opportunity to invite Jiang Fei to join them. The Golden Dragon Envoy and the others had sent this invitation as a precaution. As a member of the Yuan family, he might even be able to talk to them. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also hesitating. In fact, he did not want to get involved in this mess. After all, if he encountered the envoy of the Yuan family, Jiang Fei and the others might expose their identities. After all, he was a member of the Yuan family. Once he encountered the genuine goods, his identity would be exposed immediately. However, the temptation of attacking the Crimson Flame sect with the Alliance army was also very tempting. If Jiang Fei could act together with the Alliance army, the Golden Dragon Envoy had promised Jiang Fei that he could take half of the Crimson Flame sect's spiritual stone reserves. After all, the Crimson Flame sect was a sect that had been dominant on planet Mars for thousands of years. They were extremely wealthy. Even if the spiritual stones on planet Mars were scarce, the Crimson Flame sect would definitely have a lot of savings in their hands. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew very well that a single cent was not enough to defeat a hero. Even if he already had the money to travel to Qinxing, they would still need to spend money on food, clothing, and accommodation after they arrived at Qinxing. Moreover, Qinxing was not the final goal of Jiang Fei and the others. Regardless of whether they could obtain Qinxing's 10-directional divine weapon or not, Jiang Fei and the others would still have to leave in the end. Qinxing was their ultimate goal. It would probably cost a lot of money to travel from Stellar Star to the Guardian Star. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the others did not know what was going on in Stellar Star at that time. Perhaps it would not be so easy to obtain more spiritual stones. In order to live more comfortably in the future and to have more money, Jiang Fei had to take a risk at this time. After all, the Allied forces had enough strength to take down the Crimson Flame sect, as long as the Yuan family's emissary did not appear in time. Jiang Fei would have taken half of the Crimson Flame sect's wealth for nothing. Forget it. Wealth comes from risk. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to take a risk. Otherwise, after arriving at Stellar Star, Jiang Fei would have to travel for the spiritual stones. When that time came, he might encounter even greater risks. After hearing Jiang Fei's answer, the girls naturally did not have any objections. After that, Jiang Fei brought Yuan Xiu to the Golden Dragon Envoy and explained the purpose of their visit. Young Master Yuan, we do not need you to worry about the fight against the Crimson Flame sect. If the Yuan family's envoy suddenly appears, you can put in a good word for us. When that time comes, although we won't be able to get the Crimson Flame sect's spiritual stones, our alliance will not mistreat you. When the Golden Dragon emissary heard that Jiang Fei had agreed to his invitation, he was overjoyed. After all, with this genius of the Yuan family in charge, even if the emissary of the Yuan family came, they would at least be able to escape unscathed. Although the Crimson Flame sect's spiritual stones were worth coveting, the most important thing was to protect their lives. After making an agreement with the Golden Dragon Envoy, Jiang Fei and the others settled down in the Alliance camp. The Alliance army immediately began to move. Previously, the Alliance army had only let the low-level disciples attack. On one hand, they wanted to wait for the subsequent troops to arrive. On the other hand, they also hoped to use this opportunity to strike at the morale of the Crimson Flame sect. When that time came, they could attack the Crimson Flame sect in one go. They wanted to reduce the number of casualties among the experts as much as possible. However, now, faced with the threat of the Yuan family's emissary, the Alliance had no choice but to launch a general attack in advance. Although the morale of the Crimson Flame sect was still there, the casualties of the Alliance would be slightly greater. However, it was still much better than losing everything when a Yuan family's emissary arrived. Although he was in the main camp, Jiang Fei could still feel the energy fluctuations of the battle between the experts from the Crimson Flame sect in the distance. Nina sighed. It's a pity that what the Fire Dragon Palace wants is no longer in the Crimson Flame sect. Bella sighed. Why do we care so much about them? Sylvie did not care at all. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the outer territory of the Crimson Flame sect had already been taken over by the Alliance army. As early as the next day, the Crimson Flame sect had already given up on the outer region and began to shrink their defenses. Huangsheng's goal was very simple. He wanted to use space to exchange for time so that he could delay the arrival of the Yuan family's emissary. However, with the information provided by Jiang Fei, the Alliance army was not stupid. Of course, they knew what the Crimson Flame sect was planning. Therefore, they had been attacking day and night for the past few days. An elder of the Crimson Flame sect reported to Huangsheng. As the number of Alliance army was several times that of the Crimson Flame sect, they could take turns to rest and start a war against the Crimson Flame sect. However, the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect couldn't do that. They didn't have any time to rest at all. In the past 3 days, the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect could only rest for less than 2 hours a day on average. Even if they spent all their time meditating, they wouldn't be able to recover their spiritual power, let alone have to eat, drink, and defecate. Therefore, after 3 days of fierce fighting, the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect could be said to be exhausted. If they were sent to the battlefield now, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Sigh. I also know that you have worked hard these days. Let the disciples hold on for another 2 days. The High Ambassador will arrive soon. Huangsheng was also exhausted at this time. He had not been idle these 2 days. Huangsheng had brought a group of experts of the Scarlet Flame sect to put out fires everywhere. Wherever there were signs of being breached, they had to rush to fight back the powerful enemies. Therefore, over the past few days, almost all the experts from the Scarlet Flame sect were injured, and their spiritual power and physical strength were almost used to the limit. The elder said with a bitter expression. Sigh. Huangsheng sighed. At this moment, he was almost at the end of his rope. In the battle yesterday, he had been besieged by the Golden Dragon Envoy and several other sect leaders. He had also suffered serious injuries. Under the siege of the Silver Dragon Envoy and several other experts, the law-enforcing elder of the Scarlet Flame sect had suffered even more serious injuries. At least, he had completely lost the ability to fight in this defensive battle. However, just when the entire Scarlet Flame sect was in despair, a ray of hope came. A disciple hurriedly ran into the main hall. He didn't even have the time to salute Huangsheng. He shouted loudly, Sect Master, the Lord Ambassador is here. Chapter 1652, 1652. What? When Huangsheng heard this, he was overjoyed. However, he suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Which great ambassador is here? The disciples of the Crimson Flame sect reported. That's great. Quickly invite him. No. Huangsheng was overjoyed. For a moment, he had thought of Jiang Fei, the great ambassador. That was why he had asked. The Crimson Flame sect would be saved. Yes. The elders of the Crimson Flame sect were also overjoyed. They had been in despair just a moment ago. They had not expected that a few minutes later, they would see the light of victory. Soon, Huangsheng led a group of Scarlet Flame sect disciples to a dense forest at the back of the mountain. The High Emissary was waiting there. Huangsheng and the others immediately bowed. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame sect was in a life and death situation. They had to pay attention to etiquette when they asked for help, for fear of neglecting the High Emissary. Yes, the Yuan family's High Emissary nodded and then said slowly, Why did your Scarlet Flame sect use the black iron plate to summon me? Your Excellency, the Fire Dragon Palace has allied with a group of rabble to destroy our Scarlet Flame sect. Huangsheng said with grief and indignation. Very few people on Mars knew about the black iron token. It was a keepsake that the Zhenxing Yuan family had specially left for the Scarlet Flame sect. Because the Scarlet Flame sect had helped the Yuan family manage Mars for thousands of years, in order to honor them, the Yuan family had given them the black iron token. Once the Scarlet Flame sect was in trouble, they could use the black iron token to ask for help from the Yuan family. However, the black iron medallion could only be used 3 times, and each use was 1 less time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Huang Sheng would never use this privilege lightly. The Yuan family's high envoy muttered. He was indeed a player who had descended, but after inheriting a part of the high envoy's memories, he also knew the rules of the Black Iron Medallion. Now, he still had a mission, therefore, he could not reveal his identity like Wu Xin. In order not to expose himself, he had to act according to the rules of the Yuan family to a certain extent. Otherwise, as a player, he would not have the interest to come and save the Scarlet Flame sect. Huang Sheng saw the impatience on the emissary's face, so he immediately bowed and pleaded. His Excellency waved his hand impatiently and then asked Huang Sheng, "Is Wu Xin all right?" Sigh. Huang Sheng was really itching with hatred. At this time, the Scarlet Flame sect had already discovered that the tooth of the fire god had been stolen. How is this possible? I thought highly of this child at that time. Although the Yuan family's high ambassador was scolding unintentional, he was still extremely happy. He thought that from Huang Sheng's words, unintentional had clearly completed the mission and stolen the Crimson Flame sect's 10-directional clear artifact. However, the High Ambassador would never have thought that although unintentional had successfully stolen the tooth of the Vulcan from the Crimson Flame sect, the thing had not even had time to warm up in his hands. It had been snatched away by Jiang Fei, the late Oriole. Just as Huang Sheng was secretly meeting the Yuan family's High Ambassador, a warning vibration came from Jiang Fei's arms, far away in the Alliance camp. Jiang Fei immediately took out his friend and foe identification device. At that moment, on the display screen of the friend and foe identification device, a small red dot appeared at the position of the Crimson Flame sect. Jiang Fei was shocked. According to the information that Unintentional had provided, he was the only player who had descended into the Chaos Realm. Unintentional was now Jiang Fei's prisoner. Therefore, there was only one explanation for the new player, the Yuan family's ambassador. Ariel asked worriedly. She knew that Jiang Fei did not want to confront the Yuan family's ambassador face to face. If that happened, his identity would be exposed. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As long as he spoke to the Yuan family's emissary, Jiang Fei's identity would be exposed. However, if they just left like that, firstly, they would be sullen. Secondly, the spiritual stones that Jiang Fei was about to obtain would also be gone. Jiang Fei was secretly resentful. If not, we will just give up the spiritual stones. Nina advised. Let's wait and see. Jiang Fei frowned. He could feel several powerful auras rushing over. Clearly, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others had also received news from the Yuan family's High Ambassador. They were clearly here to seek Jiang Fei's help. The Golden Dragon Envoy said to Jiang Fei as soon as he entered the door. That's right, another leader said with a frown. If it was not for Jiang Fei's final guarantee, they would not know what to do at this moment. Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. All right, we have come to look for you for this matter. The High Ambassador of the Yuan family has informed us to meet at the Crimson Flame sect's main gate, said the Golden Dragon Envoy. Jiang Fei nodded. After the group of people came out, they naturally gathered Jiang Fei in the most conspicuous position. Jiang Fei frowned. Then he said to the group of people, "You guys walk in front. I will first see who this ambassador is. If he is an acquaintance, he can be settled with a few words. If the relationship is not good, then we can only think of another way." Hearing Jiang Fei's words, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others did not think much. They just hid behind Jiang Fei and the others. At this moment, Sylvie suddenly came in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's lips curled up into an evil smile. He had indeed made a decision. What if he killed him directly? With the death of the Yuan family's special envoy, the Crimson Flame sect would have no backer. When the Mountain Gate was destroyed, the Alliance army would have to pay according to the agreement. Moreover, they would also be accused of murdering the special envoy. At the very least, they would be an accomplice. They had to try their best to curry favor with Jiang Fei, the Yuan family. Therefore, when the time came, Jiang Fei would only get more spiritual stones. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was a fake member of the Yuan family. When the Yuan family investigated, Jiang Fei did not have to consider whether these sects would be unlucky or not. Chapter 1653. Jiang Fei blended in with the crowd and quietly walked towards the main gate of the Crimson Flame sect. At the same time, he adjusted his state and tried to catch the Yuan family's high ambassador by surprise. The group of people arrived at the entrance of the Crimson Flame sect very quickly. Jiang Fei and the others hid behind the Golden Dragon Messenger and did not attract the attention of the Crimson Flame sect's people. Huang Sheng looked at the Golden Dragon envoy and the others. His eyes were filled with hatred. "I'm a Yuan family's envoy." The Yuan family's envoy walked out and showed a token in his hand. Although the Golden Dragon envoy and the others were already prepared, after confirming the identity of the Yuan family's envoy, their hearts could not help but thump. At this moment, a few small leaders of the Alliance army looked at Jiang Fei. F***CK. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. He knew that he could not delay any longer. These people were all looking at him now. If he were to delay any longer, he might be exposed. Suddenly, Jiang Fei leaped up. At the same time, Nina and Sylphie also attacked. Nina was the first to activate her ability. She sealed the space around Yuanong. She did not attack Yuanong directly because Yuanong's strength was far above hers. If she sealed Yuanong directly, not only would she not succeed, but she would even suffer a backlash. This way, the space around Yuanong would not be as effective as the space around Yuanong. However, it would still cause interference to Yuanong's movements. Not only Nina, but Sylvie had also interfered with the flow of time around Yuanong at the same time. This caused the flow of time around Yuanong to become chaotic. Just like Nina, Sylvie's strength was also much lower than Yuanong's. Therefore, he could not directly interfere with Yuanong. He could only influence Yuanong from the side. The impact of Nina and Sylvie's attacks on Yuanong was actually not that great. Because of the difference in strength, when the two of them attacked together, Yuanong's speed was reduced by less than 10%. However, it could be said that the slightest mistake in a fight between experts could cause 1,000 miles of error. It was this small difference that created an opportunity for Jiang Fei. The Chungying sword shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. The flying sword grew in the wind after it appeared. In an instant, it had expanded to more than 10 feet long. The flying sword drew a half circle in the sky and then slashed at Yuanong. At the same time, 2 dragon roars were heard. 2 black dragons detached themselves from the body of the Chungying sword and pounced on Yuanong. Although Yuanong had been descended by the player, he still inherited the instinctive reaction of a carrier. In an instant, Yuanong, who was affected by the interference of time and space, knew that it was too late for him to dodge with his own body. Therefore, he opened his mouth and a short stick flew out. Strange door weapon. Jiang Fei was stunned when he saw Yuanong's magical equipment. Most people who used strange door weapons were people with real abilities. Therefore, the Yuan family's ambassador could not be underestimated. As expected, the short stick grew with the wind and instantly turned into a straight-brow staff. While the straight-brow staff blocked Chungying's sword, 9 fire dragons were also released. Although these fire dragons were not a match for the black dragon in a one-on-one fight, they had the upper hand in a 9-on-2 fight. A high-grade magical weapon? Yu Wanxiu cried out in surprise. Jiang Fei had originally planned to kill the Yuan family's ambassador who had been sent by the player. However, he did not expect that not only was he powerful, but his equipment was also excellent. High-tier magical equipment was said to be on planet Mars. Even in the town star, 5 of them were rare. Magical equipment that could reach this level at least had an item spirit. Therefore, the power of this thing was definitely not much weaker than the Chungying sword. Seeing that the Chungying sword was entangled with the opponent's magical equipment, Jiang Fei had no choice but to take action personally. He leaped up from the crowd and completely released his aura at the same time. Oh no! Yuanong was shocked. He had never heard of such a young master in the planet of Mars. Moreover, this guy had released an obvious killing intent toward him. This made Yuanong very confused. However, he was interrupted by Jiang Fei's heavy punch that was wrapped in flames. Jiang Fei punched Yuanong's head. Yuan undodged. However, because the time and space around him were affected, his dodging was a little late. Jiang Fei's punch landed on his shoulder. Yuan Ang's protective Jinqi was shattered on the spot. After his protective Jinqi was broken, Yuan Ang's shoulder blade could not withstand Jiang Fei's heavy blow. It was shattered on the spot. Yuan Ang, who was severely injured by Jiang Fei's attack, frowned. At the same time, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was not Jiang Fei's opponent to begin with. Moreover, Jiang Fei had other people helping him. Therefore, Yuan Ang was severely injured in the first exchange of blows. His entire right arm was already half crippled. Yuan Ang opened his mouth again. He wanted to ask Jiang Fei who he was. He also wanted to know where he had obtained this young master. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei would not let him have the chance to speak. Jiang Fei roared angrily. Then he pounced again with both his fists wrapped in flames. Although he was using the Fire Cloud Pavilion's inferior cultivation method, he could not withstand Jiang Fei's strong strength. With more than 19 million combat power, even if Jiang Fei used the most trashy skills, his lethality was still astonishing. In addition, Yuan Ang was already injured. Nina and Sylphie were beside him. With all the disadvantages added together, one could imagine how frustrated Yuan Ang was. Facing Jiang Fei's attack again, Yuan Ang could only brace himself and raise his fist to block. Although his carrier's strength had reached the Mahayana stage and his combat power had exceeded 17 million, his body was not in a good condition at the moment. Moreover, he was interrupted by Sylvie and Nina. Therefore, it was quite uncomfortable to block this punch. What's going on? Yeah, why are these two members of the Yuan family fighting with each other? This is not a disagreement. This is a fight to the death. These two people are probably mortal enemies in the Yuan family, right? Perhaps the internal strife of the sex on planet Mars is common. Moreover, the Yuan family is a big family. The internal strife must be even crueler. Very quickly, the onlookers came up with a reason for Jiang Fei to kill them. Moreover, this reason was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even Huang Sheng felt that this was the case. Therefore, he did not dare to intervene. After all, this was an internal conflict of the Yuan family. How could outsiders interfere? Neither side was something they could afford to provoke. At this time, the only thing they could do was to wait and see. Chapter 1654, 1654. What are you? Yuan Ang tried to talk to Jiang Fei a few times, but he was interrupted by Jiang Fei's violent attacks. In order to prevent Yuan Ang from speaking, Jiang Fei's attacks became more and more violent. Under the stimulation of the battle, Jiang Fei's infinite battle intent domain continued to increase. Soon, his strength increased to 19,990,000. This was the last hurdle for him to advance to the hermit level. At this time, Jiang Fei had also discovered the limit of his battle intent's infinite domain. This was because 20 million combat power was the threshold for entering the hermit level. This was a qualitative leap that could not be surpassed through the accumulation of energy. However, even if he could not reach the hermit level, with Jiang Fei's current combat strength, he had completely crushed Yuan Ang. In the end, he was still defeated. Jiang Fei landed a heavy punch on Yuan Ang's chest. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, a few of Yuan Ang's ribs were broken. His internal organs were also severely injured. As Yuan Ang was severely injured, even the magical equipment that was trembling in the air was affected. The eyebrow stick was sent flying by the Chang'ing sword. The 9 fire dragons were also defeated. Jiang Fei, who was unreasonable, continued to attack. With a wave of his right hand, the Chang'ing sword flew into his hand. Jiang Fei slashed down with his sword, aiming directly at Yuan Ang's head. Yuan Ang shouted and hurriedly summoned the 7 Brows staff to block. However, because the 7 Brows staff was sent flying, he was slightly slower. The outcome of a fight between experts was only a hair's breadth away. This half a beat seemed to be very short, but to Yuan Ang, it was a difference between life and death. Kacha! The Chang'ing sword slashed across Yuan Ang's neck, and a mouthful of blood shot out. Killed? So ruthless? Isn't this a little too much? Everyone present was dumbfounded. although they saw Jiang Fei suddenly attacking Yuan Ong, and they also saw Yuan Ong and Jiang Fei fighting in the air, no one had expected that the internal conflict of the Yuan family would actually result in human lives. Generally speaking, the internal conflict between the imperial family rarely resulted in the deaths of people. Even if it did happen, it would be in the dark. It would be too embarrassing to slaughter one's own brothers in public. Therefore, it was very rare for a large family to appear. Therefore, the masters of the planet Mars were not wrong at first. However, they would never have thought that Jiang Fei, the genius of the Yuan family, was actually a fake. In order not to expose his identity, Jiang Fei would not leave anyone alive, let alone the fact that the Yuan family's ambassador was a player who had descended. However, because this guy was a player who had descended, Jiang Fei did not stop attacking just because he had killed the other party's physical body. The instant Yuan Ong was decapitated, the top of his head suddenly opened up. A golden light shot into the distance. In the golden light, one could vaguely see the figure of a small person. Needless to say, Yuan Ang's nascent soul wanted to escape after his physical body died. He was different from Heartless. Heartless had not reached the leaving aperture stage yet. Therefore, even if he died, he would not be able to reach the leaving aperture stage. Yuan Ang's strength had already reached the terrifying Mahayana stage. Therefore, it was normal for his nascent soul to leave the body when he died. Jiang Fei was also prepared for this. Whoosh! The two black dragons were even faster than Yuan Ong. In an instant, they had entangled Yuan Ang's nascent soul. As Yuan Ang's nascent soul had lost his physical body, his strength had been greatly reduced. For a moment, he could not break free from the black dragon's comfort. The sword spirit sent a thought to Jiang Fei. In front of everyone, Jiang Fei naturally could not let the Chungying sword display its demonic power. Therefore, he stopped the sword spirit and slashed down. Yuan Ang's nascent soul was killed on the spot. A silver light broke away from the nascent soul and wanted to fly into the depths of the universe. However, Jiang Fei, who was already prepared, stopped it on the spot. A silver light shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. It swept up Yuan Ang's consciousness and returned to the 10th dimension. At this point, Yuan Ang's consciousness and soul were also captured by Jiang Fei. There was one less player in the Gamma dimension and one more vegetable who was delirious. Isn't this too hateful? Not only did he kill people, he even destroyed their nascent souls. Yeah, it's definitely not a good idea to kill them all like this. Who knows? Maybe the struggles within big families are just that cruel. The spectators on both sides of the planet were whispering to each other. Whether it was the people from the Alliance Army or the people from the Crimson Flame sect, they all felt that Jiang Fei was too cruel and merciless. Even so, no one dared to say anything against Jiang Fei. In the 5 corners of the world, strength was the truth. Moreover, Jiang Fei represented the Star Guardian's Yuan family. Jiang Fei was an existence that could not be offended in the eyes of the experts on the planet. After killing the Yuan family's ambassador, Jiang Fei put away his Chungying sword. Then, he turned around and said to the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others, "What are you waiting for? I have already done what I promised you. Do what you have to do." Huh? Oh, yes. The Golden Dragon Envoy had not recovered from his shock at first. However, he immediately decided to listen to Jiang Fei's orders. Following the Golden Dragon Envoy's loud shout, the Allied Army's experts swarmed out and charged toward the Crimson Flame sect's experts. Since the beginning of the battle, the largest scale of battle had erupted. At this moment, there was only one path left for the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others. That was to cling on to Jiang Fei's thigh. After Jiang Fei killed the Yuan family's ambassador, they would definitely be accused of being an accomplice. When that time came, the Yuan family might not punish their own family's genius. However, they would definitely not let the Golden Dragon Envoy and the other accomplices off. Therefore, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others could only cling onto Jiang Fei's leg. Only then could they let this genius of the Yuan family go back and put in a good word for them. Only then would they have a chance of getting away with it. However, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others would never have thought that Jiang Fei, the genius of the Yuan family, was an imposter. Therefore, he himself was a fugitive that the Yuan family wanted to kill. Jiang Fei could only let them pray for their own good. Kill. Destroy the Crimson Flame sect. Amidst the shouts and shouts that filled the sky, Jiang Fei withdrew from the battle with a calm expression. No expert from the Crimson Flame sect dared to provoke him. Jiang Fei brought a group of girls and strolled back to the main camp at the foot of the mountain. The battle to besiege the Crimson Flame sect did not last for long. The Crimson Flame sect, which could not hold on much longer, collapsed in morale after the death of the Yuan family's envoy. In less than a day, the main hall was taken down. The entire back mountain of the Scarlet Flame sect had fallen. At this point, the Scarlet Flame sect, which had dominated the Mars star for more than 1,000 years, was completely destroyed. Other than a few experts who escaped, the vast majority of the others were either killed or captured. Chapter 1655. After the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others had annihilated the Crimson Flame sect, they immediately sent the spiritual stones to Jiang Fei. Moreover, it was not just half of what they had agreed on previously. Master Golden Dragon Envoy, didn't we agree on this before? Jiang Fei pretended to decline. Young Master Yuan, you are too kind. It is all thanks to your support that we were able to wipe out the Crimson Flame sect. Otherwise, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. The Golden Dragon Envoy was very humble at this moment. There was no other way. Even if it was just an accomplice, it was enough for the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others to feel uneasy. If they did not get a leg up from the Yuan family at this time, they might even face the end of their own sect. Perhaps even his own sect would face a disaster. Jiang Fei smiled and took out the storage bag. When he took out the storage bag, Jiang Fei took a look inside. It was filled with spiritual stones. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. Even if he estimated it conservatively, there were at least tens of thousands of them. It would be difficult to carry them around. There was nothing that could be done about it. Although the Chaos Planet did not produce much spiritual stones and resources seemed to be a little scarce, the Crimson Flame sect had dominated the Chaos Planet for thousands of years. Just the Yuan family's rewards alone were countless. Therefore, their savings were still quite rich. Jiang Fei was happy. I basically did not have to worry about the spiritual stones anymore on the 4 planets around them. After the Golden Dragon Messenger and the others had delivered the spiritual stones, they exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Fei before turning around and leaving. However, they did not find any traces of the 10-directional clear wear and the secret manual of martial arts. Therefore, they were busy looking for these treasures. Seeing that the Golden Dragon Messenger and the others had left in a hurry, Jiang Fei naturally knew what they were doing. Therefore, he could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. What a bunch of unscrupulous people. It's a pity that even though you have destroyed the Crimson Flame sect, there is no way that you can get everything that you want. Bella walked over and asked, "Let's go." Jiang Fei smiled. He had completed all of his quests in the Chaos Lands. The 2 players here had been completely killed. The Crimson Flame sect's martial arts techniques had also been taken by Jiang Fei. In the end, he had even earned a large amount of spirit stones. Therefore, Jiang Fei had nothing left to miss about the Chaos Lands. When Jiang Fei and the others left the Alliance camp, they did not attract much attention because the people from the major sects were all searching for treasures in the Crimson Flame sect. They had to find the Flame God's Tooth and the Crimson Flame sect's cultivation technique. Otherwise, their operation would be a waste. With Yuanxiu leading the way, Jiang Fei and the others did not have to go through much trouble. 3 days later, they arrived at the teleportation portal. The person in charge of the teleportation portal asked. When he saw that Jiang Fei and the others had come in such a large group, he knew that there was a big deal coming today. "We're going to Chunxing," Jiang Fei said as he walked forward. "Chunxing?" The person asked curiously. After all, Jiang Fei and the others were not very old. "Yes," Jiang Fei said. "Hey guys, since you are big customers, let me give you a piece of advice. Chunxing has not been peaceful recently. If you want to train, it's best to go to Chunxing, said the teleportation portal guard. Oh, Jiang Fei asked curiously. However, he did not plan to go to Chunxing because the 10-directional clear artifact had been stolen by players. That place, I don't know the details. The guard wanted to say something, but he suddenly thought of something and shut up. Jiang Fei saw that the guard was not willing to say anything more, so he gave up on the idea of talking. If you insist, then hand over the spirit stones. The guard saw that Jiang Fei did not listen to reason, so he did not say anything more. Then, Jiang Fei handed over the spirit stones. Although there were a lot of people, it was a good thing that the rich man from the Crimson Flame sect had been robbed by him. Therefore, after killing the rich and helping the poor, Jiang Fei was also quite rich. After the group of people stepped into the teleportation portal, the guard counted the number of spirit stones and then activated the teleportation portal for Jiang Fei and the others. The target is ***. After the guard gave a routine blessing, he activated the teleportation portal. A white light flashed in front of their eyes. Jiang Fei and the others could feel the space around them being constantly disturbed. Even Nina and Ariel were somewhat uncertain about the changes in the space around them. This teleportation formation is very technical. Moreover, the spatial path is very unique. Nina frowned and said, clearly, the creator of this teleportation formation had set up some encryption procedures to prevent others from copying it. This made it impossible for outsiders to calculate the path when they were using the teleportation formation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to copy it. After more than 10 minutes of teleportation, Jiang Fei and the rest's eyes lit up. The teleportation had ended. Welcome to Chunxing. The guards of the teleportation circle here were very enthusiastic. Jiang Fei smiled. Everyone, including Yuan Xiao, had never made such a teleportation circle before. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to lie rashly. Then, Jiang Fei's lie would be exposed on the spot. When Jiang Fei said that they came from the planet Mars, although the guard was still polite, his attitude was much colder. It was as if he did not care at all. At that moment, a young girl not far away from Jiang Fei and the others muttered, "Hey, what are you talking about? Do you still want to do it?" The guard clearly heard the girl's underestimation and immediately cursed. Jiang Fei asked in surprise, Sir, my name is Zhang Chun. I am a local of Chunxing. You must need a guide when you are new here. Please hire me." The girl did not even bother to scold the guard. Instead, she ran all the way to Jiang Fei in small steps. Jiang Fei did not expect Chunxing to have such a person. The black guide on Earth was somewhat similar. He did not notice it when he was on Mars. Chapter 1656, the 1656th Octopus Leap Festival. Yes, a noble young master like you would definitely need a guide. The girl was very sweet. She kept trying to sell herself to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He did indeed need a guide. Otherwise, it would be like being on Mars, wasting too much time in the world of ordinary people. Zhang Chun said with a smile. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei with anticipation. 1 spiritual stone every 3 days. Sure. Jiang Fei was rich now. He had obtained the wealth of the entire Crimson Flame sect. Therefore, he could accept this price. Really, Zhang Chun did not expect the young master in front of him to agree so readily. The guard at the side whispered, "Usually, a guide like Zhang Chun could be hired for 5 days with 1 piece of spirit stone. When business was bad, they would do it for 10 days. Bella matid. Forget it. We won't be staying for long anyway." Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Although the guard treated him as a sucker, Jiang Fei, who was rich, did not care. On the contrary, he enjoyed the feeling of being a tycoon. Since he had decided to be a tycoon, Jiang Fei did not even sign the agreement. He directly threw 1 spiritual stone to Zhang Chun as a deposit. The rest of the fees would be settled after the journey. In Jiang Fei's opinion, although the girl in front of him was very smart, she was definitely not a liar. Moreover, her strength was only around the heart period. Her combat strength would not exceed 5 million. she would not be able to escape from Jiang Fei's grasp. After accepting the spirit stones, Zhang Chun became even more enthusiastic. After all, if such a rich person was served well, he could give a small tip or something. That would be higher than her reward. We are new here. We don't have any goals, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Master Yuan, what is your purpose in coming to Qinxing this time? Zhang Chun was a very dedicated tour guide. When Jiang Fei asked for her recommendation, she did not blindly bring Jiang Fei and the others around. Instead, she first asked Jiang Fei and the others about their needs. Let's focus on experience points. It would be best if we can spar with the top experts of the big sections. This will help us improve our martial arts, said Jiang Fei. His purpose was to find those players. At the same time, he wanted to see if there was a chance to draw another clear 10-sided weapon or something. Zhang Chun said with some excitement. Oh, Jiang Fei's curiosity was also piqued. Zhang Chun tried his best to recommend this festival to Jiang Fei. Although this festival indeed met Jiang Fei's needs, it was also a little selfish. As the Fish Leap Grand Ceremony required tickets and the price was not cheap, although Zhang Chun yearned to go there, he had never been willing to buy a ticket to see it. Then, Zhang Chun would definitely be able to get a free ticket. That was why she recommended it so strongly. Fish Leap Grand Ceremony? Bella asked from the side. It's a festival for all the young people in Qinxing. The Paladin Arena is the climax of the festival. The young people there compete with each other. Zhang Chun then began to introduce the Fish Leap Festival to Jiang Fei and the others. The origin of this fish leaping festival was based on the story of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Non-affiliates and young people from small sects hoped to take this opportunity to be chosen by the big sects, and from then on, they would transform into dragons. The big sects also hoped to take this opportunity to absorb new blood. After all, no matter which sect it was, they would not mind having too many geniuses in their own home. Over time, this arena, which was originally just for selecting talents, developed into a place for the big sects to show off their martial prowess. As it became more and more lively, a large trading market developed near the arena. After all, the elders of the families would not be at ease when young people came to compete in martial arts. They did not need to compete in martial arts here. It seemed that they would exchange magical equipment with others whenever they had nothing to do. As time went by, the market was formed. Since that's the case, let's go and have a look. Maybe we can exchange for some martial arts manuals or high-level magical equipment, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Master Yuan, although the trading market of the Fish Leaping Festival is lively, the two items that you mentioned are legendary existences. All the major sects treat them as treasures. However, her professional ethics were still pretty good. Therefore, she did not forget to remind Jiang Fei at this time. It's okay. Jiang Fei laughed. He was just casually saying that. The market had always had the mentality of picking up scraps. If he held back and went a taobao, he would definitely be disappointed. Moreover, the main reason why Jiang Fei went to the fish festival was because there were many people there. Moreover, they were all cultivators. With a mix of fish and dragons, it was easy to obtain some valuable information. When the time came, it would also be convenient for him to find traces of the players. That's great. Let's set off now. I can also take you to a few good scenic spots along the way, Zhang Chun exclaimed with a face full of joy. After all, she had been in love with the fish festival for a long time. Joe, little girl Chun is taking care of the work. She's also a young master. This business will definitely pass. TSK, what the hell? Look at that young master. He came out to train with so many beautiful women. One look, and you can tell that he's not a good person. Oof. That girl Zhang Chun has also gone astray. As long as she can earn money, why do you care about her? The world is going downhill. When they saw that Zhang Chun had received the business, the shady tour guides, lining up outside the teleportation portal, immediately began to discuss. Some of them were envious, while others began to spread rumors. The sourness in their tone could not be more obvious. However, Jiang Fei did not mind. These shady tour guides were just a bunch of ants in his eyes. He even felt that it would dirty his hands if he taught these people a lesson. Xiao Chun. At this moment, a young man ran over. It seemed that he was a colleague who had a good relationship with Zhang Chun. "We are going to the fish festival," Zhang Chun said excitedly. Chapter 1657. 1657. The young man frowned and asked, "Why?" Zhang Chun asked with a puzzled look. It was not easy to accept a deal that would only cost 1 spirit stone in 3 days. Moreover, Jiang Fei would even help her pay for a ticket to the fish leaping feast. That was worth 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones did not sound like a lot. Based on the price of 1 spirit stone in 3 days, it was only half a month's salary. However, the problem was that it was not easy to accept a business that cost 1 spirit stone in 3 days. Moreover, these shady tour guides did not have jobs every day. They often only had one business every 2 months. After deducting some fees, they would only get 2 to 3 spirit stones in the end. However, this income was enough to support their family. Therefore, the young man had no reason to ask Zhang Chun to give up on Jiang Fei's business. How could Zhang Chun bear to do so? The young man looked deeply at Zhang Chun. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said without turning his head, "From now on, we are strangers. Don't ever appear in front of me again." Zhang Chun was dumbfounded. She did not know why her friend, who had played with her since young, would suddenly say such words. Looking at his friend leaving, Zhang Chun did not know what to do. He was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Although he understood why that kid suddenly said those words, it was because he had heard the gossip of the onlookers. However, Jiang Fei had no obligation to explain anything to him. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the kid was not worthy of Zhang Chun. Not only was this little girl's strength at the heartwarming stage, she was also quite good-looking and had a sweet mouth. She was definitely one of the best among these black tour guides. As for the kid just now, not to mention other things, just by looking at his sallow and skinny face, he knew that he was usually hungry and had a good meal. It was likely that he would not receive a single business deal in a month or 2. It would be difficult for him to even make a living by himself. Moreover, if that kid really liked Zhang Chun, he wouldn't just run to the girl and cause a ruckus just because of a few gossips from others. He started to cause a ruckus before the matter was clear. If Zhang Chun followed this kind of person, it would be bad luck for him for 8 lifetimes. Now that this kid left on his own, it might not be a bad thing for Zhang Chun. Bella patted Zhang Chun, who was still in a daze. She also hated that kid, so she purposely diverted the girl's attention. Okay, after all, that kid was her childhood playmate. Now, they had inexplicably parted ways. However, she had accepted the case. As a tour guide, Zhang Chun still cared about his professionalism. No matter how sad she would still smile in front of her employer. Seeing that the smile on Zhang Chun's face had returned, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. Even though she was a shady tour guide, she was still much better than the regular tour guides on Earth. The tour guides on Earth would pull you to go shopping. They would not even let you leave until you had bought enough things. As there was still a week or so before the fish leaping festival, Jiang Fei and the rest did not rush their journey too much. They went sightseeing on the road and had a great time. The climate of Star was completely different from that of Mars. Other than a small amount of green land, most of Mars was the Gobi Desert or the hot desert. That was why fire elementalists were abundant there. Chunxing was different. It was lush and verdant everywhere. The beautiful scenery made it a paradise for wood elementalists. Putting others aside, the little guide beside Jiang Fei and the others was a wood elementalist. However, Zhang Chun did not have a master teacher to guide him. Although his talent was not bad, he only had the strength of a heart attack stage cultivator. To have the strength of a heart attack stage cultivator at the age of 17 or 18, not to mention in the freelance martial arts world, even some small and medium-sized sects would find it difficult to find such a genius. She was determined to try her luck at the Fish Leaping Festival. If she was chosen by a large sect, not only would she have the opportunity to come into contact with a higher level of martial arts, but her family would also have a good place to settle down. However, as her income as a tour guide was very unstable. Even if Zhang Chun had some savings, she would not be willing to go to the fish leaping festival at her own expense. There were still people waiting to eat at home. During the first few days of the journey, although Jiang Fei and the others had seen many beautiful mountains and rivers, they did not find any cultivators. More and more cultivators passed by Jiang Fei and the rest. A sword light passed over Jiang Fei and the rest's heads and soon disappeared into the distance. Since they had nothing to do, the girls had become familiar with Zhang Chun. Even people like Sylvie would occasionally ask questions. Then it must be because we have more experts, Zhang Chun said proudly. Sylvie laughed. No, in terms of the combat strength of experts of the same level, the fire elementalists of the Mars are definitely a level higher. Zhang Chun said seriously. Ariel asked curiously. Zhang Chun said with a grin. It turned out that although the wood elementalists of Chunxing were not as strong as fire elementalists of the same level in a one-on-one fight, the wood elementalists paid the most attention to the path of life preservation. Therefore, the wood elementalists who paid more attention to the path of healing finally stood out. They had lived longer than the other elementalists of the same level. Naturally, they had accumulated more experts. Bella sighed and said, "That's right." Zhang Chun seemed to be very proud of his wood attribute. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were talking and laughing as they moved forward, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Following that, the earth trembled. Jiang Fei said after sensing for a moment. Nina asked, "Both of them are at the form synthesis stage. There are also some small fries beside them," Jiang Fei said after closing his eyes to sense for a moment. Huh? A super powerhouse at the form synthesis stage? Zhang Chun panicked when she heard that. She did not know how strong Jiang Fei and the others were. Therefore, she only measured them according to the standard of her heartbeat stage. Therefore, when she heard that there was a battle between a powerhouse at the form synthesis stage, she immediately wanted to avoid it. Chapter 1658, 1658. When Zhang Chun heard that there were powerful fighters in the form synthesis stage fighting, he subconsciously wanted to stay away from trouble. However, to Jiang Fei and the others, they did not even care about those who were in the form synthesis stage. "Let's go over and take a look," Jiang Fei said calmly. Then he did not speed up. Instead, he rushed towards the direction where the battle had broken out. "Sister, please advise young Master Yuan. There are experts fighting ahead." Zhang Chun was a little anxious. "Little girl, what are you panicking for? It's just a few semi-god realm experts," Yuanqiu said with a smile. She already had the strength of the void interpretation stage. A few semi-god realm experts were nothing to her, let alone Jiang Fei, who was standing beside her. Zhang Chun seemed to want to argue. However, we saw that the girls around Jiang Fei did not seem to care about it. He could only mutter a few words in his heart. Then, he followed behind. "Hubby, this morning star seems to be much more lively than the neon sign." Bella rushed to Jiang Fei's side and chatted. Just as the little girl said, most of the cultivators on this star are of the wood attribute. They pay attention to their health points, so they obtain it for a longer period of time. In the end, they accumulate even more powerful masters, Jiang Fei said with a smile. They are just a bunch of people in the distraction stage. It's not a big deal. You have been on the Chaos Planet for too short time. You have not seen many masters, Yuanqiu interrupted. After all, she was a member of the Chaos Planet. Therefore, when she heard people comparing other planets to the planet, she could not help but argue for her mother planet. What? Zhang Chun felt like his head was about to explode. In her opinion, a semi-god realm master was already very impressive. After all, her dead teacher had only reached the nascent soul realm. However, she did not expect that such a legendary master would be described as just by Jiang Fei and the others. Not long after, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the scene of the battle. At that moment, two powerhouses were fighting fiercely in the air while many people on the ground were watching. Nina said, at that moment, the people on the ground were not only the companions of both sides of the battle. There were also other people like Jiang Fei and the others who had come to join in the fun. Jiang Fei fully displayed his ability to strike up a conversation. He asked a fellow who seemed to be watching from the side. That person seemed to have been here for a while. He should be able to know the whole story. Hey, don't mention it. The big brother who was watching from the side was obviously a talkative person. Therefore, when Jiang Fei opened his mouth, he began to talk. The way he drooled was even more interesting than the way he talked about books. After listening to the big brother's explanation, Jiang Fei finally understood the whole story. The fierce battle in the sky was between a man and a woman. The man was Decaying Tree Lord from overseas Spring Island, and the woman was a relatively famous rogue cultivator, the Willow Leaf Granny. Although the two of them knew each other, they were only acquaintances. Although they were not friends, they did not have any grudges. However, this time, Decaying Tree Lord's disciple did not learn well and peeked at the Willow Leaf Granny's disciple taking a bath. Think about it. She was a young lady, but she was peeked at by a silly kid. What did she do? Hence, that kid was caught by Granny Willow and beaten up. But Rottenwood Lord's cheating disciple was also unlucky. If he saw something, it would be worth it to be beaten up. But the problem was that his sister had just taken off her shoes when he was discovered. Although the beating wasn't unjust, it was still aggrieved. What could he do if he was wronged? He could complain to the adults in his family. Moreover, Deadwood Lord was a protector of his disciples. Once he heard that his disciple had been beaten up, he didn't ask for the reason and went to find Granny Willow Leaf to settle the score. Granny Willow Leaf's side was originally filled with anger. This was because wood-attributed cultivators had a mild temper. If it was a fire-attributed cultivator from planet Mars, that stupid kid probably wouldn't have been beaten up. Therefore, when she saw that Deadwood Lord still had the face to come to her, Granny Willow was furious. The two of them began to fight without a word. Jiang Fei looked around and found that there were indeed two young men on the ground who were watching the battle in the sky. One of the young men was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. The other girl, who looked delicate and pretty, looked angry. She even glared at the young man from time to time. What a bear! Sylvie looked at the boy who was peeping at others with disdain. If she were to meet him, the boy would be skinned alive. So powerful. Unlike Jiang Fei and the others, Zhang Chan did not care about how these two guys fought. At this moment, she was looking at the two fighting in the air with envy. Bang bang! Although the two were fighting in the air for a long time, neither of them had the upper hand. The two were similar in strength. On the other hand, the wood-type technique was not only relatively calm, but also lacked explosive power. It also had an extremely strong self-recovery ability. Therefore, even if one of the two missed a move, they would be able to slowly stabilize the situation. What's the point of this? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after watching for a while. Back when he was playing the game, there was a strange class in the game, Holy Knight. This class was called the Healer Knight. Not only did it take a beating, it could also heal very well. However, its attack power was negligible. Such a person was naturally the best healer in the team. It was really a case of whoever used up the card first would lose at this moment. Jiang Fei saw the battle between the Willow Leaf Granny and Rottenwood Lord. He had this feeling. Therefore, the more he watched, the more he felt that it was boring. All right. At this time, a peacemaker appeared. The big brother from earlier shrugged and smiled. Jiang Fei asked curiously, This old fellow is called Park Rin-yong. He is a famous old pervert. Whenever there are women involved in a fight, he would interfere. The big brother said disdainfully. F***CK. Jiang Fei and the girls around him almost burst out laughing. Little Sister Willow, please calm down first. Rottenwood Lord, you're really too much. Your disciple has done such a shameless thing. Not only did you not discipline him strictly, you even stood up for him. As expected, Park Rin-yong stood on the side of Granny Willow, although this time, Granny Willow was indeed in the right. Chapter 1659. 1659. Fine. I admit defeat in today's matter. I am sorry, Granny Willow Leaf. It's my fault for not teaching her well. Rottenwood Lord was also a bachelor. When he saw Park Rin-yong coming, he knew that he was no match for him, so he admitted defeat immediately. However, there was no lack of threat in his last sentence. Although the overseas spring welcoming island wasn't a famous sect, it still had some foundation. Moreover, Granny Lioya was just an itinerant cultivator. It was hard to say whether she would come to apologize or question him in the future. After admitting defeat, Rottenwood Lord didn't have the face to stay any longer. He grabbed his worthless land and jumped onto the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Park Rin-Young smiled and said to Grandma Willowleaf. Grandma Willowleaf greeted Park Rin-Young out of courtesy. However, Jiang Fei could tell that this old lady was not very willing to talk to Park Rin-Young. Combined with the description of the big brother from before, Jiang Fei was not too surprised. Although this Park Rin-Young was quite strong and had reached the void interpretation stage, his character might not be very good. He went around seducing women and was not afraid of anything. From the old lady down to his little sister, he could lick his face and stick to her. Jiang Fei shook his head. Since there was nothing to see, he did not plan to stay any longer. In fact, it was not just him. The surrounding onlookers were also preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Park Rin-Young, who had been licking his face and pestering the willow leaf granny, suddenly noticed Jiang Fei and the others. Today is my lucky day. Park Rin-Young's eyes lit up. Although the willow leaf granny was a great beauty when she was young, her hair had already turned white. Although her face was well maintained, there were quite a number of wrinkles on it. She cannot be compared to the fat and skinny ladies around Jiang Fei. Park Rin-Young immediately changed his target and moved closer to Jiang Fei and the others. Meanwhile, Granny Willow took the opportunity to quickly take her disciple and leave. She avoided Park Rin-Young like she was avoiding the plague. Sylphie was not as good-tempered as the wood elementalists of stars. Although she was not a match for Park Rin-Young, with her husband, Jiang Fei, by her side, this girl had nothing to fear. After being scolded, Park Rin-Young did not get angry. Instead, he laughed out loud. Husband, this old fellow is teasing me. Sylphie was definitely not a pushover. Before Park Rin-Young could say anything else, the little girl had already grabbed Jiang Fei's arm. Haha, this brother is so lucky. Before Jiang Fei could chase her away, Park Rin-Young actually took the initiative to admit his mistake to Jiang Fei. Moreover, he did not harass Sylphie anymore. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he turned his attention to Ariel. Before Park Rin-Young could finish his sentence, Ariel had already interrupted him. Ariel immediately hugged Jiang Fei's other arm. After hearing that Ariel also had a husband, Park Rin-Young immediately changed his target again. However, in the end, he added, "Don't call me that old. I'm still a young man." Jiang Fei could not help but curse in his heart. On the other side, Park Rin-Young was sizing up the other girls as if he was looking for his next target. At this time, Si-Tine could not stand it anymore. Therefore, she said, "Old man, that's enough. We're all as women. Don't mess around with us." In an instant, Park Rin-Young's eyes widened. The way he looked at Jiang Fei was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "No," a stuttering voice came from his side. Si-Tine's words would not be wrong normally. After all, even Yuan Qiu thought that she was Jiang Fei's woman later on. After they arrived at Qinxing, there was still a little guide. At that moment, Zhang Chun was very embarrassed. She wanted to deny that she was Jiang Fei's woman. However, the old lecher in front of him was famous throughout Qinxing. However, this guy was not bad. He never touched the food that had an owner. Therefore, as long as the woman he harassed had a husband and a boyfriend, he would leave immediately. However, if you were single, he would pester you from morning till night. Therefore, Zhang Chun was very embarrassed. Si-Tine's words had also dragged her into it. However, she did not dare to retort. She was afraid that Park Rin-Young would pester her. "Big brother, from today onwards, you're my big brother." Suddenly, Park Rin-Young pounced in front of Jiang Fei and hugged Jiang Fei's thigh with a sincere expression. He was about to become sworn brothers with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was completely dumbfounded. Park Rin-Young's hair had already turned white. Although it was difficult to determine his age as a cultivator, he should be at least 100 years old. Jiang Fei really could not stand being called big brother by such an old man hugging his thigh. Park Rin-Young hugged Jiang Fei's thigh and refused to let go. Jiang Fei said with a frown, it was not that he had never seen a person who was so random. However, he had never seen someone as random as Park Rin-young at his age. Park Rin-young's attitude was unusually firm. Zhang Fei's expression was extremely awkward. Could it be that he could boast that he was good at picking up girls in front of Bella and the other girls? Big brother, you must be an expert. Otherwise, how would you be able to pick up so many girls? As long as you call me, I will definitely succeed. Park Rin-young cried out. Zhang Fei could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from behind him. Although Bella had basically accepted the fact that Zhang Fei had a large group of girls around him, this topic could not be brought up openly. The more Park Rin-young brought it up, the more she felt that it was unfair. Stop it. Zhang Fei quickly stopped Park Rin-young. Park Rin-young asked with a hopeful look on his face. Yes. Zhang Fei was afraid that this guy would say something that he should not say, so he quickly agreed. Park Rin-young immediately jumped up. They all say that old kids. Although Zhang Fei had agreed to accept Park Rin-young as his underling, he really did not know how to get along with this fellow. Chapter 1660. As Park Rin-young had insisted on teaching Zhang Fei how to pick up girls, and Zhang Fei was too embarrassed to give the old man a good beating, the old man decided to stick to Zhang Fei. Forget it. Ignore him. Zhang Fei shook his head helplessly. He could only let Park Rin-young join the party temporarily. However, with the old man joining them, Zhang Fei and the rest were not without benefits. After all, Zhang Qin's level as a guide was too low. There were many secrets that she did not understand. Park Rin-young was different. This old man had the strength and age, therefore, he knew many things that ordinary people did not understand. Therefore, after Park Rin-young joined them, Zhang Fei and the rest not only visited many mountains and rivers along the way, but they also heard many stories about famous places. From these stories, Zhang Fei and the rest had a better understanding of the entire celestial star. 2 days later, Zhang Fei and the others finally arrived at the venue of the Fish Leaping Festival. At this time, the place was already quite lively. After all, the Fish Leaping Festival would officially begin in 2 days' time. Although the festival had not officially begun, the place was already quite lively, especially the spontaneously formed market. At this time, many people were already starting to set up stalls and trade. Master Yuan, this is the entrance. We need to buy tickets, Zhang Chun said to Zhang Fei at the entrance of the event venue. If it were not for the fact that the tickets were too expensive, she would have come long ago. All right, Zhang Fei laughed. Big brother, how can we let you spend so much on something like this? Park Rin-young took the lead and helped Zhang Fei and the others buy tickets. Zhang Fei thought to himself, after all, the tickets to the Fish Leaping Feast were not cheap. 5 spirit stones for a ticket was already half the price of the teleportation circle. Not to mention Zhang Fei's side had quite a number of people. Soon, Park Rin-young returned with the tickets. Zhang Fei said politely, but the hand that took the tickets did not hesitate at all. After entering the Fish Leaping Festival area, Zhang Fei and the rest found a hotel and settled down. The cost of this hotel was also not cheap. It was the same reason for this tourist spot to rip off customers. However, fortunately, Zhang Fei and the rest had met a fool. Park Rin-young volunteered to bear all the expenses. In the afternoon, Zhang Fei and the rest settled down and ate. It could be said that they were free. Zhang Chun was even more excited than Zhang Fei and the rest. After all, the Fish Leap Festival was a place that she had been looking forward to for a long time. Zhang Fei nodded. Since they had nothing to do, it would be good to go to the stalls. What if they could pick up some treasures? After that, Zhang Fei and the rest came out of the hotel in a large group and went straight to the spontaneous market. The market of the Fish Festival was not what Zhang Fei had expected. Not only was there no noise, but it was also very quiet. Although there were many people setting up stalls, none of them were shouting to attract customers. Si Tang asked curiously. Everyone is a cultivator. Although we're setting up stalls here, we still need to have identities. Zhang Chun explained with a smile. Girl, you don't understand. In the face of benefits, face is nothing. If shouting could bring them more customers, they would have shouted a long time ago. However, more than half of these people are selling stolen goods. Pu Rinyong said with a smile. Huh? Zhang Qin was a little dumbfounded. This had completely overturned her understanding of cultivators. Jiang Fei shrugged. Although places like the Fish Leaping Festival were large in scale, they were still a mix of fish and dragons. This kind of market was the best place to sell stolen goods. Jiang Fei did not really mind that most of the goods sold in this market were stolen goods. He did not care whether these things had a legitimate origin or not. As long as the items were good and the price was reasonable, Jiang Fei was willing to take them. As the few of them spoke, they arrived at the inner part of the market. There were already many cultivators who had set up their stalls. Most of these people were sitting on the floor. There was a blanket in front of them. There were a few items on it. Some of them were magical weapons, flying swords, and some were medicinal pills and rare fruits. However, these were only a few of the items. Most of them were broken magical weapons. Most of the stolen goods in the world of cultivators were not obtained by stealing. Almost all of them were stolen by killing people. If the difference in strength was not too great, the party that was killed would put up a desperate fight. It was impossible for them not to use their magic artifacts and flying swords. Once they used them, it was very likely that the equipment would be damaged in a desperate battle. The cultivators who had stolen the items were too lazy to waste time on repairing and refining these things that they did not need, so they simply broke them and sold them. At the very most, they could just buy a little less money. There was no need to waste a lot of time on these things. However, the entire market wasn't full of people selling stolen goods. There were also a few sects that were famous for refining equipment that had their own fixed stalls. Therefore, the price was far higher than those stolen goods from unknown sources. At this moment, Nina was attracted by a small thing. Sylvie asked. After all, in the game, she and Nina were from the Holy See, so the two of them were very close. The stall owner covered his face and could not see his expression. However, from the fact that he did not speak and only rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and the others, it could be seen that this guy was very disdainful of Jiang Fei and the others. Park Rinyong walked to the front awkwardly. At this time, he had already understood that Jiang Fei and the rest did not understand the rules of the market. When they heard Park Rinyong's words, Nina and Sylvie stepped aside and let Park Rinyong come to the front of the stall. Park Rinyong did not say anything. He just squatted in front of the stall and picked up the little thing that Nina had taken a fancy to and played with it for a while. Then he put it back into the distance. After putting down the thing, Park Rinyong lightly knocked on the side of the thing 3 times. The stall owner didn't raise his head, but patted his feet 4 times. Park Rinyong patted it 3 more times and then stood up. The stall owner hesitated for a moment and then patted his thigh. Park Rinyong smiled. He then took out 3 spirit stones from his money bag and placed them on the little thing. After that, he held the item in his hand. He stood up and turned around to leave. Jiang Fei and the rest did not understand and could only follow behind him. Chapter 1661. 1661. Although Sylvie did not like Park Rinyong, she was very curious about the rules of the market. Park Rinyong smiled slightly. Ever since he acknowledged Jiang Fei as his big brother, all the girls around Jiang Fei had been called sister-in-law by him. Although this address made the girls feel extremely awkward, this guy was not tired of it, because most of the things sold here are stolen goods. Therefore, in order to avoid being recognized by others, not only do they cover their faces, but they also hardly speak. If you like something, play with it and bid with the number of times you knock on it. Park Rinyong said at the same time, he handed the little thing to Nina and said, "Sister-in-law, this is my gift to you." Nina was embarrassed and did not know whether to accept the magical item. She felt uncomfortable being called sister-in-law by such a white-haired old man. Jiang Fei waved his hand and Nina accepted the item. "I understand, but what if the price is high?" Sylvie asked. "That's not necessary. If it's a single-digit number, you can knock on the place next to the item. If it's a few tens of spiritual stones, you can knock on the blanket opposite you. As for a few hundred spiritual stones, it's very rare here. After all, that kind of treasure is rare. No one would sell it in such a place," Park Rinyong explained. Sylvie and the other girls nodded. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. "You can't put it that way. There are also blind people who steal things from others, but do not know their purpose. They would sell them at a low price without knowing the reason. Park Rin-yong said. The probability of that is too low. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. That's true. Anyway, I have participated in no less than 20 fish festival. I have only seen one person succeed in picking up the loot, said Park Rin-yong with a shrug. Forget it. Jiang Fei smiled. Although they already knew that picking up the loot was not an easy task, they did not have much to do at the moment. They could just stroll around here for a while. Perhaps they could find some clues about players. The group of people strolled around the market. The girls had their eyes on a few gadgets. Although they had nothing to do with fighting, they had their own uses. Moreover, the prices were not expensive, so Jiang Fei simply bought them all. This woman strolled around for a long time. The girls around Jiang Fei were no exception. Although the party had not officially started and there were still a few vendors, they were still very happy as they strolled around. As they were shopping, Jiang Fei suddenly noticed that the crowd was heading in a certain direction. There's a show to watch. Sylvie was definitely the type of person who wanted to see the world in chaos. Let's go. Jiang Fei was actually already tired of shopping. If it was not for the girls, he would have already left. Therefore, when he heard that they did not need to continue shopping, he immediately raised his hands in agreement. Following the flow of the crowd, Jiang Fei and the others quickly left the area of the market. Then, they followed the flow of people, shield, and arrived at a huge square. This square was very large. Moreover, there was a huge arena in the middle of it. At that moment, there were two people standing on the arena. It looked like they were about to fight. This is the rule of the Fish Leaping Festival. Private fights are not allowed in the area where the festival is held. If there is any enmity, you must leave the area of the festival or go to the arena to settle it. Because after leaving the area, you have to come back to buy tickets again. Therefore, most of the people who have disputes will choose the arena to settle it, said Jiang Fei. Park Rin-yong took the initiative to explain. Jiang Fei nodded. He had already guessed the rules from the previous market. Otherwise, if anyone dared to set up a stall, the good items would be snatched away. The bet is settled. At that moment, the voice of the Treasure Bureau rang in Jiang Fei's ears. The security of this grand event is maintained by several large sections. Their funds are not only from the stall fees of the vendors, but also from the gambling games in the arena, Park Rin-yong said. No wonder they lured people with grudges to the arena. This way, not only can the security be stabilized, but they can also make a fortune. Jiang Fei laughed. The audience beside him shouted. At that moment, the two people in the arena made their moves. These two people were not weak. They were both in the leaving aperture stage. They could already be considered experts. It was just that Jiang Fei did not know why they were fighting. However, to Jiang Fei, the reason why the two people were fighting was not important. What he cared about was the accessory that one of them wore on his waist. It was a round metal ball. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this item. It was a one-time defensive item that players often used. This item could perfectly defend against attacks of any strength. However, the number of times it could defend was limited. Depending on the price, the number of times it could defend would also be different. Jiang Fei quickly took out his friend and foe identification device. However, he found that there was no sign of player activity in the entire gathering area. Jiang Fei made up his mind. Although the person on the stage was not a player, he had player equipment on him. That meant that he had come into contact with players. As the two people on the stage were very similar in strength, it was difficult for them to fight each other. Jiang Fei quickly lost his patience onto the stage. Originally, if two people who did not want to fight were fighting, Jiang Fei would have had the time to watch. However, it was different now. The clues about the players were right in front of him. He could not calm down at all. Jiang Fei turned around and asked Park Rin-yong, "Big brother, you can't do that." Park Rin-yong quickly stopped Jiang Fei. However, at that moment, something changed in the arena. "Oof, you want my treasure just because you want it?" The big man in green roared and suddenly took out a magic treasure. As soon as the magic treasure was taken out, it immediately shone with a golden light. The power it emitted instantly suppressed the man with the scar face and forced him to retreat. The man in green bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The disc-shaped magic treasure immediately shot out hundreds of golden needles at the man with the scar face. Humph! The man with the scar face didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed forward. At the same time, he activated the ball-shaped item on his waist, the equipment from the player. Chapter 1662. The defensive tool from the player immediately released a golden light, causing the blue-clothed man's attack to instantly lose its effect. What? The blue-clothed man was instantly dumbfounded. He never thought that the scarred face would have such a move. He had already used all of his strength in that attack, just now. At this moment, his body was still recovering. If he were to encounter an attack, he would not be able to resist at all. The scarred face laughed loudly. Then he swung the long sword in his hand and instantly stabbed the green-clothed man's heart. Hold back your sword. Friend, show mercy. Leave a line in your work so that we can meet again in the future. We, the Clear Wind Gorge, owe you a favor. At this moment, the green-clothed man's relatives and friends all opened their mouths to plead for mercy. However, due to the rules of the arena, they could not go up and stop him. You want to talk about this now? In the end, the man with the scar face did not fall for this trick. Regardless of whether the family and friends of the man in green were pleading for mercy or threatening him, they were all completely ignored by him. The long sword pierced into the chest of the man in green. The man in green widened his eyes, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He never expected that he would actually lose his life in the arena today. Suddenly, a golden light flashed above the man in green's head. A small person flew out and shot out of the ring at lightning speed. Where are you going? Scarface wanted to kill all of them, but unfortunately, the man in green's nascent soul was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped from the area of the ring. Scarface could no longer continue his pursuit. Good kid, we at the Clear Wind Gorge will remember what happened today. The nascent soul protecting him turned around and left. Although the big man had lost his physical body, he had at least saved his nascent soul. Humph, you still want to find me? Scarface sneered disdainfully. Not to mention that the Clear Wind Gorge was only a small sect. He did not care at all. Moreover, so what if he was being chased? What he did was the business of killing people and stealing goods. There were many people who were chasing after him. Following that, the scarred-faced man skillfully cleaned up the battlefield. He searched the green-clothed man's corpse thoroughly, and all the things that pointed to money were taken away, leaving behind only a useless corpse. How frustrating, I lost again. My luck is not bad. I won 3 spirit stones. The audience outside the ring did not have the slightest sympathy for the man in green. They only cared about the outcome of the bet. After all, such a duel would happen several times a day at the Fish Leaping Festival. There were countless people who had lost and been killed. Let's go. Zhang Fei called out to the girls around him and followed the scarred face. After leaving the arena, the scar face continued to move forward. There were too many people there, and he had killed too many people. There were too many enemies. There was no telling how many people had targeted him just now. Therefore, he had to get rid of these people. After going around in circles for more than 10 times, even Zhang Fei realized that there were more than 10 waves of people following this guy. However, after going around for so long, the people who were following the Scarface were almost all left behind. In the end, only Zhang Fei and the others were left. There was still a group of people following them. Zhang Fei and the others also knew this group of people. They were the senior and junior brothers of the big man in green. Although private fights were not allowed in the area of the Fish Leaping Festival, they had to follow the target closely in order to stop this guy after the festival ended, in case this guy ran away. F***CK. After walking for a few rounds, Scarface realized that he could not shake off the people behind him. In the end, he simply turned around and revealed his cards. Because private fights were not allowed in the area of the Fish Leaping Festival, Scarface was still very confident. Although he had just killed his fellow disciples, he was completely fearless at this moment. "What's the matter, guys?" Scarface asked in a slightly provocative manner. "Oof. You just wait, kid. A disciple from the Clear Wind Gorge said. TSK. Scarface sneered in disdain. Then he turned to another direction and said, Everyone come out as well. I have never seen more than 10 people playing tag together. Jiang Fei shook his head and laughed. There were indeed a lot of them. Although there were many of them in a fight, when it came to stalking, it was a little cumbersome. Scarface was an old fox. As soon as he saw Jiang Fei, he knew that this young man was not simple. Therefore, his tone was much more humble. Jiang Fei laughed. Scarface asked carefully. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Although he did not like Scarface's ruthless style, it had nothing to do with him. What he cared about was the clues of the players. Scarface said with a sigh of relief. Jiang Fei pointed at the ball on Scarface's waist. Huh? You want this thing? When Scarface heard Jiang Fei's words, his face immediately changed. This thing was his life-saving divine weapon. It was with this thing that he was able to kill many experts who were stronger than him. Now that he heard that Jiang Fei wanted it, he thought that Jiang Fei was the same as him. Jiang Fei had also taken a liking to this treasure and wanted to kill and steal it. You're thinking too much. I also have that thing of yours. I just want to know how you obtained this thing. And where is the original owner of this thing? Jiang Fei looked straight into the scarred face's eyes and said word by word. What? When the scarred face heard this, he suddenly turned around and ran. Brat! Jiang Fei's face darkened. Although private fights were not allowed during the fish-leaping feast, this rule might not work on a person like Jiang Fei. In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared in front of the scarred face and blocked his way. Teleportation skill. Scarface was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. He knew that he had provoked an unimaginable powerhouse. You better cooperate. Although Jiang Fei's words were very calm, it was like a heavy hammer in Scarface's heart. Jiang Fei's meaning was very clear. If Scarface did not cooperate, he could only capture people and interrogate them outside of the banquet area. He would only come back after the matter was over. As for the interrogation process, Scarface definitely did not want to experience it. All right, what do you want to know? Scarface saw that he could not hide anymore. In the end, he could only give in and obediently follow Jiang Fei and the others back to the hotel. At this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Until Jiang Fei and the others left, these people still had not recovered from their shock. Chapter 1663. In the hotel room, Jiang Fei arranged for Park Rin-yong and a few girls to go out as stand guard. He brought Sylvie and Garona to the room to ask Scarface. My lord, what exactly do you want to know? I promise to tell you everything, Scarface said with an apologetic smile. Jiang Fei asked. Scarface hesitated for a moment awkwardly. Sylvie smiled coldly. At the same time, her dagger flashed with a cold light. I'll tell you. Scarface was so scared that he quickly said, I stole this thing. Jiang Fei was stunned. However, he instantly felt relieved. This kind of item was very precious to players. It was almost impossible for them to give it to others. Scarface said that he had stolen it. That made sense. Yes. That day, I passed by the Cloud Dragon Valley. There was a camp there. There were more than 10 people resting there. I went over to greet them. However, those people were arrogant and ignored me. In a fit of anger, I gave them something, Scarface said. Say hello. Sylvie unceremoniously exposed Scarface's lie. Scarface smiled awkwardly and did not deny it. Cloud Dragon Valley? Jiang Fei did not care about why this guy went there. What he cared about was the information about those players. The Cloud Dragon Valley is in the northwest direction of this place. Scarface replied. Jiang Fei asked again. About a week ago, Scarface said. Jiang Fei asked. Scarface pondered for a moment, as if he was recalling something. After a while, he then said, I can't remember the details. However, they seem to have mentioned the Fish Leaping Festival and something else. However, their voices were very low. I did not pay much attention to it, so I did not listen carefully. Jiang Fei frowned. If this guy was not lying, then these players had appeared nearby and had even mentioned the Fish Leaping Festival. Then, their goal must be related to this place. However, although this festival was grand, what could attract these players? Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart. Scarface asked carefully. Jiang Fei waved his hand. This guy did not know much, so there was no point in continuing to ask. Scarface asked, "Let's go, but you'd better put that thing away." Jiang Fei warned Scarface. Not because he was afraid that something would happen to him, he just did not want this guy to be caught by the players and cause trouble. Okay, thank you, young master." Scarface ran out as if he had been pardoned. Jiang Fei gave Sylvie a look. He did not let Scarface go because he was merciful. Jiang Fei had never been merciful to a guy who lived by killing and stealing. The reason why he let Scarface go was actually to fish. After learning that the players had designs on the fish-leaping feast, Jiang Fei had a thought. Although he had an enemy and friend identification device, he would be able to know immediately once a player arrived at the fish-leaping feast. The players were different from Jiang Fei. They had inherited the identity of the carrier after they descended. Therefore, they all had backgrounds. What if the players did not personally arrive at the fish-leaping feast but used their own identities to get an agent to come over? From Scarface's previous description, there were more than a dozen people in that camp. Jiang Fei could almost determine that those people were definitely not players. After all, the entire planet Mars had only descended one unintentionally. Even the Yuan family's ambassador had arrived later. As a planet with equal status, how could there be more than a dozen players that had descended on the planet? Therefore, Jiang Fei was almost certain that there would not be too many players on the planet. They must have used their identity as carriers to recruit some underlings here. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to use Scarface as bait. Since Scarface had stolen the player's item, and this item was very precious, the player who had been stolen must hate Scarface to death. In addition, his underlings also knew Scarface. Once they met him at the Fish Leaping Festival, they would definitely make a move. This way, Jiang Fei could find their tracks in the dark. When that happened, whether it was by using force or try to outsmart them, Jiang Fei would have the upper hand. After Sylvie left with Scarface, Jiang Fei called the girls in. "That's about what happened. I've arranged for Sylvie to follow them in the dark." Jiang Fei briefly told the girls about what happened and then asked. Bella frowned and asked, "I'm not sure yet," Jiang Fei said. Just as Nina was about to speak, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Jiang Fei signaled the girls to stop talking. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Fei asked. The person outside the door answered. Jiang Fei asked. The waiter replied. Jiang Fei nodded and motioned for the girls to be careful. He went to the door and opened it. After the door was opened, there was indeed a waiter standing outside. This guy was very weak. He was only at the beginning stage of the foundation establishment stage. He was not much stronger than an ordinary person. The shop assistant turned around after entering the door and closed it. Then he said to Nina, "Please open a barrier." When they heard the shop assistant's words, Jiang Fei and the others were stunned. However, everyone immediately reacted. This guy was Vinolin. Nina opened the barrier. At this time, Vinolin said, Fei, how did you get into such a big trouble again?" Jiang Fei asked in confusion. "Although I don't know how you did it, the two players are now in a vegetative state in the gamma space," Vinolin said anxiously. Chapter 1664. "No, what player?" Jiang Fei immediately denied. All right, I'm not here to question you." Vinolin waved his hand. Then he said to Jiang Fei with a serious face, "Although I don't know what method you used, it really hurt the player. This is a very serious matter." Jiang Fei nodded and gestured for Vinolin to continue. "You're also a person who has played games before. Compared to you, you also know very well that if a player is traumatized during the process of playing virtual reality games and becomes a vegetable, the game company will face a great deal of pressure." Vinolin said very seriously. Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little regretful. He had not thought about it that much before. That was why he was so excited to be able to kill the player. However, now that he thought about it, kill the player was probably not a good idea. After all, if the player became a vegetable because of playing the game company would not only have to pay a large amount of money, The entire game would even be shut down. If it was a normal game, it would not matter if the game was shut down. However, this game was run against the background of Jiang Fei's universe. Once the game was shut down, Jiang Fei's universe would also end. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were scared out of their wits, Vinolin spoke again. Don't worry too much about this matter. The company that developed your game is still relatively powerful. They have already spent money to settle this matter. I have also helped you hide some details. The development team only thinks that there is a mistake in the program. They do not suspect you. Jiang Fei thanked Vinolin seriously. After all, this guy had really helped him wipe his ass several times. Vinolin warned. Jiang Fei nodded. He also realized the seriousness of the problem. All right, that's all I have to say. After saying that, Vinolin's body stiffened. When he recovered again, he had become the same ordinary waiter. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The waiter bowed and left. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "What am I doing here? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness?" After the waiter left, Bella asked. After all, Unintentional and the Yuan family's high ambassador were not completely dead. Their consciousness was still locked in Jiang Fei's 10th dimension. Let's keep them for now. After all, these two consciousness bodies do not have much ability. Keeping them will not consume much of their strength, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to let go of these two guys because if he let them go, the people of the Gamma space would really notice Jiang Fei. After all, his ability was too shocking. However, if Jiang Fei killed the two of them now, he would be reluctant to do so. After all, there were some things about the Gamma dimension that required them to provide information. Ariel asked. Jiang Fei said. At this time, Sylphie had already followed Scarface out for a while. Jiang Fei would have to wait for news from Sylphie. They could begin to move. However, the steps to move now needed to be changed. Jiang Fei's previous plan was very simple. He would directly kill the players' carriers and capture their consciousness bodies. He could not be so simple and crude anymore. Nina said at this time. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. That's right. Nina laughed. That makes sense. Jiang Fei agreed with Nina's suggestion. Bella asked with a smile. Of course. Scarface is a bad guy. As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, everyone laughed in tacit agreement. Scarface had stolen something from the players. In the eyes of the players, it was a great humiliation. After all, if they were tricked by an NPC, they would be ridiculed by the other players for a long time. If Jiang Fei and the others helped the player to capture Scarface, they would definitely win the trust of that person. It could only be blamed on Scarface for knowing too much that he should not know. On the third day after Sylvie had followed Scarface away, Jiang Fei received a message from Sylvie. Husband, those people have appeared. They are secretly monitoring Scarface. I understand. Continue to monitor him. After Jiang Fei replied, he gave a simple explanation to the other girls. This time, he did not plan to bring too many people to participate in this matter. After all, it was easy to be exposed when there were too many people. It was not very convenient for them to act as a group when they were undercover. After arranging for the other girls to do some supporting things, Jiang Fei quickly came to Sylvie's side. Jiang Fei asked, Scarface is in that tavern. He has been there for the past few days, and he seems a little restless, Sylvie said. Jiang Fei asked, They are in the tea house opposite the tavern. Sylvie said, We are not in a hurry. Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, Scarface had not been having a good time these past few days. He had become famous during the previous battle in the arena. After all, those invincible items were too eye-catching. However, for a thief and a bandit, fame often came with great risks. Over the past few days, no matter where Scarface went, he was greeted by the attention of the people on both sides. If it were any other time, Scarface might feel good, but now he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. If he was not in the territory of the Fish Leaping Festival, Scarface might not be able to sleep at night. This won't do. I can't wait any longer. I have to find an opportunity to escape, Scarface thought to himself while drinking. Chapter 1665, 1665, Eradicate the Roots of the Problem. On this side, Scarface wanted to escape, so he had to wait for the most lively time of the event. That was when the place would be the most chaotic, so he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. 2 days later, the most eye-catching event of the Fish Leaping Festival began. The Fish Leaping Arena. The Fish Leaping Arena was different from the previous dueling arena. Only young people were allowed to participate here, and it was only limited to a certain extent. Although there were occasional injuries, serious injuries or deaths were very rare. This was because the people who came here to fight did not have any deep grudges. They only had two purposes. The disciples of the big sects came to fight for their sects, while the young people from the small sects and the non-affiliates came to fight for their own futures. After all, once they were valued by the big sects, they would be able to come into contact with more advanced martial arts techniques and obtain more cultivation resources. Therefore, when the Fish Leaping Ring began, almost the entire Fish Leaping Festival reached its peak. Those young people either came on their own or under the leadership of their elders. They began to perform on the stage. They worked hard to defeat their opponents for their own purposes. Zhang Chan said to Bella and the others in embarrassment. Although Zhang Fei had left, she had still been paid on time for the past few days. Now that she had to give up and participate in the competition, she felt that she had let Bella and the others down. It's okay. You can go. If you were chosen by the big sects, come back and tell us your good news. Bella still liked this little girl very much. If she could really gain the favor of the big sects, it would be a good way out. Zhang Chun was very touched as he bowed to Bella and the others. Over the past few days, she had naturally felt the care that Jiang Fei and the others had for her. At first, she had really suspected that Jiang Fei was a lecherous person. After all, there were so many beautiful girls around Jiang Fei. Anyone could tell that he was a playboy. However, after spending the past few days together, Zhang Chen realized that not only did Jiang Fei not have any improper thoughts toward her, he even took good care of her. This made her very touched. You go. Nina also encouraged. Zhang Chen thanked her and left. After Zhang Chen left, Park Rin-yong felt a little awkward. After all, Jiang Fei had left for a few days. He was alone among a group of beautiful women. Moreover, these beautiful women were all his big brother's women. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He's gone to do some things. He will be back in a few days, Bella said. Oh, I see. I've met a few friends in the past few days. I won't bother you anymore. Although Park Rin-yong had a reputation for being lecherous, he had a good character. He really did not have any improper thoughts towards Bella and the other girls. Bella nodded. Although Park Rin-yong's character was not bad, the reason why he got close to Jiang Fei was too annoying. Therefore, Bella and the others could not wait for him to get lost. After Park Rin-yong left, there were no outsiders around Bella and the girls. Even Yu Wanchio considered herself Jiang Fei's woman. Therefore, she could be considered a trustworthy person. They began to secretly carry out the mission that Jiang Fei had previously assigned. At the same time, after waiting for so many days, Jiang Fei and Sylphie finally got the opportunity that they wanted. As soon as the fish leaped into the arena, Scarface began to move. He quietly left his room and made it look like he was still there. However, Scarface's efforts did not escape Jiang Fei and Sylphie. He did not even manage to fool the player as underlings. As Scarface left, a group of people followed behind him. Jiang Fei and Sylphie quietly followed behind him. The three groups of people left the banquet area. As soon as he left the banquet area, Scarface began to speed up. He was trying his best to move forward. Although he did not find tail, Scarface instinctively felt that he was in danger. Therefore, as soon as he left the banquet area, he ran as fast as he could. Under Scarface's desperate urging, his flying sword turned into a beam of green light and sped toward the east like lightning. Behind Scarface, there were a total of 5 people following closely behind him. 5 sword lights were chasing closely behind him. Behind him were Jiang Fei and Sylphie. It was nothing compared to Jiang Fei's Chungying sword. During this period of time, Jiang Fei had also practiced the Crimson Flame Sect's sword control technique. Therefore, his ability to control flying swords had improved significantly. In addition, his strength was far superior to Scarface's, and the Chungying sword was extraordinary. Therefore, when he was chasing Scarface, he did not panic at all. If he was not afraid of exposing his tracks, he would have long surpassed the 5 people in front of him. In the midst of the chase, Jiang Fei and the others quickly flew hundreds of miles away. At this time, 3 sword lights blocked Scarface's path. Clearly, these people who were chasing him had long been prepared. They used their own channels to call their companions, so they blocked the path of Scarface. After blocking Scarface, the players who had subdued him did not give Scarface any chance to explain himself. They immediately took him down. However, Scarface could be considered to have some skills. He did not give up easily. At that moment, Jiang Fei could feel the battle aura in front of him slowing down. Jiang Fei was not anxious about the battle between the 2 parties. Although Scarface was surrounded by people, he was very strong. He had reached the leaving aperture stage. The people who surrounded him were only in the nascent soul stage. Obviously, the player who had been stolen had underestimated Scarface. He did not expect the thief to be so strong. Therefore, one of the player's underlings was injured very quickly. Then, he fell from the flying sword. After killing one of the player, Scarface's morale was greatly boosted. At the same time, he also increased his pace of attack because the sense of danger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Following a scream, another player underling was killed. Sylvie asked, "There's no rush." Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, he felt a strong vibration in his chest. "No, I can't wait any longer." Jiang Fei was shocked. Then he sped up. He had to kill the Scarface before that player arrived. "It's you again, scum." Jiang Fei did not even have the time to say anything when he arrived. He took out his Chungying sword and stabbed it into Scarface's glabella. Scarface was about to say something when Jiang Fei's Chungying sword was already in front of him. Due to the huge difference in strength between the 2 sides, Scarface did not even have the time to react before the Chungying sword pierced through his glabella. Jiang Fei immediately gave a ruthless order in order to eliminate the root of the problem. Chapter 1666. With a dragon's roar, 2 black dragons appeared. The scarred face's nascent soul was just about to escape when it was completely devoured by the 2 black dragons. Just as Jiang Fei killed the scarred face, a sword light flew over. A middle-aged man stood on the flying sword. A few player underlings immediately went forward and bowed. The middle-aged man asked. He did not seem to care about the injured and dead disciples. "Third Uncle Master, this guy is very powerful. 7th junior brother and 13th junior brother died at his hands. If it was not for this young master, we might have all died at his hands," said the leader of the disciples. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Jiang Fei. "Yes, 3rd senior uncle. However, this guy has already been executed." The leader of the disciples handed the metal ball to the middle-aged man. "In that case, I have to thank this young master," the middle-aged man said to Jiang Fei after taking the ball. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand, then he continued. "I had already taught this guy a lesson. I did not expect him to commit robbery again today. That's why I killed this criminal. No matter what, young master is my disciple's savior. Moreover, you helped me retrieve the magical equipment. I am eternally grateful," the middle-aged man said. However, he also secretly pointed out that the ball belonged to him. This made Jiang Fei think less about it. Yes, young master." The leader of the disciples also thanked Jiang Fei. After all, without Jiang Fei, all of them would probably die. However, after hearing the disciples' words, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. Then, he turned his head and said to the disciple, "Since when is it your turn to make decisions about the Greenwood Cliff?" Exclamation point. "But master once taught me to repay kindness with gratitude. This young master has done our Greenwood Cliff a great favor." He was still quite confident because he was the disciple of the Greenwood Cliff sect master. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was a player who had descended, so he looked down on these NPCs. Therefore, the deaths and injuries of these disciples were nothing to him. However, this guy had not completed his mission at the Greenwood Cliff. Therefore, in order not to offend the sect master to death, it would not be good for him to kill the sect master's personal disciple just because of some trivial matter. Jiang Fei secretly memorized this information and quickly recalled the relevant information in his mind. As he had previously discussed some things with Park Ringyong, Jiang Fei was not completely ignorant about the matters of Qinxing. This Green Cliff was definitely the largest sect in Qinxing. Moreover, it was different from the Crimson Flame sect of the Mars Star. Since the beginning of the Green Cliff's prosperity, no sect dared to challenge their position. At this moment, Jiang Fei naturally had to follow the flow. Otherwise, why would he bother with this player? Yes, the leader of the disciples said excitedly, "I'm a traveler from planet Mars. When I was in planet Mars, I heard about the reputation of the Greenwood Cliff." Jiang Fei said excitedly. The leader of the disciples was very happy to hear that. After all, when they heard that their sect was famous on other planets, they naturally felt a sense of honor. Jiang Fei said, "That's great. It's about time we return to our sect. Why don't you come back with us, young master?" The disciples said, "Yining, don't make rash decisions. You let an unknown person into the Greenwood Cliff without permission." The middle-aged man said with a displeased expression. Originally, he had wanted to capture Scarface alive. This guy had been killed by Jiang Fei. This already made him unhappy. This guy was thinking like a player. Therefore, he did not think that Jiang Fei, the NPC, had helped him kill Scarface. Instead, he thought that Jiang Fei was meddlesome. If it were not for Jiang Fei, he would have personally enjoyed torturing Scarface. Because of this, his impression of Jiang Fei was not very good. Moreover, he instinctively felt that Jiang Fei was a trouble. Therefore, he did not want to let him go to the Greenwood Cliff to avoid causing trouble for completing the quest. Third Uncle Master, how can this young master be a person of unknown origin? He is the benefactor of our Greenwood Cliff, Yining said seriously. When a middle-aged man saw that Yining had repeatedly contradicted him, he immediately became a little angry. Third Uncle, of course, you're the one in charge of this trip. However, this trip has already ended, and we have lost 2 junior brothers. If we don't bring back a piece of good news, I'm afraid Master will be angry. Yining had no choice but to bring out his master. Humph! The middle-aged man was flung his sleeves. In order to complete the mission, he could not make things difficult with the sect master. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to make a move. Therefore, even though he was angry at this moment, he had no choice but to compromise. Although Yining bowed to the player, he was also extremely disgusted with him. It was unknown when this third uncle had started to treat the disciples of the Greenwood Cliff with extreme indifference. He did not even care about the life and death of the sect's disciples. After settling third uncle, Yining turned to Jiang Fei and said, "Young master, let's go." "Okay, you don't have to be so polite." Jiang Fei still gave his fake name. Although he was unable to get close to the player this time, Jiang Fei was not discouraged. As long as he could sneak into the Greenwood Cliff first, there would be many opportunities to get close to this guy. After joining the team at the Greenwood Cliff, Jiang Fei sent a message to Sylvie, who was still invisible and following behind him. Now was not the time for Sylvie to show herself, so Jiang Fei told her to go back and meet up with the other girls. Then, he went to wait for him near the Greenwood Cliff. On the way to the Greenwood Cliff with Yining and the others, Jiang Fei found that the player was very quiet. He did not say a word along the way. It seemed that he was the most arrogant type of player. This kind of guy looked down on NPCs. Therefore, he did not bother to communicate with Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Chapter 1667. 1667. After walking for about 2 days, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a small town. "Master Yuan, this is Greenwood Town. Greenwood Cliff is on a mountain. You can stay here for now," Yining said to Jiang Fei. "All right, this is your territory after all. We will follow your rules." Jiang Fei nodded and smiled. After entering the town, Yining enthusiastically arranged a place for Jiang Fei to stay. Then, she went up the mountain with the other disciples. Before leaving, the player stared at Jiang Fei for a while. However, in the end, he did not say anything. After Yin Ying and the others left, Jiang Fei naturally could not stay in the inn forever. After eating and drinking his fill, he came out of the inn and strolled around the Greenwood town. Greenwood town existed because of Greenwood Cliff. To the villagers at the foot of the mountain, cultivators on the mountain were like gods. Cultivators who stepped on flying swords and could easily cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack were truly unimaginable. The people of Greenwood Town were fortunate enough to provide the gods with daily necessities, including food and other basic resources, such as minerals and jade. Cultivators needed a large amount of minerals and jade to forge flying swords, but time was limited for cultivators. Most of the time, they were cultivating or fighting with others for resources. It was already good enough that they could squeeze out time to refine flying swords and magic treasures. It would be unrealistic for them to go and mine the ores themselves. Therefore, the villagers here relied on food and other resources in exchange for the protection of Greenwood Cliff. Although they had to hand over a portion of the food and minerals they had grown, peace had been won here for thousands of years. Not only were there no ferocious beasts, even the government did not dare to bully this place. Moreover, the cultivators of the Greenwood Cliff did not take the villagers' resources for free. They would occasionally give immortal medicine to the people here so that they would not be plagued by diseases. They would also give them some simple magical tools to help them plant or mine. Therefore, the civilians of the entire Greenwood town were not unfamiliar with the immortals. Jiang Fei could often hear the villagers talking about the immortals on the mountain as he walked through the market. While Jiang Fei was strolling around, a man and a woman caught Jiang Fei's attention. The two of them wore light green robes similar to Yin Ying's. They also carried long swords on their backs. It was obvious that they were disciples of Greenwood Cliff. However, the two of them were not very strong. They were only around the Aura's core stage. They should only be two young disciples with decent potential. Senior brother, have you heard? The female disciple chatted with the male disciple. Yes, I've heard. Third uncle has lost face when he came out of the mountain this time. The male disciple said, What thief? That was clearly a super thief. A few disciples of our Greenwood Cliff died because of this. The female disciple was relatively well informed. The male disciple was very surprised. After all, Greenwood Cliff was the #1 sect in Qinxing. It had been a long time since anyone dared to lay a hand on the sect master. Of course it's true. This time, the sect master was furious. The female disciple said with a regretful look. The male disciple said angrily. Forget it, senior brother. The female disciple mocked. The male disciple pursed his lips. However, he knew that what his junior sister said was the truth. After all, the senior brothers who were killed were all in the nascent soul stage. They were many times stronger than him. Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. He did not expect that this incident would cause such a big commotion in the Greenwood Cliff. Hey, who are you? Suddenly, the male and female disciples of the Greenwood Cliff turned around. It turned out that Jiang Fei had found a conversation between the two interesting. Therefore, he had been following them. As time passed, it naturally aroused their suspicion. Don't get me wrong. I was just fascinated by your conversation, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Hey, the female disciple shouted at Jiang Fei. Junior sister, it's obvious that this person is not a good person. The male disciple, Zhengji, was about 17 or 18 years old. He was at the age of vigor. In front of the little junior sister that he had long admired, he naturally wanted to show off his abilities so that he could attract the junior sister's attention. Good. Not only did the female disciple not form an organization, she even cheered him on from the side. When he saw that the two little fellows wanted to capture him, Jiang Fei was instantly speechless. Jiang Fei sighed. These two little fellows were definitely the model of the fearless and ignorant. With their abilities, they were not even worthy of carrying Jiang Fei's shoes. Even their master would not be able to defeat Jiang Fei. In the Greenwood Cliff, the only ones who could exchange a few blows with Jiang Fei were probably the sect master and the few supreme elders who had been in seclusion for many years. Moreover, even they might not have the confidence to defeat Jiang Fei. Although there were many hidden super powerhouses in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, most of them were gathered in the town star. The hidden powerhouses in the other 4 planets were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. There were many people who had heard of them. Almost no one had seen them before. In order to show off his abilities in front of his junior sister, the male disciple actually attacked Jiang Fei. However, the upbringing of the Greenwood Cliff was not bad. This guy did not casually use his weapon. It seemed that he only wanted to capture Jiang Fei to show off his strength. He did not intend to harm Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This kid did not have the intention to kill him, but he had also won a way out for himself. Just as the male disciple's fist was about to hit Jiang Fei's face, Jiang Fei suddenly disappeared from the sight of the 2 disciples. This time, Jiang Fei did not even use any teleportation ability. However, his speed was too fast. It was so fast that the 2 Aura's core stage kids could not detect him at all. Just as the female disciple was surprised, Jiang Fei had already appeared behind the male disciple. Then, he gently grabbed the back of the kid's neck. Jiang Fei laughed softly. Then, he took advantage of the situation and pulled. The male disciple immediately lost his balance. He staggered back 5 to 6 steps. Finally, his butt landed on the ground. Although the butt did not hurt much, the male disciple was so embarrassed that his face turned red. At that moment, he naturally knew that the other party was far stronger than him. Moreover, the other party had shown mercy. Chapter 1668, 1668. Ooh. The female disciple stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open. Junior sister, I'll stop him. As the male disciple was not injured, he ran back in a few steps and stood in front of the female disciple. Not bad. Jiang Fei nodded. This kid dared to stand in front of him. This meant that he really liked his junior sister. The female disciple was a little worried. It's okay. The male disciple was extremely anxious. He was afraid that if they delayed any longer, they would both be killed by Jiang Fei. Hee, don't be nervous. I'm just waiting here for Yanning. Jiang Fei smiled and explained. If this continued, the 2 little guys would definitely be scared out of their wits. The female disciple asked. I think so. He asked me to wait for him here, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Junior sister, you are quite well informed. The male disciple turned around and asked. Eldest senior brother seems to have brought someone back. The female disciple was indeed well informed. Basically, she had heard about Jiang Fei's deeds. Suddenly, the female disciple stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open. Jiang Fei laughed. The female disciple was not very observant. When she heard Jiang Fei's words, she immediately believed him. Moreover, she had a look of realization on her face. The male disciple frowned and reminded her. He seemed to be very unhappy that his junior sister was paying so much attention to Jiang Fei. That won't happen. The news of senior brother bringing someone back has never spread. The female disciple was very confident in her judgment. But this guy's origin is unknown. The male disciple tried his best to say bad things about Jiang Fei. His purpose was to keep his junior sister away from this guy. The reason why the male disciple did this was very simple. He was afraid that his beloved junior sister would be too curious about this strange man. After all, many women's emotions started from curiosity. The guy in front of him was young and pretty good-looking. In particular, his abilities were not something that the male disciple could compare to. Therefore, standing in front of him, the male disciple could not help but feel inferior. He was afraid that his junior sister would be kidnapped. Nonsense. The female disciple glared at her senior brother. That silly boy had clearly made a common mistake. The more he tried to stop her, the more curious his junior sister became. In addition to the rebellious mentality of an adolescent girl, the more she wanted to do something, the more she wanted to do it. Therefore, the male disciple's efforts were counterproductive. The female disciple seemed to be deliberately provoking him and actually took the initiative to walk to Jiang Fei's side. After the female disciple came to Jiang Fei's side, because she saw that Jiang Fei was only a few years older than her, she decided to address him as her peer. This was also the practice of the 5 directions. My surname is Yuan, and my name is Yuan Xiao. I'm from planet Mars, Jiang Fei said with a smile. In an instant, the female disciple's eyes were filled with stars. It should be known that young people who were able to travel to other planets were not ordinary. They were usually the elites of their own planets. After all, traveling to other places of interest was not an easy thing to do. Even in places like the planet of suppression, only the disciples of big families could have such an opportunity. On the other 4 planets, such elite disciples were even rarer. There might not even be 1 or 2 of them in a few hundred years. Jiang Fei smiled modestly. That's amazing. The female disciple turned around and smiled at her senior brother. The male disciple snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was already jealous. The female disciple asked, "Nothing else. I'm new here in Stellar Star. I don't know anything, so I'm just looking around," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The female disciple suggested. Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yeah," the female disciple asked in confusion. "Oh, of course we do." Jiang Fei searched through his mind. He quickly found the relevant information. After all, 0541 had already sent a large amount of information from the Fire Cloud Pavilion to them as a memory wave. The female disciple asked with a hopeful look. Jiang Fei nodded. Although it had been a while since they had arrived at the 5 directions, Jiang Fei had never seen any ferocious beasts. Therefore, under the impulse of curiosity, Jiang Fei agreed to the female disciple's invitation. "That's great." The female disciple was clearly very happy. The male disciple pursed his lips. With Jiang Fei joining them, he clearly had no chance to show off his strength in front of his junior sister. "All right, I still don't know what your names are," Jiang Fei asked with a smile. "My name is Yi Xiaoqiu. This is my senior brother, Qin Fong," the female disciple replied. Jiang Fei asked, "Master Yuan, we are not that familiar with you," Qin Fong said sourly. Jiang Fei laughed. He had no interest in Yi Xiaoqiu at all. Instead, he felt that Qin Fong, this jealous guy, was quite interesting. "Senior Yuan, ignore him." Yi Xiaoqiu rolled her eyes at Qin Fong. Then, she deliberately came to Jiang Fei's side and walked side by side with him. Jiang Fei saw that Qin Fong's face was already pale. He immediately changed the topic. He just wanted to see what a beast was. Yi Xiaoqiu pulled Jiang Fei out of the town enthusiastically. However, her unintentional action made Qin Fong's eyes turn red with anger. Qin Fong had never been able to hold Yi Xiaoqiu's small hands. However, this guy who appeared out of nowhere was holding the girl's small hands. This made Qin Fong feel extremely uncomfortable. He had already seen Jiang Fei's strength. Therefore, although he was resentful, he did not dare to vent his anger on Jiang Fei. Chapter 1669. After leaving Greenwood Town, Jiang Fei and the rest headed west. Soon, they left the human population and entered the forest. As the 5 Directions world had not developed into a science and technology class, the natural environment here was maintained very well. Jiang Fei and the rest had only walked for about 10 miles before they had completely turned into a primitive forest. Yi Xiaoqiu complained as they walked. "Yes, it's definitely going to take some time to walk through the brambles," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yi Xiaoqiu turned around and asked, "We're going straight into the depths. This time, Master asked us to catch an adult illusion snake. This kind of thing can only be found in the depths of the forest," Qin Fong said. "Oh, but Master's really something. He actually asked the 2 of us to catch a phantom snake." Yi Xiaoqiu pouted and said, "There is definitely danger. But no matter what, the 2 of us are already at the Aurus core stage. As long as we are careful, there should not be any problems," said Qin Fong as he glanced at Jiang Fei. Actually, he was the one who had fought for this mission. Initially, he wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress in such a dangerous environment. Therefore, he had even taken out his limited savings and bought a special item to deal with the illusionary snake. However, now there was a big light bulb inserted in. Moreover, this big light bulb was a super powerhouse. With him around, the illusionary snake was not a threat at all. As a result, Qin Fong's little plan had all failed. "Sigh, it doesn't matter." Yi Xiaoqiu laughed. As soon as she said that, Qin Fang's expression turned even uglier. Zhang Fei asked curiously. The illusionary snake is a very small but very powerful fierce beast. It looks like an ordinary snake, but is only as thick as a finger. When it matures, it will only be around 1 foot long. These illusionary snakes are all green in color and are best at illusionary attacks. Yi Xiaoqiu explained. Zhang Fei asked, because this forest is close to the Greenwood Cliff, it is called the Greenwood Forest. There are many ferocious beasts in this Greenwood Forest. However, we are now in the outer region, so there are very few ferocious beasts. Even if we encounter them, most of them are below the nascent soul stage. For example, saber-toothed tigers and ironback apes. However, if we continue to go deeper into the Greenwood Forest, we will likely encounter extremely powerful ferocious beasts. Yi Xiaoqiu introduced. It's that powerful? Zhang Fei was surprised. I heard so. However, I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, I'm weak. Yi Xiaoqiu pursed his lips. After a beast reached the nascent soul stage, it could transform into a human form. If a cultivator was weaker than a beast, it would be very difficult to find it. Therefore, even if a person like Yi Xiaoqiu encountered a high-tier beast, he would treat them as other cultivators. Zhang Fei laughed. Senior brother Yuan, high-tier dire beasts are not fun. They are very powerful. Moreover, no matter how a dire beast transforms into a human form, they are still beasts. Moreover, they are fierce beasts. Yi Xiaoqiu reminded him. Zhang Fei waved his hand. No matter how ferocious these dire beasts were, his strength was still there. As long as they had not reached the hermit level, Zhang Fei did not care whether they were dire beasts or cultivators. He was not afraid at all. The three of them walked forward for some distance. At this time, the light in the dense forest was already very dim. It was not because the sky was getting dark. It was just that the trees in the dense forest were too luxuriant, preventing sunlight from shining in. Qin Fang took out some dry rations from his bag. After coming out of the town, Zhang Fei and the others had already walked for half a day. Therefore, they were a little hungry. Yi Xiaoqiu passed Zhang Fei some dry rations. Although Qin Fang did not say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Zhang Fei did not get any of the food. It's just 2 people. At most, we can go back earlier. Yi Xiaoqiu glared at Qin Fang. It's okay. Because Zhang Fei had the space in his ring, he had the habit of storing food all year round. In the blink of an eye, the large plate and small bowls in front of Zhang Fei had a pile of food. These food were all stored after he had asked the restaurant to prepare them. 0541 had even heated it up for him. In an instant, Yi Xiaoqiu and Qin Fang were dumbfounded. They did not even have a storage bag, let alone high-level equipment that could bring out hot food. Of course, I can't treat myself too badly when I'm out all year round. These are all the delicacies of the planet. Zhang Fei smiled and said, That's great. Yi Xiaoqiu sat down beside Zhang Fei and started eating. Qin Fang muttered in his heart. However, he would never dare to say that out loud. Zhang Fei was not a stingy person. Although Qin Fang had spoken coldly to him along the way, this guy was still a jealous young man. Therefore, Zhang Fei could still understand. Thank you for your kind offer. On one hand, Qin Fang was embarrassed. On the other hand, he was really afraid that Zhang Fei would drug them and then plot against them. However, Qin Fang was overthinking. If Zhang Fei really wanted to do something, even if he did not drug them, the person would not be able to resist. Yi Xiaoqiu rolled her eyes at Qin Fang and continued to eat with relish. Zhang Fei shrugged. Anyway, he was just asking out of courtesy. It did not matter to him whether Qin Fang ate or not. He was not Qin Fang's grandfather. He still had to chase after his grandson to feed him. Just as Zhang Fei and Yi Xiaoqiu were enjoying their meal, and Qin Fang was chewing on the dried food, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew past. Warning! Warning! 0541's alarm suddenly sounded. However, there was no need for him to defend himself at all. Zhang Fei, who had advanced to the will core, could completely ignore this level of spiritual attack. However, although Zhang Fei was fine, The two children beside him had clearly been affected. At that moment, Qin Fang's eyes were blood red. He glared at Zhang Fei as if Zhang Fei was his father's murderer. Yi Xiaoqiu, on the other hand, did not change much. She just blinked her big eyes and kept sizing Zhang Fei up. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Chapter 1670. Zhang Fei thought to himself. The illusionary snake had clearly strengthened the thoughts of Qin Fang and Yi Xiaoqiu. Qin Fang viewed Zhang Fei as a love rival. At that moment, he wished that he could cut Zhang Fei into 1,000 pieces. Yi Xiaoqiu was more curious about Zhang Fei. In addition, she had a slight favorable impression of Zhang Fei. Therefore, she did not have too much of an emotional change towards Zhang Fei. If he allowed this hypnotic ability to continue to play out, this girl would sooner or later become a sticky plaster that stuck to his body. Thinking of this, Zhang Fei did not dare to be negligent. He quickly spread out his spiritual power and began to search for the illusionary snake's location. The illusionary snake's ability was very strange. It did not only create illusions to confuse the enemy, but it also interfered with the enemy's spiritual power. Therefore, even if the enemy was stronger than it, they would often fail miserably. However, this little thing was not a threat to Zhang Fei at all. Zhang Fei had the two-stage fusion of the will core. In terms of spiritual power, he was an ancestor-level existence. It was impossible to confuse him with such a trick. It was absolutely impossible. Soon, Zhang Fei locked onto the illusionary snake's position. The fine spiritual power threads that were invisible to others were unusually obvious to Zhang Fei. However, just as Zhang Fei was about to charge at the illusionary snake, Qin Fang suddenly charged over with red eyes. Hand over your life. Qin Fang, who was burning with jealousy, had lost his mind. He had already regarded Zhang Fei as his love rival. After being magnified by the illusionary snake, he hated Zhang Fei to death. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. His body flashed slightly, and he dodged Qin Fang's attack. Then, he casually slapped the back of Qin Fang's neck. In an instant, the boy was knocked unconscious. As the difference in strength was too great, Qin Fang did not even have the chance to fight back in front of Zhang Fei. He was instantly subdued. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqiu saw that her senior had been knocked down. However, she did not care at all. She looked at Zhang Fei with a strange look in her eyes. Damn it, it's going to be bad. Zhang Fei did not want to provoke a girl anymore. Therefore, he leaped and arrived under an uncle. At that moment, a small snake as thick as a finger was hiding under a leaf. Stop hiding. Zhang Fei waved his hand. A strong wind wrapped around the small snake and caught it in Zhang Fei's hand. Hiss! The small snake stuck out its tongue. It even wanted to bite Zhang Fei's finger. However, the origin power that was wrapped around Zhang Fei's finger was not something that a ferocious beast of its level could break. Little thing, put away your illusion. Zhang Fei smiled at the little snake. Since ferocious beasts could cultivate and eventually transform into human forms, they must have intelligence. They would not be like the cosmic behemoths. Although they were powerful, their intelligence was low. When the little snake heard Zhang Fei's words, it actually nodded humanely and put away its illusion. From this, it could be seen that the little thing indeed had intelligence. When it realized that Zhang Fei did not intend to kill it, the little snake put away its illusion and obediently lay in Zhang Fei's hand. Although it was extremely afraid, it wanted to immediately escape from this dangerous human. However, it was also afraid of Zhang Fei's strength. It did not dare to move without permission. What happened just now? Senior, why are you lying on the ground? Senior brother Yuan, what happened to my senior brother? As the little snake had put away the illusion, Yi Xiaoqiu had also regained her consciousness. She immediately went to Qin Fang's side. When she realized that her senior brother had only fainted, she asked Zhang Fei in a chattering voice. It's nothing. You guys are just affected by the illusion. This guy is not in his right mind. I was afraid that he would hurt himself, so I knocked him out, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Yi Xiaoqiu nodded. Then, she came to Zhang Fei's side. The small snake in Jiang Fei's hand immediately attracted her attention. Is this the illusionary snake? Lizards were such cold-blooded reptiles. However, Yi Xiaoqiu was clearly an exception. She looked at the small snake in Jiang Fei's hand and even wanted to reach out and touch it. Unfortunately, although the little snake was afraid of Jiang Fei, it did not give Yi Xiaoqiu any face. After all, the illusionary snake was already in the nascent soul stage. Yi Xiaoqiu, who had been easily hit just now, was basically equivalent to food in its eyes. Although it was afraid of Jiang Fei's strength, it would not allow a food-grade thing to touch its head. Yi Xiaoqiu was shocked by the little snake's fierce look. However, after seeing how powerful the little snake was, she gave up on touching it. Oh, my neck hurts. My head hurts too. At this moment, Qin Fong woke up. After all, Jiang Fei had only restrained him just now. Senior brother, you're awake? When Yi Xiaoqiu saw that Qin Fong had woken up, she immediately took credit as if she was the one who had caught the illusionary snake. Qin Fong nodded with a cold face. Clearly, he did not want to see Jiang Fei in the limelight again. This way, the focus of the little junior sister's attention would be on him. Senior brother Yuan, can you give it to me? Yi Xiaoqiu blinked her big eyes at Jiang Fei. Her eyes were filled with hope. Jiang Fei was just about to agree. After all, he was only here to see what a ferocious beast looked like. The illusion snake's ability was spiritual power. Jiang Fei did not care about it at all. After all, he was a top-tier master with spiritual power. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to agree, the little snake suddenly began to wriggle crazily. At the same time, a spiritual message entered Jiang Fei's mind. Sir, please don't give me to them. I want to follow a powerhouse like you. Jiang Fei was very surprised and used his spiritual power to reply. I am weak. I cannot speak human language at the moment. I have to transform into a human form after leaving body stage, said the little snake using his spiritual power. Jiang Fei nodded. Sir, please, I don't want to become the pet of these food. Please accept me. The little snake was very determined. Although it had intelligence, it was still a beast after all. It had the dignity of being a beast. Beasts were different from humans. Humans could pay attention to enduring humiliation, but beasts did not have this. They only cared about respecting the strong. If you were stronger than me, then I could accept you as my boss. But if you were weaker than me, then you would be my food. If you want a beast to serve the weak, you would have to nurture it from a young age and let it treat its master as a relative. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Chapter 1671. 1671. Jiang Fei shrugged at Yi Xiaoqiu. Brother Yuan, I know that I'm weak. This illusionary snake doesn't like me. But it's okay. My master plans to use it as a tool spirit. You just have to seal it, said Yi Xiaoqiu with a smile. No. The illusionary snake screamed through its mind power. Then it begged Jiang Fei for mercy. Sir, I beg you. You can either take me in or kill me and take my mana core. But please don't hand me over to them. Jiang Fei sighed. Of course, he understood why the illusionary snake was so resistant to becoming an artifact spirit. If that happened, not only would he lose his freedom, but he would also be enslaved for eternity until the day the magical artifact was destroyed. Jiang Fei let go and gestured for the illusionary snake to leave on its own. The illusionary snake asked in disbelief. After all, in its world, the strong preyed on the weak. If it was strong enough today, these humans would be its food. However, it was not as skilled as humans. It accepted its fate. It was satisfied as long as it was not refined into an artifact spirit. It did not expect Jiang Fei to let it go. You can go. It's useless for me to take your crystal core. Jiang Fei smiled. I will remember you. The illusionary snake looked deeply at Jiang Fei and left as fast as lightning. Yi Xiaoqiu asked in confusion. After all, catching the illusionary snake was not an easy task. It would rather die than be a weapon spirit. Jiang Fei laughed. TSK. Hypocrite. How could a ferocious beast be willing to be a weapon spirit? Qin Fong said as he glanced at Jiang Fei. I'm hypocrite. I'm loyal. I'm loyal. I caught the illusionary snake. If I want to let it go, I'll let it go. Why are you so naggy? Zhang Fei glared at Qin Fong. Along the way, he had been making sarcastic remarks. At first, Zhang Fei did not want to talk to him. However, this kid had been acting up again and again. Qin Fong was about to flare up, but Zhang Fei's cold gaze woke him up. Zhang Fei had been too kind along the way. This kid had already forgotten about Zhang Fei's strength. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What was this place? The depths of the Greenwood Forest. This place was deserted. It could be said to be the best place to kill and loot. If Qin Fong really provoked this guy in front of him, no one would know even if he was killed. After thinking about this, Qin Fong's face became even gloomier. However, he also understood one thing. He was far weaker than the other party. Even if he was dissatisfied, he had to bear with it. After all, the difference in strength between the two parties was too big. Even if he planned a sneak attack, he would not be able to win. Wouldn't he be courting death if he fought head-on? At this moment, Yi Xiaoqiu turned around and asked, "What else can we do? Let's keep moving forward." Qin Fong sighed. If he had known earlier, he would not have tried to accept this quest. After that, Zhang Fei and the other two walked deeper into the Greenwood Forest. At that moment, Qin Fong stopped. "We can't go any further. There are already ferocious beasts marking their territory." Qin Fong said. Zhang Fei was confused. However, Qin Fong was clearly not going to answer Zhang Fei's question. He pretended not to hear him and turned to the other side. Yi Xiaoqiu asked curiously. Maybe Zhang Fei was really stumped. Although he claimed to be from Mars, he had only been on Mars for a short period of time. He did not know about these things at all. Oh, it seems that Senior Yuan's time is spent on training. The treatment of geniuses is really different, Yi Xiaoqiu said enviously. However, she also taught Zhang Fei some knowledge about berserk beasts. It turned out that there was an unwritten rule between berserk beasts and human cultivators. This was also a compromise that both sides had made after countless expeditions. Berserk beasts had their own territory, and there was a hunting zone on the periphery of the territory. Don't think that the hunting zone was a place where human cultivators hunted berserk beasts. In fact, this was also a hunting ground for berserk beasts to hunt human cultivators. After all, human cultivators had a large amount of energy in their bodies. This was also a great tonic for berserk beasts. Therefore, whether it was humans or ferocious beasts, both parties were free to hunt in the hunting ground. Regardless of whether there were deaths or injuries on the other side, they were not allowed to take revenge outside the hunting ground. Of course, not everyone could enter the hunting ground. Experts who were beyond the Mahayana stage were prohibited from slaughtering in the hunting ground. If that happened, the high-tier ferocious beasts would definitely not let the matter rest. If Zhang Fei did not compensate the ferocious beasts, a war would be inevitable. Although both parties were free to hunt in the hunting grounds, humans were definitely not allowed to go into the territory of the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were also not allowed to step out of the hunting grounds to slaughter civilians and low-tier cultivators. This was a rule that both parties had adhered to for thousands of years. Moreover, this rule was not limited to the Greenwood Forest. It was the same throughout the entire celestial star and even the 5 directions of the world. It was also because of this rule that ferocious beasts that could not transform into human form would usually not leave their territory. They would only go to the hunting grounds to hunt at most and would not step out of the hunting grounds of the furthest. This was also the reason why Zhang Fei and the others had not seen ferocious beasts in the 5 directions of the world for so long. As for those ferocious beasts that could transform into human form, although they had left their own territory, they would still obediently follow the rules of human society after entering human society. After Zhang Fei heard Yi Xiaoqiu's explanation, he nodded in his heart. Senior Yuan, the sky is completely dark now. Let's set up camp first, said Yi Xiaoqiu. At this time, the sky outside was already close to dusk, and the dense forest had already turned completely dark. Zhang Fei nodded. Junior sister, we only brought a tent. There can only be 2 people living in it, said Qin Fong with a troubled look. Hee, this kid is quite shrewd. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. As expected, Yi Xiaoqiu was dumbfounded when she heard it. This time, she was not worried that Jiang Fei did not have a place to live. Instead, she was a girl. It was not appropriate for her to stay in a tent with anyone. Chapter 1672. 1672. Jiang Fei smiled and walked to the side. Then, he drew his bow from both sides and waved his hands repeatedly. In a short while, he had knocked down the big trees around him and cleared out a large empty space. Qin Fong said the purpose in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort to accept this quest. Wasn't his purpose just to get intimate with her? At that moment, Qin Fong and Yi Xiaoqiu heard a strange sound. When they turned around, they saw that a large house had already appeared beside Jiang Fei. This was a house made of vines. Thick and strong vines weaved back and forth, making the house comfortable and beautiful. What was even more amazing was that this house not only had 4 or 5 very spacious rooms, but it even had a small courtyard. Illusion Vinesid. This was a treasure that Jiang Fei had obtained a long time ago. This thing could grow into the shape that he wanted in an instant. Senior Brother Yuan, you're so amazing. Yi Xiaoqiu had mistaken the illusion vine seed's ability for Jiang Fei's ability. Who exactly are you? Aren't the people from the Chaos Star good at fire-type spells? Qin Fong asked with a vigilant look. Young master, I'm a dual elementalist of wood and fire. Jiang Fei glared at Qin Fong and said to Yi Xiaoqiu, Come, girl, pick a house that you like. That's great. Yi Xiaoqiu jumpit in excitement. Very soon, Jiang Fei and Yi Xiaoqiu had chosen their own room. As for Qin Fong, he did not want Jiang Fei to live in the tent just now. Naturally, he did not have the face to force his way in. The room that the illusion vine seed had grown into was relatively comfortable. There were tables, chairs, and benches in the room. Other than the bed, which could not grow any bedding and could only be replaced with leaves, everything else was fine. Jiang Fei and Yi Xiaoqiu lived in the room rather well because the smell of the illusion vine could effectively drive away mosquitoes. However, Qin Fong was having a hard time. He lived in the tent outside. The gaps in the tent were enough for the mosquitoes to enter. In the forest, mosquitoes were quite scary. Although these little guys did not look very eye-catching, they were very fierce when they bit people. Above the size of a needle tip could bite a ping-pong ball. Moreover, it was painful and itchy. It was unbearable. Just like that, Qin Fong struggled through the first half of the night. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a gust of fishy wind suddenly blew over. A huge bear paw swept across, and Qin Fong's tent was instantly torn into pieces. Qin Fong cried out in surprise. He quickly rolled around and then stood up to draw his sword. Jiang Fei, who was in the room, smiled. He had noticed the ferocious beast the moment it arrived. However, Jiang Fei ignored it. This was a bear-type ferocious beast. Its strength was about at the peak of the Aurus core stage, which was about 8 million combat power. It was about the same strength as Qin Fong. As Qin Fong had not been on good terms with Jiang Fei along the way, Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just stayed in the room to watch the show. The giant bear let out an angry roar. Then, it stood up and slammed a giant bear paw at Qin Fong. When Qin Fong saw that the giant bear was more than 4 meters tall when it stood up, he knew that this thing must be very powerful. He could not fight against it. Therefore, he quickly dodged it. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqiu was also awakened by the beast's roar. Jiang Fei asked curiously, It's very powerful. An adult mountain regret bear usually has the strength of an insightful void stage or above. This one should be underage based on its size, said Yi Xiaoqiu. Jiang Fei said in surprise. Yi Xiaoqiu saw that Qin Fong was being suppressed by Giant Bear, so she asked Jiang Fei for help. After all, she had just reached the Aurus core stage. She would be a burden if she went over. Your senior brother can handle it. This regretful mountain bear is as strong as him. Jiang Fei said. Yi Xiaoqiu was still a little worried about Qin Fong's safety. After all, Qin Fong was completely being chased and beaten up by regretful mountain bear. There's no buts. If you need someone to help you when you're in danger, how can you improve your own cultivation? Jiang Fei interrupted Yi Xiaoqiu's request for help. Although he sounded so dignified, he actually did not want to help Qin Fang. However, aren't ferocious beasts stronger when they are of the same level? Yi Xiaoqiu muttered. However, seeing that Jiang Fei had no intention to help, he turned to Qin Fang and shouted, "Senior brother, you can do it. You must defeat this fellow." "Junior sister, don't worry." Qin Fang agreed. However, in his heart, he cursed Jiang Fei for not coming to help. At this moment, he had already used all his strength. However, he could only barely survive in front of Mountain Bear. Qin Fang's sword pierced into regretful Mountain Bear's body, but could not even pierce through its fur. The bear's paw slammed down, and the ground instantly exploded. Gravel flew everywhere. If Qin Fang had not run away quickly, he would have broken his bones and tendons. Jiang Fei looked at it for a while and realized that the big stupid bear only knew how to slap around. It was completely relying on its thick skin and powerful strength. This mountain regretful bear is an earth-type dire beast. When it was young, it only knew very few spells. Yi Xiaoqiu knew quite a lot. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the wood element in Star was abnormally active and most of the cultivators and dire beasts here were wood-type, it was impossible for all the cultivators and dire beasts to be wood-type. It was the same on other planets. However, most of the cultivators and dire beasts were of the same attribute as the planets. It was not as if there were no other people and dire beasts of other attributes. At that moment, Mountain Regretful Bear suddenly struck out, causing Qin Fang to dodge half a beat slower. Although he managed to dodge the bear paw's direct attack, the shockwave he created was sent flying. At that moment, Qin Fang could not care less about his reputation. If no one came to help him, his life would be forfeit. After all, they were blood-related. When Yi Xiaoqiu saw that her senior brother was in danger, she immediately rushed over recklessly. However, she still had some sense. She knew that it was not enough for her to go up alone. Therefore, she asked Jiang Fei for help. "Senior brother Yuan, come and help." Chapter 1673. 1673. After Yi Xiaoqiu joined the battle, the situation did not change much. Regretful Mountain Bear was still completely suppressing the two of them, causing the two of them to flee in all directions. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. The two of them were both at the Oars Core stage. If they worked together properly, they would be able to take the initiative. However, the two of them had too little battle experience. Not only could they not help each other when they fought together, but they could also help each other. On the contrary, they would be held back. In that case, it was understandable that they would be suppressed. However, Jiang Fei could not just watch as the two of them were killed by Regretful Mountain Bear. After all, Jiang Fei was still hoping to enter the Greenwood Cliff. If he just watched as the two disciples were killed and did nothing about it, they would not be able to blame him. They would also feel unhappy. Therefore, when Yi Xiaoqiu and Qin Fang were in danger again, Jiang Fei made his move. He jumped in front of Regretful Mountain Bear and faced its huge palm without dodging. He raised his right fist and attacked. With a loud sound, Jiang Fei felt his right arm go numb. He could not help but sigh at the strength of the Regretful Mountain Bear. Fortunately, this was the underage Mountain Bear. Its strength was only at the peak of the Golden Core stage. If it was an adult Mountain Bear, Jiang Fei might not be a match for it in terms of physical strength alone. After all, Jiang Fei had consumed the scorpion milk of the giant steel scorpion. That thing was the milk essence of the universe's giant beast. After consuming it, Jiang Fei's body was tempered to be as strong as a giant beast. However, he was still no match for the Regretful Mountain Bear clan. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. The Regretful Mountain Bear was not feeling well at the moment. Although it had the advantage in terms of size and weight, it had suffered a lot in this head-on clash. Although Jiang Fei's fist was not small, it was still a human's fist. The cross-section was only a little big. The Regretful Mountain Bear's giant palm was similar to a door. In this head-on clash, Jiang Fei's body was strong. After withstanding the Mountain Bear's attack, the Mountain Bear was in a terrible situation. It was as if it had hit a sharp nail. The intense pain made it so painful that it almost cried. After suffering the pain, the mountain bear learned its lesson. It knew that the little person in front of it was not to be trifled with. Therefore, it immediately turned its bare head and wanted to hunt Qin Fong and Yi Xiaoqiu. However, Jiang Fei's goal was to prevent the two from dying. Therefore, he naturally could not let the mountain bear have its way. Little guy, change your target. Jiang Fei kicked the mountain bear's paw away again and warned it with his mind power. With his experience with the illusionary snake, Jiang Fei knew that these ferocious beasts were intelligent. Roar! The mountain bear was quite interesting. As a bear, it was also underage. Therefore, its IQ was clearly not very high. Jiang Fei saw that the bear was still unwilling to leave. It was still glaring at Qin Fong and Yi Xiaoqiu, so he warned it again. Just you wait. The regretful mountain bear suddenly said and turned around to run away. Jiang Fei was stunned. F***CK. It seems that this brat is the same. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, as he watched regretful mountain bear running away. Jiang Fei did not pay too much attention to it. He had already heard about the hunting rules from Yi Xiaoqiu. He knew that a person of his level could not kill at will in the hunting ground. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not want to cause trouble. Therefore, he really did not have any intention of killing regretful mountain bear. Phew! Yi Xiaoqiu let out a long breath. She was really scared to death just now. All this time, she had been training the Greenwood Cliff. However, they were just sparring. This was the first time she had experienced such a life-and-death battle. At this moment, Qin Fong was secretly rejoicing. If he had not met that annoying fellow, he might have really been done for today. It was better to avoid such quests that went deep into the Greenwood Forest in the future. All right. Jiang Fei smiled. The two of them were clearly frightened. Yes. Senior Yuan, thank you very much for this time. I will go rest first. Yi Xiaoqiu said. It had been too dangerous just now. She needed to find a quiet place to calm her mind. Qin Fong squeezed out these two words with great difficulty. Although he was very unhappy with Jiang Fei, it was only because he was jealous. In his heart, this kid was not a great evil person. All right, you can go in and rest too. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The house that grew out of the illusion vine seed was very spacious. It was not lacking in this room. This time, Qin Fong's thanks were much more natural. After the two entered the house, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He could clearly sense a powerful aura coming towards him. Jiang Fei sighed. However, he was not very worried. After all, the adult mountain regret bear was only around the strength of the void interpretation stage. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Jiang Fei heard a violent roar. The sound was like the noise made by a high-powered bulldozer when it was forcefully demolished. Trees, mountains, and rocks were all destroyed. The chaotic sound was annoying. As the roar grew louder, Jiang Fei knew that the adult mountain regretful bear had come. Yi Xiaoqiu and Qin Fong were also startled awake. Nothing. I hit the young one, and the old one came, Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, a beast roar came from outside. However, this adult mountain regretful bear was clearly more cautious than her son. She did not directly start to demolish the house. Although the illusion vines were very strong, they were even comparable to metal. However, under the attack of the regretful mountain bear's paw, it was completely vulnerable. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he brought Qin Fong and Yi Xiaoqiu outside. Roar! A huge regretful mountain bear stood in front of Jiang Fei. This fellow was 4 to 5 meters tall on the ground. If a person stood up, it would be more than 10 meters tall. The little mountain bear stood beside her. It had really become a baby bear. Bullying is too easy. It wants to eat me. I just don't agree, Jiang Fei said nonchalantly. However, the two people behind him were already scared stiff. Roar! The adult mountain bear clearly had a high level of intelligence. When she saw that Jiang Fei was fearless, she knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she did not attack rashly. Chapter 1674. 1674. Of course, I know the rules here. Jiang Fei smiled and used his spiritual power to send a telepathic message. The adult mountain bear asked, "Hee, aren't ferocious beasts able to transform into human form after leaving body stage?" Zhang Fei did not directly answer the giant bear's question. He was actually very curious about this transformation. After all, as a Chinese, Zhang Fei had been used to hearing stories about demons since he was young. Regretful mountain bear hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Following that, a strange energy wave appeared. Following that, a yellow light flashed. The mountain-like monster in front of Zhang Fei disappeared. In its place was indeed a middle-aged woman with a waist as thick as a water bucket. The middle-aged woman asked. Zhang Fei was still in shock. This was the first time he had seen a ferocious beast in human form. This was indeed very similar to the legends of the monsters in China. After the monsters took human form, they were usually handsome men and beautiful women. It was rare for aunties with such waists to appear. However, this could also be related to the fact that this guy was a bear. The middle-aged woman asked, "Actually, I'm here to escort them. There's nothing specific." Zhang Fei casually found an excuse. He could not say that he had never seen a ferocious beast in front of Xiaoqiu and the middle-aged woman. Was he here to broaden his horizons? The middle-aged woman nodded. There were many experts like Zhang Fei who escorted young disciples in the past. Moreover, these people were very obedient. They would only attack the young disciples when their lives were in danger. Moreover, if they attacked, they would only chase away the ferocious beasts. They would definitely not attack too harshly. This kind of behavior was not limited to human cultivators. It was the same for ferocious beasts. Many powerful ferocious beast species would also let the young beasts out to train. At the same time, they would let their elders accompany them. Similarly, they could not help the young beasts kill the human cultivators. They would only be escorting them from the side. Therefore, the fierce beasts and humans that were almost killed were all unlucky people with no background. Therefore, there were still many cultivators and fierce beasts looking for opportunities here. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you anymore. The middle-aged woman nodded. In that case, the beast powerhouse, who was also escorting the younger generation, would take the initiative to avoid this place to prevent unnecessary fights. At that moment, Zhang Fei suddenly called out to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman, who was about to leave, turned around and asked, "I want to go to the core area of the greenwood forest to take a look." Zhang Fei asked curiously. After all, the outer hunting area was filled with low-level beasts. For someone with his strength, this was simply meaningless. "Human," the middle-aged woman asked cautiously. "Nothing much. I'm a cultivator from planet Mars. It's my first time here in Star, so I wanted to take a walk around," Zhang Fei said with a smile. "So, you're a visitor from another planet?" The middle-aged woman nodded. Although ferocious beasts and humans were not of the same race, they also hoped to have more interaction with the visitors from other planets. After all, humans or ferocious beasts from other planets often had some good things that were not available on their own planet. Zhang Fei was delighted. The middle-aged woman added, "This was the rule of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Low-level human disciples were not allowed to enter the territory of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts that could not transform were not allowed to step out of the hunting zone unless they were human pets." Zhang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and asked, "What do the two of you plan to do? Leave the greenwood forest or continue to search for the illusion snake?" Xiaoqiu wanted to say something, but hesitated. Of course, she wanted to go to the core area of the greenwood forest with Zhang Fei. However, she understood the rules between ferocious beasts and humans. Therefore, she did not dare to make such a request. Qin Fang was very tactful. He knew that it would be difficult for him and his junior sister to move in the greenwood forest after leaving Zhang Fei. Moreover, he was willing to stay away from Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was really too outstanding. If they would be together for a long time, his junior sister would probably look down on him even more. Zhang Fei turned around and said to the middle-aged woman, "How about this? I'll send them back first, and then I'll come find you. There's no need to go through so much trouble." The middle-aged woman waved her hand. Then she said to the little regretful mountain bear next to her, Iron Egg, you send them out. Zhang Fei could not help but laugh out loud. He did not expect the 3 to 4 meter long little regretful mountain bear to actually say such a simple name. The regretful mountain bear answered and walked toward the outskirts of the hunting zone. Zhang Fei turned around and asked. Qin Fang nodded. Although this was his first time experiencing such a thing, bear-type dire beasts were usually very loyal. They should not lie to others. After the regretful mountain bear left with Qin Fang and Yi Xiaoqiu, Zhang Fei turned around and said to the middle-aged woman, "Let's go." "All right, big sister, how should I address you?" "You." The middle-aged woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at Zhang Fei in shock. "What's wrong? Did I offend you?" "Then, I'm really sorry," Zhang Fei said with a puzzled look. No. The middle-aged woman sighed. It turned out that human cultivators had always looked down on ferocious beasts. They had always discriminated against ferocious beasts. No one would call a beast a brother or sister, even if the beast had already transformed. However, as Zhang Fei was not a person from the 5 directions, he did not have such a fixed mindset of discrimination. This was because he had received different education. Moreover, he had experienced the great furnace of the outer universe. Zhang Fei was already very open-minded about any form of life. Moreover, the transformed ferocious beasts were actually better looking than the aliens. After all, Zhang Fei had seen many deckhands with crocodile heads and beagles with pig heads. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to accept the transformed ferocious beast from the bottom of his heart. At that time, what Zhang Fei did not expect was that his acknowledgement and equal attitude towards the ferocious beasts had made him highly respected in the circle of ferocious beasts. That was because the ferocious beasts had been discriminated against by the human cultivators for thousands of years. Therefore, they had developed a sense of inferiority in their hearts. This made them very happy after receiving the approval of the humans. That was why Zhang Fei had been very successful in the circle of beasts in the following days. Chapter 1675. With regretful mountain bear, who had transformed into a middle-aged woman, leading the way, Zhang Fei's journey was very smooth. As regretful mountain bear gave off a powerful aura of a ferocious beast, very few low-level ferocious beasts dared to go near it. Along the way, Zhang Fei also learned the name of the adult regretful mountain bear, Zihua. When Zhang Fei first heard the name, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he also lamented that the ferocious beasts gave very simple names. At least, that was the case for the simple and honest bear race. After a conversation, Zhang Fei not only learned that humans with weak cultivation were not allowed to enter the territory of the ferocious beasts, he also learned that each of these high-level ferocious beasts had their own territory. Other than foraging, we usually cultivate in our own territory, Cui Hua replied. After some small talk, she had a very good impression of Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei asked curiously. Occasionally, we visit each other. However, these kind of visits are usually made by ferocious beasts of the same level and strength. If there is too much of a difference in strength, the weak will probably become the food of the strong, Cui Hua replied. Although ferocious beasts had a high IQ as they continued to train, their bestial nature was still there. Moreover, the ferocious beasts believed in the law of the jungle. It wasn't that there weren't high-level ferocious beasts that were on good terms with low-level ferocious beasts, but they were extremely rare. Moreover, most of them were gentle, herbivorous, ferocious beasts. Because the wood element of Star was very abundant, there were many high-level herbivorous, ferocious beasts here. This was something that couldn't be seen on other planets. Generally, on other planets, high-level ferocious beasts were mainly carnivorous because they were stronger than herbivorous beasts, and they also devoured other beasts. Their cultivation speed was naturally faster. However, Star's unique environment created this unique beast system. Because of the abundance of wood element, herbivorous beasts cultivated faster and their strength increased. Their chances of becoming meat-type beast meals decreased, and after they survived, they could continue to cultivate. Under this virtuous cycle, More than half of the herbivorous beast territories in Star were herbivorous beasts. This was unimaginable on other planets. For example, on Mars, where the fire element was the main element, there were probably less than 1/10 of the herbivores in the territories of the beasts. Although the number of herbivores was large, most of them did not live to adulthood. They were preyed on by carnivorous beasts. As they walked and chatted, Jiang Fei and Chui Hua soon reached the core area of the Greenwood Forest. After a while, the sound of bulldozers passing through came from behind Jiang Fei. It was Iron Egg who had rushed back after sending Yi Xiaoqiu and Sawa off. Sui Hua asked. Iron Egg nodded. Although he could not speak human language yet, Sui Hua, who was his mother, could completely understand him. The two of them and one bear walked for some distance. Sui Hua began to introduce them to Jiang Fei. Now that we have entered the core area, this is also the territory of Yexian. That fellow is a gray wolf. His strength is about the same as mine. Jiang Fei nodded. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were talking, a giant wolf that was more than 5 meters long appeared from the dense forest. Sui Hua first introduced him to Jiang Fei. Then she said to the giant wolf, So what if I brought a friend back? Do you have a problem with that? As they were on the same level of strength, the mountain regretful bear had thick skin and extremely strong muscles. Therefore, Chui Hua was not afraid of the blue wolf, named Yexian at all. I'm just asking. The giant wolf transformed into human form. Yexian turned into a bald man and asked Jiang Fei, My name is Yuan Xiao. I'm a cultivator from planet Mars. I'm here with Sister Hua to see the world, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. It was not that there had never been a berserk beast that had captured a human cultivator before. However, even if there were weaklings among the humans, they would only call the berserk beast master. They would not call each other brother or sister. After all, brother and sister meant that both parties recognized each other. The berserk beast race was the law of the jungle. If Jiang Fei's strength was trash, he would have become Chui Hua's fu by now. Naturally, the two of them would not call each other brother and sister. If this human cultivator was very strong, at least he was not weaker than Chui Hua, the regretful mountain bear. Then, according to the habits of cultivators, they would never associate themselves with fierce beasts. How could they call Chui Hua sister? Jiang Fei smiled. These fierce beasts were not easy to train. Not to mention Chui Hua, even her son, Iron Egg, was hundreds of years old. Interesting. Jiang Fei asked first out of curiosity. I don't care about them. But at least in my opinion, humans are no different from beasts. We are all cultivators. Jiang Fei laughed. Said first. Of course, he knew that human cultivators looked down on beasts. However, it was also because of this that Jiang Fei was extremely cute in their eyes. What's the matter? Do you have something to do first? Asked Kuiyua. Of course, Chui Hua knew that the reason why she brought Jiang Fei back was because of his identity as an alien guest. She wanted to exchange for some alien specialties. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would cause trouble if she went over. It's fine. Big brother, come along too, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Okay, just because you call me big brother, I'll make you a friend. Once upon a time, fierce beasts were looked down upon by human cultivators. As time went by, they began to feel inferior. Jiang Fei's words of big brother made them feel the respect of humans from the bottom of their hearts. After Jiang Fei and the others joined the group expanded a little. Then, they passed through the territory of a few fierce beasts. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not encounter these fierce beasts this time. This is the territory of the illusionary snake. Brother Yuan, be careful. These guys are very cunning. In front of a big tree, Jiang Fei reminded him with a serious look. Thank you for reminding me first. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Of course, he would not say that he completely ignored spiritual attacks. At that moment, a small snake came out and appeared in front of Jiang Fei. It climbed up Jiang Fei's thigh and onto his shoulder. This small snake was the small illusionary snake that Jiang Fei had let go of previously. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, Let's continue. Chapter 1676. 1676. Hee, you're here too. Jiang Fei was very surprised to see the little illusionary snake. Yes, yes. The little illusionary snake said, asked Yexin curiously. Previously, Jiang Fei had said that he was a member of the planet Mars. He had just arrived at Stellar Star. Logically speaking, he should not be acquainted with the ferocious beasts here. When I first entered the Greenwood Forest, this little guy came to hunt. I let him go, Jiang Fei explained with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded first. Sir, since you have come to my lord's territory, why don't you go in and have a seat? Said the little illusionary snake. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, after you let me back, I explained the situation to the lord. The little illusionary snake said, Little brother, let's go. These illusionary snakes are treacherous and unpredictable. Suehua frowned and said, it seemed that she did not have a good impression of the illusionary snake race. After all, the illusionary snakes had very weak physical combat strength. Whether it was speed, strength, or physical strength, they couldn't be compared to Songlang or Regretful Mountain Bear. However, they used extremely strong spiritual power. They could create illusions to confuse others and even kill their enemies at the level of spiritual power. In the world of fierce beasts, they worshipped facing their opponents head-on, fighting head-on, and defeating their opponents in an open and above-board manner. Therefore, while the illusionary snakes were despised by other fierce beasts, the other fierce beasts also abhorred them. After all, no one wanted to die in their sleep. No one wanted to die without understanding. Yo, Sister Tsuehua, look at what you're saying. At this moment, a lazy and sweet female voice was heard. The voice was at least 4+ points sweet. Instantly, Jiang Fei had goosebumps all over his body. Oh no! Jiang Fei frowned first. From the sound of the voice, he knew that it was the illusionary snake lord, Hua Qingsheng. Jiang Fei turned around and saw a seductive figure walking out from behind the tree. It was not until today that Jiang Fei finally saw what it meant to have a slim waist. Putting aside Hua Qingsheng's appearance, just her slim waist moving left and right with lotus steps was enough to make any man in the world unable to forget her. Looking at the face of the illusionary snake lord, in Jiang Fei's hometown dialect, it was a standard natural internet celebrity face. Moreover, it was the kind of face that was fixed for 7 days and 7 nights by 80 teams using the Ruin Picture Show. Even if one used a magnifying glass to look for it, one would not be able to find any flaws at all. Not only was her face extremely beautiful, but the body of the illusionary snake lord was also extremely hot. The areas that were supposed to be big were big, and the areas that were supposed to be small were small. Those who did not have enough mental fortitude would be able to escape with a nosebleed by more than 1 foot at a glance. Jiang Fei secretly complained in his heart. After all, the contrast between the illusionary snake lord and Sister Tsuehua, who was beside him, was a little too big. Hua Qingsheng gracefully moved the golden lotus to Jiang Fei's side and floated down to bow. There was a strange fragrance coming from her body. When people smelled it, they could not help but think about it. D'asterisk emin. Jiang Fei instantly woke up. This illusionary snake lord was really not someone to be trifled with. Although she did not cast any spells, her casual movements would probably seduce most men. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was the owner of the heart of will. His mental fortitude was extraordinary. In addition, there were countless beauties around Jiang Fei. However, after seeing so many beauties, Jiang Fei became less sensitive to them. Moreover, Bella's jealousy was not to be underestimated. Every time Jiang Fei faced a beauty, he had to consider the consequences of provoking Bella. Jiang Fei took half a step back and distanced himself from Hua Qingsheng. Then, he greeted her calmly. After seeing Jiang Fei's reaction, he could not help but look up at him. After all, Hua Qingsheng's charm was recognized by the entire Greenwood Forest. After all, he had also fallen in love with this illusionary snake lord before. After hundreds of years of hard work and pursuit, Hua Qingsheng's heart had finally settled down. This little fairy would never fall in love with anyone. You still wouldn't get anything. So if you were to talk about love, she would only love herself. Hua Qingsheng, what are you up to this time? Suehua warned with a hostile look on her face. Although she had no beef with Hua Qingsheng, the difference in their appearances was enough to make her hate this illusion serpent lord. Sister Tsuehua, look at what you're saying, Hua Qingsheng said with a wronged look. As she spoke, she did not forget to sneak a glance at Jiang Fei, wanting to see if there was any change in his expression. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was completely unmoved. This made Hua Qingsheng feel a little curious. At the same time, she was also a little unconvinced. Ever since she started her career, it was the first time that she had seen a man who did not surround her like a fly. Even Song Lang had started distancing himself from her after he had suffered a loss. Therefore, Jiang Fei was calm the moment he saw her. This made Hua Qingsheng feel a blow to her superiority. After superiority felt a blow, the more Hua Qingsheng thought about it, the more unconvinced she became. In the end, she was so angry that she actually decided to use her own ability to charm Jiang Fei. She did not believe that she could rely on her beauty and control of her spiritual power. There was no man in this world who would not take the bait. In order to prove her unparalleled charm and to vent her anger, Hua Qingsheng decided to charm Jiang Fei. Then, she would mercilessly abandon him as a punishment for Jiang Fei ignoring her. Thinking of this, Hua Qingsheng quietly used her spiritual power to create an illusion in Jiang Fei's mind so that he would fall in love with her. Unfortunately, Hua Qingsheng's plan had failed. Who was Jiang Fei? He was the owner of the Heart of Will. Moreover, he had fused with his second Heart of Will. It could be said that other than his teacher, Tyrion, no one else in the entire universe could be stronger than him in terms of mind power. Warning, warning. Hua Qingsheng's attack did not have any effect. Instead, it triggered 0541's warning. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. When it came to the use of spiritual power, his master, Tyrion, was definitely an ancestor. Chapter 1677. 1677. The battle between the two ended in an instant. Song Lang and regretful mountain bear, Suehua, did not even know what had happened. However, in this short exchange, Jiang Fei used an extremely high level of mind control. After increasing Hua Qingsheng's mind interference by 10 times, it was reflected back. Fortunately, Hua Qingsheng did not have the intention to harm Jiang Fei. Therefore, she only activated the mind power interference and not the mind power attack. Otherwise, the enhanced reflection would have been enough to kill her. However, although her life was spared, Hua Qingsheng had also suffered the consequences. Her original intention was to charm Jiang Fei. However, the mind power interference was reflected back by 10 times. The consequences were obvious. Although Hua Qingsheng was good at spiritual power and was good at creating illusions, she did not have a will core like Jiang Fei, which could be immune to spiritual power attacks. Therefore, when she was repelled, she was immediately hit. After being hit, Hua Qingsheng felt her head dizzy. Then, she fell into a short period of amnesia. A moment later, when she woke up again, the way she looked at Jiang Fei changed. At that moment, no matter how Hua Qingsheng looked at Jiang Fei, she found him pleasing to the eye. No matter how she looked at him, she found him handsome. In her eyes, Jiang Fei had become the most perfect man in the world. When Jiang Fei saw Hua Qingsheng's transformation, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen such a scene before. Back then, Garona and Sarira had been captured by the darkening soul. Jiang Fei knew that things were about to go bad. He immediately wanted to escape. Suehua did not notice the change in Hua Qingsheng. She had always hated this enchanting girl. Therefore, when she heard that Jiang Fei was leaving, she immediately turned around and left. When he saw that Suehua had left, Jiang Fei quickly followed her. However, Song Lang also looked at Jiang Fei and Hua Qingsheng repeatedly. As a wolf, he was much more meticulous than Suehua the bear race. He noticed that Jiang Fei's expression was not right, and Hua Qingsheng's gaze was not the same as usual. Although he had found some clues, he did not have much time to investigate the truth. When he saw that Jiang Fei and Suehua had left, he quickly followed them, leaving Hua Qingsheng alone in a daze. Although Hua Qingsheng was affected by her spiritual power, it was only a small trick to give her a hint. It was not as bad as what Jiang Fei had done to Garona and Saraira previously. At that moment, Hua Qingsheng only thought that Jiang Fei was very handsome and perfect. This was enough to arouse her curiosity. However, it could not make her fall in love with Jiang Fei immediately, much less like Garona and Saraira. In an instant, she became infatuated with Jiang Fei. The little illusionary snake asked at that moment. Nothing. Hua Qingsheng smiled. Then, she gracefully moved the golden lotus back to her residence. No, something must be wrong. The little illusionary snake frowned and thought hard. Just when the little illusionary snake could not understand it, Jiang Fei and the others finally passed through the territory of the two ferocious beasts and arrived at Shui Hua's territory. Little brother, what do you think of my territory? Sister Hua, looks like you're doing quite well. Jiang Fei flattered her. Haha. Little brother, I'm not bragging to you. In this greenwood forest, I'm really considered the #1 person. Other than the real big shots, most of the beasts have to give me some face. Shui Hua said proudly. In the end, she didn't forget to bring along Song Lang to prove that what she said was true. Yes, yes, yes. Also first replied with a smile. After all, the regretful Mountain Bear clan was a well-known combat race. Moreover, their defense was so strong that ordinary beasts of the same level were no match for them. Kulme, little brother, Sister Hua's furniture is not as exquisite as the furniture in human society. They're all thick tables and chairs. As she spoke, Hua brought Jiang Fei to a huge tree hole. There was no need to describe how thick the huge tree was. Anyway, Hua, who was in her bear form, lived in this tree. With her body that was more than 10 meters tall, it was easy to imagine how thick the tree was. Although Hua's house was a tree hole, it was still a high-level beast with intelligence that was no less than a human's. Therefore, the tree hole was very clean. However, the furniture was a little simple. There were only a few tree stumps of different sizes. The big one was a table, and the small one was a chair. Sister Hua, don't be so polite. Jiang Fei smiled. He still had a lot of illusion vine seeds in his pocket. It would not be a problem for him to build 2 mansions for Shui Hua and herself. Shui Hua's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, she could tell that it was a vine house built with wood-type spells, of course. Living in it was much more comfortable than living in a tree hole. Jiang Fei nodded. Of course, I want to live in a big house like that. After all, Shui Hua was born as a ferocious beast. They were simple and unsophisticated. They did not have the red tape of human society. Therefore, she would not be polite with Jiang Fei. In her eyes, if Jiang Fei could help her now, she would just say the word. When Jiang Fei needed her help, she would not refuse. Jiang Fei smiled. Okay. Hua turned around and instructed her son. Iron Egg replied and turned around to leave. A moment later, Jiang Fei heard the sound of bulldozers passing by outside. In less than a minute, Iron Egg cleared a large area. The original trees had been knocked down. Even the trees and leaves had been cleared by Iron Egg. Jiang Fei pointed at the empty area and asked. Emerald Flower nodded. She was very excited. She had seen Jiang Fei's rattan house before. The magnificent design would definitely make all the beasts in the greenwood forest envious. Although the greenwood forest was filled with wood-type monsters, including Song Lang, they were all experts in wood-type spells. However, the monsters were all pragmatists. Most of their spells were used for fighting, building houses, and so on. The monsters really did not know how to do it. Jiang Fei asked, just build it according to what you did before. However, you have to build a big house. Shui Hua did not forget her precious son. Chapter 1678. 1678. Jiang Fei nodded and took out an illusion vine seed from his body. The illusion vine seed landed on the ground and sank into the soil. Soon, a small green seedling grew out. The growth rate of the seedling was extremely fast. It could be described as growing in the wind. The small seedling quickly grew into a vine. Then it began to twine and fold. Very soon, the embryonic form of a large house was formed. This Song Lang was the first to praise. Although he was also an expert in wood-type spells, the ferocious beasts were too pragmatic. Their spells were almost all combat type. After about 15 minutes, the illusion vine had finished growing. At this time, it was already as Jiang Fei had expected. This was a very large Chinese-style courtyard, with the exception of the 3-story courtyard. Other than the 5 main rooms, there were also the east and west side rooms and the east and west side rooms. Not to mention the family of Cui Hua. Even if there were more than 10 people, they would be able to live in it. Other than the rooms that could be used to live in human form, Jiang Fei had specially built a few super rooms that were the size of a garage. Needless to say, these were all prepared for Iron Egg. When the vine courtyard was completed, Iron Egg cried out excitedly. Then, he rushed into his own room and rolled around in the room. Jiang Fei laughed. Of course, this is 100 times more comfortable than a tree hole. When Iron Egg said this, his tone was full of envy. Jiang Fei laughed. Really, Iron Egg thought that Jiang Fei had built the vine house himself. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to ask for it earlier. Otherwise, with the straightforward nature of the beasts, he would have asked for it earlier. It's okay. It's just a small trick, Jiang Fei smiled and said. Xian did not stand on ceremony. Sister Hua, what do you think? After Jiang Fei agreed to Xian's request, he turned to Cui Hua and asked. Very good. Cui Hua looked at her son rolling around in the new house. She could not help but feel a little sad. She suddenly felt that she had wronged her son all these years. After Jiang Fei saw that Cui Hua was very satisfied with her house, he was ready to go and build the house for Yexian. No ruse, no ruse. Brother, you take a rest first. First, he was afraid that Jiang Fei would be too tired. Therefore, even if he really wanted to have such a house immediately, he did not urge Jiang Fei. That's right, brother. Now, I'll sit here for a while, Cui Hua also said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the few of them walked into Regretful Mountain Bear's new home. Cui Hua instructed Iron Egg after they sat down. Iron Egg replied. Then he ran out step by step. There was no need to mention how happy he looked. Not long after, Iron Egg returned. He was holding a huge tree branch in his mouth. It was filled with red fruits. Brother, don't stand on ceremony. Emerald Flower picked a fruit and handed it to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked curiously. We don't have much culture. We usually call it the big red fruit. However, you human cultivators seem to call this thing the vermilion fruit. Emerald Flower laughed. Captain, this fruit contains a very high amount of life energy. At this time, 0541 suddenly interrupted Jiang Fei's mind. Jiang Fei was stunned when he heard 0541's words. He did not expect this small vermilion fruit to be so magical. Brother Yuan, don't underestimate this vermilion fruit. It's a good thing, said Cui Hua with great envy. Cui Hua rolled her eyes and threw a vermilion fruit to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Of course. There are 7 fruit trees in the entire Greenwood Forest. The rest are all in the territory of those big shots. Jiang Fei explained as he impatiently swallowed the vermilion fruit. Jiang Fei asked with some heartache. Hee, little brother, you don't know this. This vermilion fruit is very magical. It will turn into a pool of useless juice after leaving the branches for a moment. Therefore, unless you stand under the tree to pick food, you must bring the branches with you when you pick it. Moreover, this vermilion fruit tree has a very strong self-healing ability. After the branches are broken off, it will quickly recover, Cui Hua explained with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took a bite of the vermilion fruit in his hand. When Jiang Fei took a bite, his eyes immediately lit up. The sweet taste was indescribable. Moreover, as the fruit entered his stomach, Jiang Fei felt a clear flow enter his body. The energy in his body instantly increased a little. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. However, his level was already very high. This little amount of energy replenishment was already insignificant to him. Captain, although the effect of this vermilion fruit is the same as the giant beast jerky, its nature is different. The energy of the vermilion fruit is gentle, and the energy of the giant beast jerky is violent. Therefore, consuming the giant beast jerky must be done according to one's ability. If you consume too much of it, your body will explode and die. However, you don't have to worry about this. 0541 said. Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, this item is very effective in healing wounds. However, it is very inconvenient to carry it around. Even if you carry a twig to pick it, it can only last for half a day. Cui Hua sighed. If not for this, the vermilion fruit would be much stronger than the healing pills of human cultivators. However, because the cinnabar fruit was not easy to carry around, even those who owned fruit trees could only drag their heavily injured bodies back home to get treatment. Jiang Fei had an idea. It was not easy to carry around other people, but he was different. The 10th dimension was time-frozen. The cinnabar fruit could be kept for as long as he wanted. Chapter 1679. 1679. I still have quite a few of these vermilion fruits. Chuehua was not stingy at all. After all, the regretful mountain bear clan had thick skin and thick flesh. There were not many people who could hurt them. I want to take some. These vermilion fruits are indeed very effective in healing, Jiang Fei said with a smile. It's not that I'm reluctant to give them to you. It's just that these vermilion fruits are too difficult to store. If you want to eat them, I'll let Iron Egg pick them. But if you take them with you, it would be a waste, said Cuehua. Said Jiang Fei confidently. Cuehua saw that Jiang Fei was full of confidence and immediately stopped persuading him. After all, Jiang Fei had just built such a good house for her. It would not matter even if she gave him some vermilion fruits. Cuehua then asked Iron Egg to pick another vermilion fruit. Jiang Fei directly put the branch into the 10th dimension. Although Jiang Fei's 10th dimension still held the consciousness bodies of the two players, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about them eating it secretly. After all, these two guys only had consciousness bodies. They did not even have physical bodies. It was impossible to eat it even if you wanted to. After putting away the vermilion fruits, Jiang Fei began to ask Sihua about the Greenwood Forest. Sister Hua, you mentioned that there are 6 vermilion fruit trees in the Greenwood Forest. Jiang Fei asked curiously. These vermilion fruits are in the center of the Greenwood Forest. There are 6 Mahayana-stage ferocious beast masters living there. They are the true rulers of the Greenwood Forest. I am far inferior to them, said Cuehua as she shook her head. Jiang Fei asked curiously. One of these 6 masters is his master. You can ask him. Cuehua looked at him and said first. Among the 6 masters, there was a wolf master called Two-Man. He was the royal family of the Ash Wolf clan, Howling Moon Ash Wolf. It was said that his strength was close to the crossing calamity stage. However, this was just a rumor. There was no place for people like us to verify it, said Two-Man first. Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei asked curiously. We're not sure about the details. However, they're definitely above the Mahayana stage, especially Chao Tian. This guy was cultivated from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. Hiss! Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This stellar wood element was abnormally abundant. If it had lived for 10,000 years, how terrifying would the energy it had accumulated be? Sigh, little brother, don't worry. These people mostly stay in the core of the Greenwood Forest. They rarely come out, Chuehua said with a smile. Yes. Although these 6 people are famous, I've been in the Greenwood Forest for hundreds of years. I've only seen my own family twice. Actually, I like to meet them, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Little brother, don't mess around. These masters are most likely eccentric, said Chuehua worriedly. I know, Sister Hua. Jiang Fei nodded. Other than the giant tree Chao Tian, he did not really care about the others. Jiang Fei's current combat power was more than 19 million. It was even close to the 20 million mark. He only needed an opportunity to become a hermit. This was already considered a master at the peak of the crossing calamity stage in the 5 directions. Therefore, Jiang Fei really did not care about these ferocious beasts at the Mahayana stage. However, it was hard to say about the giant tree. The giant tree had lived for more than 10,000 years. The amount of wood-type energy it had accumulated was unimaginable. Even if it had not become a hermit, it would not be afraid of anyone's provocation. Even Jiang Fei was not confident enough to defeat it. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei and the others stood up and began to head to Yexian's territory. After all, Jiang Fei had already promised Yexian that he would build a house for him. When they passed by the illusionary snake's territory again, this time, Hua Qingcheng did not appear. The little illusionary snake only came out to greet Jiang Fei. This actually made Jiang Fei feel relieved. He was really afraid that he would be entangled again. After arriving at the territory of Yi Xian, Jiang Fei had them clear out an empty space first as usual. Then, he began to plant the illusionary vine seeds. Soon, a new courtyard was built. Song Lang also had his own new house. Said Song Lang to Jiang Fei first. It's just a small matter. You don't have to stand on ceremony, big brother Yi Xian. Jiang Fei smiled and said, "Oh my, where did you learn your new skill?" At that moment, a discordant voice appeared. "Stupid monkey, get lost." When he heard the voice, his face turned ugly. "Hee, it's a pity to let you live in such a nice house." As the voice sounded, a giant ape that was nearly 3 meters tall walked out from behind a tree. He was carrying a large wooden stick on his shoulder. Although the stick was made from the trunk of a tree, the toughness of this iron wood was even stronger than the flying sword that were refined by ordinary cultivators. Jiang Fei asked Sui Hua in a low voice, "Sun Ming, the Herculean ape. He's also my sworn enemy." Back then, the two of them pursued Hua Qingcheng together. In the end, they were both used. They even became enemies with each other. So Hua explained. After Sun Ming walked out, he was much more polite to Cui Hua. After all, other than the 6 strongest experts in the Greenwood Forest, Cui Hua could be said to be invincible among those below the Mahayana stage. Kui Hua nodded. However, she did not help Jiang Fei. This was the rule among the ferocious beasts. They would solve their own problems. Unless they were about to die, they were not allowed to ask for help. Sun Ming's senses were very sharp. He quickly recognized Jiang Fei's identity. Sui Hua said, "I see. This friend, my name is Sun Ming." Sun Ming saw that Sui Hua was protecting Jiang Fei, so he did not make things difficult for Jiang Fei. "My name is Yuan Xiao." Jiang Fei still had the same fake identity. Sun Ming's eyes lit up. After all, ferocious beasts were not like human cultivators. They had very few opportunities to obtain the special products of other planets, so they treasured them even more. Chapter 1680. Jiang Fei's identity as a visitor from another planet immediately caught Sun Ming's attention. He even forgot to provoke him first. Sun Ming asked, as he did not know Jiang Fei's attitude towards ferocious beasts. He did not dare to be too friendly with him. "I'm new to Qinxing. Because I got to know Sister Hua and Big Brother Yi Xian, I came to the Greenwood Forest to see the world," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Sun Ming, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave now," said Sui Hua impatiently. As the intelligence of ape-type dire beasts was much higher than that of bear-type dire beasts, Sui Hua instinctively did not want to interact with Sun Ming to avoid being deceived. "Sister Hua, don't be so distant." Of course, Sun Ming refused to leave. He didn't have many opportunities to meet visitors from other planets, so he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Sun Ming, you can scram now." He first walked in front of Sun Ming with a cold face. Sun Ming wasn't so polite to him. He was also instantly enraged. Sun Ming deliberately provoked him. As a member of the ape clan, not only was he smarter, he was also a few streets ahead of Cui Hua and the others when it came to scolding people. As expected, Sun Ming was enraged. He pounced on Sun Ming, and the nails on his hands instantly turned into sharp claws. "Oh!" Sun Ming smiled slightly. Then he raised a stick on his back and started a fight with Sun Ming. When the two of them fought, Jiang Fei could see how bad Sun Ming was. He deliberately led the way to the house that Jiang Fei had just built. After all, the two of them were at the void interpretation stage. Their combat strength exceeded 15 million. Although the house planted by the illusion vine seed was strong, it could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. In an instant, a corner of the courtyard was shattered into pieces. Jiang Fei was anxious at first. This was the new home that he had spent so much effort to get. How could he not feel distressed when it was destroyed just like that? Jiang Fei was a little displeased. Although the fight between the ferocious beasts had nothing to do with him, this house was built by him. It had just been built, and it had already been reduced to ruins. Wasn't this a waste of the fruits of his labor? One had to know that Jiang Fei had a few mirage vine seeds in his hands. These things were rare items in the outer universe. They were even more rare in the 5 directions of the universe. Therefore, they were definitely treasures that would be lost one by one. This is the rule of the ferocious beasts. It is not convenient for me to interfere. However, you can pull my hand. After all, you are not a ferocious beast, Cui Hua said with a smile. She was also unhappy with Sun Ming. However, it was the rule of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, she did not dare to rashly extend her hand to help. Jiang Fei confirmed. He did not want to get into trouble. It's okay. You just need to pay attention to your own safety. These two people are evenly matched. It will be difficult for them to stop fighting, Cui Hua reminded him. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and then leaped forward. In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared between Sun Ming and Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian's sharp claws were about to attack Sun Ming's heart. Sun Ming's wooden club was also aimed at the top of Yi Xian's head. Jiang Fei's sudden appearance caused both of their attacks to be aimed at him. This caused both of them to be terrified. Yi Yin shouted. However, because his moves were already old, it was too late to stop. Sun Ming was also surprised. Similarly, he could not stop his club. At this critical moment, Jiang Fei reached out his hands calmly. His left hand grabbed Yi Xian's wrist so that his sharp claws could not move any further. At the same time, his right hand grabbed Sun Ming's wooden club. He stopped it steadily in midair. The 3 ferocious beasts were shocked by Jiang Fei's strength at the same time. A thought suddenly appeared in the minds of the 3 big beasts. In fact, Jiang Fei did not have the regretful mountain bear's bloodline. However, he had been consuming the giant beast jerky for a long time. Coupled with the steel giant scorpion's scorpion milk baptism, his body was as strong as an ordinary giant beast. Naturally, his strength was close to the regretful mountain bear's level. Both of you, stop fighting. Jiang Fei smiled and let go of Sun Ming first. Sun Ming was also stunned. He did not even have the time to fight Sun Ming. Sun Ming was also a little dumbfounded. He had seen many human powerhouses. He had even had the honor of meeting a super powerhouse in the tribulation stage once. However, he had never seen anyone who could suppress 2 super fierce beasts in terms of strength. Little brother, I heard from Tai Dan that you were stronger than him at the beginning. Cui Hua's eyes were wide open at this time. What? As soon as Cui Hua said this, Sun Ming was even more dumbfounded. Of course, they knew that Tai Dan was Cui Hua's son. Although he was not an adult yet, he was still half a child. The strength of the little regretful mountain bear was also famous in the entire Greenwood Forest. Although his strength was only in the nascent soul stage, most of the void interpretation stage ferocious beasts were not as strong as him. Jiang Fei smiled honestly, said Sun Ming with great envy. However, there was no hint of jealousy in his tone. Sun Ming rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about. You should ask first. If you can tell me, I will naturally tell you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sun Ming suddenly asked, Jiang Fei and Cui Hua also looked at Jiang Fei. Although they had been together for a while, the two had never asked Jiang Fei about his strength. They only thought that he was very strong. It was very rude to ask about other people's cultivation. It's nothing. I'm just slightly stronger than you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sun Ming nodded. Although Jiang Fei did not say it out loud, he knew the answer he wanted. What? Cui Hua's reaction was very intense. Jiang Fei laughed, but did not speak. He was not only at the Mahayana stage. He was clearly at the crossing calamity stage. He was at the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Little brother, you really hid it from us. Just now I was worried about you. If I had known that you were so powerful, I would not have worried about you. The simplicity of the beast made him proud of having a powerful brother. Chapter 1681, 1681. Hee hee. The two of you should stop fighting. We are neighbors living in the greenwood forest. Jiang Fei did not want to dwell on the issue of his own strength for too long, so he changed the topic. I do not care about fighting with this bald dog. Master Yuan, I do not know if you're free now. If it is convenient, I would like to invite you to my house. Recently, the old ancestor has also been staying at my house. I think that the two of you will have more topics to talk about, Sun Ming said as he tried to rope Jiang Fei in. At the same time, he did not forget to provoke Sun Ming. Although Sun Ming was angry, he was still no match for Sun Ming when it came to bickering. Sui Hua did not want Jiang Fei to get close to Sun Ming in the beginning. In her opinion, the Herculean ape was very cunning. Jiang Fei would probably be fooled if he interacted with it. However, now that Sun Ming had brought up the old ancestor of the ape race, Sun Sheng, one of the 6 great calamity stage ferocious beasts, Sui Hua could not stop him anymore. If that happened, she would have to offend the big boss. Sister Hua, if you guys are free, let's go and have a seat together, Jiang Fei said with a smile. He really hoped that he could have more interaction with the calamity stage experts. After all, the path of martial arts was like playing chess. Only by interacting with the experts could one improve. Playing chess with a stinky chess basket would only make it more stinky. I'll pass. I'll wait for you at home. Cui Hua shook her head. Although she was the strongest ferocious beast in the greenwood forest, other than the 6 big shots, she did not have any backers. Therefore, she was not very familiar with these big shots. Also first shook his head and said, he was not on good terms with Sun Ming. If he went to the other party's territory, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself? If that's the case, Jiang Fei nodded. Although he understood what Sui Hua and also first had in mind, he did not want to miss this opportunity to communicate with a top-tier beast. That's great, Sun Ming asked happily. Right now, Jiang Fei replied. Sun Ming replied. Then he took the big wooden stick in his hand and said to Sui Hua, Sister Hua, I'll visit you again when I'm free. I'll be spending less time with you today. Let's go. Sui Hua waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly. Although Sun Ming could see Sui Hua's impatience, he did not mind. He led Jiang Fei away from Yexian's territory. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Yexian. This made Song Lang very angry. After leaving Yexian's territory, Sun Ming walked in another direction. However, after walking for a while, Jiang Fei smelled a fragrance in the air. Sister Qingsheng, I'm not bothering you anymore, Sun Ming said with a helpless smile. What's wrong? I want to visit your house. Hua Qingsheng came out from behind the tree. Although she was talking to Sun Ming, her eyes were still fixed on Jiang Fei. Sun Ming asked cautiously. He knew what kind of person this illusionary snake beauty was. He had suffered quite a lot in her hands back then. So what? Hua Qingsheng said nonchalantly as she twirled a strand of black hair with her slender fingers. Her actions are natural, but also revealed a hint of charm. Sister Qingsheng, I have helped you a lot back then. Don't try to trick me. This guest is someone our ancestor wants to see. Sun Ming had no choice but to bring out the Tongbei ape, Sun Sheng. Speaking of which, Sun Ming felt a little helpless. This Hua Qingsheng did not only rely on her beauty to earn a living. Otherwise, after the male beasts in the greenwood forest were used, there was a high chance that they would force themselves on her. However, the fact that Hua Qingsheng was able to trick them showed that not only was this girl charming, but her strength was also not to be underestimated. In the entire greenwood forest, other than those big shots in Cui Hua, there were not many who could defeat her. After all, spiritual attacks were too unpredictable. It was difficult for an average person not to fall for it. So what if Lord Sun Sheng is here? I did not do anything out of line, Hua Qingsheng said with a pitiful look. Sun Ming was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. However, Hua Qingsheng was clearly not going to leave. He could not beat her, so he had no choice. In the end, Sun Ming could only pretend that he did not see Hua Qingsheng. He led Jiang Fei to his territory, while Hua Qingsheng followed behind them. Hua Qingsheng followed behind Jiang Fei and Sun Ming. She did not say anything. She just walked quietly. She listened to Jiang Fei and Sun Ming's casual conversation, but did not interrupt. After walking for about half an hour, Jiang Fei and Sun Ming finally arrived at his territory. Master Yuan, this area is tens of miles away from my territory. Although it is not as big as Sister Hua's territory, this is the core of the Greenwood Forest. Sun Ming's words were undoubtedly indicating his position in the Greenwood Forest, although he was not as strong as Chui Hua. As Sun Sheng's favorite junior, he still had a good position in the Greenwood Forest. He was equivalent to a second-generation beast. That was why he dared to openly bully him first. Although he also had the Howling Moon Ash Wolf behind him, his position in the Ash Wolf clan was average. Naturally, he could not be compared to the beloved Sun Ming. Jiang Fei was not interested in Sun Ming himself. What he cared about was the divine ape who was in the tribulation stage. He only comes here occasionally. Young Master Yuan, please wait for a moment. After Sun Ming settled Jiang Fei in his own place, he turned around and walked out. In fact, the divine ape Sun Sheng was not at his house at all. He had said that previously just to shut up Chui Hua and the others. At the same time, he had also lured Jiang Fei over. Now that Jiang Fei had arrived, Sun Ming had to run to the great ape's territory to pick up his ancestor. As the most beloved disciple of the younger generation, he still had the privilege. The great ape would not see Jiang Fei either. It was precisely because of this confidence that Sun Ming dared to lie. Before he left, Sun Ming did not forget to warn Hua Qingsheng, "I will go and ask the great ape. You must not do anything out of line. Otherwise, if the great ape blames you, no one will be able to take responsibility for it. I know. I am alone, and I don't have an elder in my family to support me." Hua Qingsheng blinked her big eyes and said pitifully, "However, if anyone really believed this nonsense, then he would definitely not be able to take responsibility." Chapter 1682, 1682. Sun Ming wanted to go to the core area of the Greenwood Forest to invite his ancestors. Naturally, he would not be able to return in a short period of time. Therefore, only Jiang Fei and Hua Qingsheng were present. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Jiang Fei found a place to sit down. He pretended not to have seen Hua Qingsheng and just sat there alone in a daze. In fact, he was secretly thinking about how to communicate with Sun Sheng, the long-armed ape god. However, Jiang Fei's plan to be alone for a while was obviously not going to work out. In less than 5 minutes, he smelled a fragrance. He did not know when Hua Qingsheng had come to his side. Hua Qingsheng lifted her dress and squatted in front of Jiang Fei. As the collar of her upper body was very low, the white flower was completely exposed in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei almost spat out. The illusionary Snake Lord's figure was absolutely hot. She was squatting in front of him. The temptation was irresistible to ordinary people. Even Jiang Fei had no choice but to look elsewhere. He did not want to let his imagination run wild after looking at her for a long time. "Little brother, why aren't you looking at me?" Hua Qingsheng said coquettishly. Initially, Hua Qingsheng was very annoyed by Jiang Fei's indifferent attitude toward her. However, after seeing Jiang Fei's reaction, Hua Qingsheng was truly happy. Jiang Fei took a deep breath in his heart. Hua Qingsheng's seduction ability was really amazing. If it was any other man, he would have already fallen head over heels for her. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He stood up and took a few steps away from Hua Qingsheng. "What's wrong? Little brother, did Qingsheng do something wrong?" Hua Qingsheng said with a pitiful look. "Enough. This kind of seduction skill is fine on other people." Jiang Fei was forced into a corner. He almost shouted, "Female benefactor, please have some self-respect." Hua Qingsheng wanted to continue pretending to be pitiful, but Jiang Fei was not going to be so polite this time. Suddenly, 2 silver lights shot out from Jiang Fei's eyes. These 2 silver lights were extremely fast. Hua Qingsheng did not have time to dodge before the silver lights pierced into her eyes. After being hit by the silver lights, Hua Qingsheng felt as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. Although her body did not suffer any damage, her spirit had suffered a heavy blow. For a moment, Hua Qingsheng was even in a daze. In fact, this was the result of Jiang Fei holding back. He did not want to casually slaughter the ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he gave a small punishment and warned Hua Qingcheng not to play with fire. After being hit by the silver light, Hua Qingcheng looked at Jiang Fei in shock. She had initially thought that Jiang Fei was at most powerful. This human cultivator actually thought that he was a super strong person in terms of mental strength. Although Jiang Fei had held back earlier and did not cause any irreparable damage to Hua Qingcheng, this move had made Hua Qingcheng realize that her mental strength was incomparable to this man in front of her. Jiang Fei said coldly. Then, he sat aside and did not look at Hua Qingcheng anymore. So strong. Hua Qingcheng stared blankly at Jiang Fei's back. In her eyes, Jiang Fei's back instantly became tall. It was like an insurmountable mountain, or rather, a big tree that she could look up to. As the saying goes, men are trees, women are vines. No matter how strong a woman was, she still wanted to have someone to rely on. It was only when there was no one to rely on that they would work extra hard. They will support the blue sky through themselves. However, when the tree appeared, the women naturally wanted to circle around the tree. At that moment, Hua Qingcheng had this feeling. Jiang Fei's strength made her unable to surpass him. Previously, when Jiang Fei had fought Sun Ming, she had actually seen it from the shadows. From then on, she also knew what kind of physical strength this man had. Now, this man had demonstrated a spiritual strength that far exceeded her own. This kind of strength was unparalleled among the human cultivators, even among the ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts worshipped the strong, especially those who were beyond their reach. This made Jiang Fei a fatal attraction to Hua Qingcheng. In addition, Hua Qingcheng had tried to interfere with Jiang Fei previously. However, she had been distracted by the double rebound of her spiritual power. Therefore, Hua Qingcheng looked at Jiang Fei as if he was the right person for her. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not know what Hua Qingcheng was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not have any thoughts about Hua Qingcheng. After all, he already had enough girls at home. Why would he need a snake? Was it going to open a zoo? Jiang Fei did not have the pleasure of collecting stamps. Jiang Fei's back was facing Hua Qingcheng as he was thinking about meeting the great ape, Sun Sheng. Hua Qingcheng just stared blankly at Jiang Fei. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Very soon, her eyes were filled with caution. At that moment, the great ape, Sun Ming, had finally returned. His return had at least broken the awkward atmosphere. Sun Ming said happily. This was because Sun Sheng attached great importance to Jiang Fei's arrival. He had even promised to give him a generous reward after meeting Jiang Fei. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. On one hand, he did not want to maintain the awkward atmosphere here. On the other hand, he had given Sun Sheng enough face. Although the great ape might not be his match, he was still the overlord of a region. He was a newcomer. It was better to be polite. Good, good. Sun Ming was overjoyed. He had originally wanted Jiang Fei to welcome him with him. However, he did not know Jiang Fei's exact strength. What if he was on the same level as his ancestor? If he asked Jiang Fei to welcome him, he would probably be considered rude. Now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to welcome him, it was naturally the best thing to do. Therefore, Sun Ming immediately led Jiang Fei to an empty space outside. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei felt the space in front of him fluctuate. This kind of spatial fluctuation was very different from their teleportation. Jiang Fei and the others teleported using the laws of space. On the other hand, this kind of spatial fluctuation used force to blast through space to achieve the purpose of teleportation. Chapter 1683, 1683. After sensing the abnormal spatial fluctuations, Jiang Fei took a step to the side and gave way to the abnormal spatial fluctuations. After a series of violent spatial distortions, a tall figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. This guy was more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was covered in black fur. His appearance was exactly the same as the giant chimpanzee. He was also holding a thick wooden stick in his hand. Sun Ming quickly introduced him. At that moment, Sun Sheng, the great ape, looked at Jiang Fei. However, when he saw Jiang Fei, he was stunned. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also impressed by the great ape's strength. This guy was at least at the Mahayana stage or higher. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not wait to put on his goggles. After all, only through the goggles could one accurately see the combat strength of others. The great ape stared at Jiang Fei for a few seconds before it transformed into a bald, strong man. This was the first sentence that the great ape, Sun Sheng, said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let's go. Sun Sheng laughed loudly. Then he pulled Jiang Fei's wrist and walked inside. As for Sun Ming and Hua Qingsheng, who followed behind, he did not even look at them. Although Sun Ming was a relatively favored junior among the ferocious beasts that worshipped martial arts, he did not even have the right to speak to the elders. At most, he could only serve tea and water. Even though it was just a small reminder, this job was not something that ordinary people had the opportunity to do. Only the most favored of the younger generation had the opportunity to do it. This was because once they received a little guidance or reward from the big shots, the effect would be even more obvious than if they had trained for a few years. After returning to Sun Ming's residence, Jiang Fei and Sun Sheng sat down again. Sun Ming waited on them carefully. As for Hua Qingsheng, she stood behind Jiang Fei very obediently, making Sun Sheng think that she was brought by Jiang Fei. Therefore, he did not ask further. Although Jiang Fei did not want Hua Qingsheng to pester him, he did not say anything. After all, if he did not admit that he brought Hua Qingsheng here, this girl might be killed by Sun Sheng. Even if Jiang Fei did not like this girl, there was no need for him to kill her just because of such a small matter. After all, she was so beautiful. Even if Jiang Fei did not have any ulterior motives, it would be a pity if she died just like that. After both parties took their seats, Sun Sheng took the initiative to ask. Jiang Fei nodded and smiled. Brother Yuan, although we ferocious beasts are not as smart as human cultivators, don't lie to me. When did the planet become so powerful that it has such a young master like you? Sun Sheng smiled in disbelief. Hee, that's what I said. It's up to you whether you believe me or not, said Jiang Fei as he pretended to be understanding. Sun Sheng laughed out loud. No one knew what he was thinking. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with Sun Sheng for a while. However, the ferocious beasts seemed to be used to being direct. They did not like to exchange pleasantries. Therefore, after a few words, Sun Sheng changed the topic to something that he was concerned about. Brother Yuan, I'm afraid that you are here in the Greenwood Forest for a reason. Although I, Sun Sheng, am not talented, there are very few things that I cannot do in the Greenwood Forest. Sun Sheng's meaning was very clear. Jiang Fei's alien specialties were what he needed. As long as he was in the Greenwood Forest, he could basically get whatever he wanted. Whether it was rare fruits, herbs, or ferocious beasts, he just had to ask. There were not many things that he could not do. Oh, of course, Jiang Fei also wanted to know what treasure Sun Sheng had. At the very least, Jiang Fei would not complain about having too many holy healing items like the vermilion fruit. Sun Sheng laughed. Jiang Fei lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He'd have some good things on him. However, the problem was that the ferocious beasts were all pragmatists. Basically, they were not interested in things that had nothing to do with increasing their strength. Jiang Fei quickly calculated in his mind. He was thinking about what he had on him that he could use to trade with the ferocious beasts. First of all, the technological products on Jiang Fei's body had been eliminated by him. After he took out this thing, he could not explain its origin and principles. When that time came, it would definitely be more troublesome than beneficial. Jiang Fei also thought of building a house in exchange for the treasure. However, after seeing Sun Ming's residence, Jiang Fei dismissed the idea. Although Sun Ming's residence was not as luxurious as the Illusion Vine house, it was still quite exquisite. After all, apes were much more nimble than bears. Since there were more exquisite houses in the Greenwood Forest, Jiang Fei could imagine that the 6 big bosses of the Greenwood Forest would definitely not live in a tree hole. However, those big bosses of the ferocious beasts would probably not give up any real treasure for this. Therefore, in the end, Jiang Fei could only focus on the giant beast jerky. This thing was a great tonic for both human cultivators and ferocious beasts. It could directly increase their strength levels, Moreover, the murderer's physique was much stronger than a human's. When they ate the meat jerky, they did not have to worry about it. More importantly, Jiang Fei had a lot of these things. Jiang Fei had killed a lot of gigantic beasts in the past. Moreover, the size of those gigantic beasts was at least a few kilometers or even dozens of kilometers in diameter. Therefore, there were countless amounts of meat jerky. The ferocious beasts that Jiang Fei had killed were not very powerful. If they were placed in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, they would only be at the nascent soul stage or the form synthesis stage. However, the gigantic size of those beasts had unknowingly dispersed their powers. If they had intelligence, knew how to cultivate, and could transform, then with their energy levels, they could at least reach the strength of the Mahayana stage. Unfortunately, the void behemoths had almost no intelligence. It was even more impossible for them to know how to train. Therefore, even though they had energy, they could only unleash a very small amount of combat power. However, this did not prevent their flesh and blood from being filled with nutrients and energy, even for top-tier ferocious beasts like Sun Sheng. It was an excellent tonic. After Jiang Fei made up his mind, he took out a small piece of giant beast jerky. "What is this?" Sun Sheng was confused at first. He did not understand why Jiang Fei took out such a thing. After all, this was the Greenwood Forest. There were ferocious beasts everywhere. Big shots like them never lacked meat. However, when Sun Sheng took the meat jerky, he was shocked by the energy contained in the meat jerky. Chapter 1684. 1684. Sun Sheng asked in disbelief. After all, in the eyes of the ferocious beasts, only one's own strength was the most real thing. This kind of treasure that could increase one's strength had always been the most important thing to the ferocious beasts. They would never share it with others, even if they died. Although Cui Hua was willing to share the vermilion fruit with Jiang Fei previously, it was mainly because the vermilion fruit's greatest use was to heal injuries, not to increase one's strength. Although it could also play a role in increasing one's strength, the effect was too weak. If an ordinary person ate it, there would still be some effect. However, for people after the heart attack stage, it was meaningless. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, people below the heart attack stage had no status at all. No one would care about them. Therefore, the use of the fruit to increase strength was ignored. On top of that, it could not be kept. Therefore, the healing effect was greatly reduced. That was why Cui Hua was so generous. The fruit was treated as a rare fruit to entertain Jiang Fei. However, the giant beast jerky was different. Although the effect of the jerky was much weaker to people of Sun Sheng's level, it was still effective. If it was taken for a long time, the effect would still be obvious. That was why the Tongbei ape was so shocked. As one of the 6 big bosses of the Greenwood Forest, Sun Sheng was actually not doing too well. After all, the big bosses were also ranked in terms of seniority. His strength was considered to be at the bottom of the 6 people. Although the gap between him and the others was not too big, he could not beat them. If he could really get some jerky from Jiang Fei, Sun Sheng might be able to increase his strength and his status. Even if he could not get too much of this jerky, Sun Sheng could not use it to increase his strength. However, it was a good choice to use it to nurture his junior disciples. Sun Sheng's status in the Greenwood Forest would naturally rise as well. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he had plenty of giant beast jerky, the rarer the item, the more valuable it would be. It would definitely not be worth much. Of course, to be honest, Sun Sheng did not plan to let go of the jerky after he received it. This kind of treasure was in the hands of the ferocious beast. There was no way to return it. After carefully sensing the rich energy contained in the meat jerky, Sun Sheng took a deep breath. Then he said to Jiang Fei in a serious manner, "Brother, since you have taken out such an item, I'm afraid that what you want is not that simple, right?" Jiang Fei laughed. To be honest, he did not know much about the Greenwood Forest. Therefore, he had not thought about what he wanted yet. "Name your price." Sun Sheng gritted his teeth. The temptation of the jerky was too great. It was so great that he gave up the right to bargain. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking, Hua Qingsheng, who was standing behind him, suddenly whispered in his ear, "If you can give me some jerky, I will help you choose something." As Hua Qingsheng spoke, The fragrance that she exhaled kept pouring into Jiang Fei's nostrils. Moreover, because it was a whisper, the warm breath blew into Jiang Fei's ears. Even with Jiang Fei's strong willpower, he almost could not control himself. Do you have any suggestions? Jiang Fei bit the tip of his tongue to calm himself down. F***CK. This chick is too ruthless. Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. There are not many things that are meaningful to you human cultivators in the Greenwood Forest. You only care about two kinds of things. The first is pet beasts, and the second is spirit fruits. However, the 6 big bosses of the spirit fruits that can increase one's strength are not going to give them away. Hua Qingsheng analyzed for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei repeated. At the same time, he was also calculating in his mind. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not really care about pet beasts. After reaching his level of strength, he would not be interested in normal pet beasts. The pet beasts that he was interested in all had self-esteem. They would rather die than serve him as their master. Hua Qingsheng added, beast pills were something that fierce beasts did not really care about. This thing was an energy core that was born from the body of the ferocious beasts. The energy core on Jiang Fei's body was considered a treasure. After all, it was the source of their power. However, after killing the other ferocious beasts, they would only eat meat. As the beast core could not be digested, and the ferocious beasts did not know how to forge weapons, this thing was just a decoration for the ferocious beasts. After listening to Hua Qingsheng's description, Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he had a plan in mind. How is it? Sun Sheng asked at this time. Since the beginning, he had thought that Jiang Fei was the one who brought Hua Qingsheng here. Therefore, after Jiang Fei and Sun Sheng discussed it for a long time, he was not surprised. Jiang Fei nodded and continued. I heard that you have a vermilion fruit tree at home. I wonder if you would like to have this vermilion fruit. Vermilion fruit? Sun Sheng asked curiously. Jiang Fei shook his head. But that thing can only be used for healing. Moreover, it cannot be kept. Sun Sheng asked curiously. I have my own use. I wonder if you would be willing to exchange it. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sun Sheng nodded. The vermilion fruit was only a holy item for healing. He only needed to leave a few for emergency purposes. The rest could be used to exchange. Then, 3 vermilion fruits for 1 piece of jerky. Jiang Fei offered a price. Sun Sheng did not bargain. In his eyes, 5 vermilion fruits for 1 piece of jerky was a great deal. After all, he could not take the vermilion fruits away. He was not always injured. He would not let the fruits mature and fall to the ground. It would be a waste to eat them as fruits. He would be more than happy to exchange them for some jerky. After settling the first business deal, Jiang Fei made another offer. I wonder how many beast pills you have. Of course, I'm not interested in beast pills below the void interpretation stage. Sun Sheng closed his eyes and calculated. He really did not have many high-level beast pills in his hands. After all, even if they usually hunted ferocious beasts as blood food, they rarely hunted such high-level ones, otherwise the whole Greenwood Forest would be eaten up by the big shots. Therefore, even if these big shots level fierce beasts wanted to kill the beasts above the profound void stage, they had to have a reason and a crime. In this way, such high-level beast pills were quite rare. Moreover, not all of them were in Sun Sheng's hands. Chapter 1685. 1685 suddenly became a tycoon. This high-level beast pill is also a rare item in the Greenwood Forest. After all, as you know, our star is abnormally rich in life elements. This has resulted in both humans and ferocious beasts living longer than other planets. The number of ferocious beasts dying has decreased, so this beast pill is naturally more scarce. Sun Sheng said to Jiang Fei. Of course, I know that these high-tier beast pills are relatively rare. However, I also know that these beast pills are not of much use to you. Therefore, I am willing to offer 3 pieces of jerky in exchange for a void interpretation stage beast pill. Jiang Fei said. No, that thing is too rare. Even if it is not useful, it is still a good accessory. Therefore, in order to exchange for more jerky, Sun Sheng began to bargain. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. 5 pieces, Sun Sheng said. You're asking for too much. For pieces, Jiang Fei said, feigning dissatisfaction. In fact, he did not care about this little bit of jerky. He deliberately put on a troubled expression so that Sun Sheng would think that the jerky was very precious. No, Sun Sheng said firmly. What kind of person is like you? Jiang Fei said gloomily. Sun Sheng's attitude was very firm. All right. 5 pieces it is. Jiang Fei pretended to be in a difficult position and reluctantly agreed. Sun Sheng was completely excited. Jiang Fei muttered. Sun Sheng immediately nodded. The Greenwood Forest was lacking in everything except for ferocious beasts. If the human cultivators came, they might not be able to subdue these ferocious beasts. However, Sun Sheng was different. As one of the 6 great managers of the Greenwood Forest, it was easy for him to help the humans get a few pet beasts. Don't be in a hurry to agree. I still want the same thing. I don't care about low-level things. These pet beasts must be at least at the leaving aperture stage. Jiang Fei made his own request. He was not interested in them. After all, the one that he was interested in was at least at Sun Sheng's level. However, no matter how much Sun Sheng wanted the giant beast jerky, he would not sell himself. Therefore, Jiang Fei was prepared to give the pet beast to Bella and the other girls, especially Si, Tying, and the other girls. They were too weak. Most of the time, Jiang Fei had to pay attention to their safety. If they were equipped with powerful pet beasts, at least the safety of the girls would be guaranteed. As for the female beast, Jiang Fei could not do anything about it. When a ferocious beast reached the leaving aperture stage, it could transform. As a man, Jiang Fei would definitely not allow his girl to always have a male follower by her side, right? Only the leaving aperture stage. Initially, Sun Sheng had thought that Jiang Fei wanted a pet beast at the void interpretation stage. That would be difficult. After all, the stronger the pet beast, the more temperamental it would be. Although he was one of the rulers of the Greenwood Forest, he was helpless against those ferocious beasts that would rather die than submit. However, I don't need too many pet beasts. About 10 will be enough. Jiang Fei laughed. The purpose of his words was very simple. He wanted to prevent Sun Sheng from getting a bunch of leaving aperture stage pet beasts to fool him. Sun Sheng nodded. Since there was a limit to the number of pet beasts, his initial plan had failed. Just now, he had really planned to capture a few hundred leaving aperture stage ferocious beasts to exchange for jerky with Jiang Fei. However, after Jiang Fei added a limit to the number of pet beasts, in order to get more jerky, Sun Sheng had to spend some effort to get high-tier pet beasts. Brother Yuan, I'll go and prepare first. You and Xiaoming go to my house first. After Sun Sheng said that, he forcefully tore open the space. It was unknown where he had teleported to. Sun Ming came over and asked. Let's go now, Jiang Fei said. He had nothing to do at Sun Ming's place. It would be better to go to Sun Sheng's nest. All right, Sun Ming was getting impatient with Jiang Fei. The reason was simple. The jerky in Jiang Fei's hand was too tempting. If he was rewarded with a piece of jerky, it would be equivalent to a few years of hard work. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he left his territory with Sun Ming and walked towards Sun Sheng's lair. Hua Qingxing followed closely behind Jiang Fei. It seemed that she had really become Jiang Fei's follower. Sun Sheng's territory was at the very center of the Greenwood Forest. There were a total of 6 big, ferocious beasts living here. Under Sun Ming's lead, Jiang Fei and the others walked for about half an hour before they finally arrived at Sun Sheng's territory. After seeing Sun Sheng's residence, Jiang Fei nodded to himself. This was a large courtyard. The inside of the courtyard was extremely beautiful. In comparison, Jiang Fei's rattan house was nothing. As one of the rulers of the Greenwood Forest, even if Sun Sheng did not know how to build a house, he could still find humans to help him build it. Therefore, Jiang Fei's prediction was right. He wanted to use the illusion vine seeds to trade with the big shots of the ferocious beasts. It was impossible. Young Master Yuan, please have a seat. Sun Sheng very politely asked Jiang Fei to do it in the living room. Then, he served tea and fruits. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he saw Sun Sheng carefully serving them. The 2 of you should sit down too. Drink some water and eat something, Jiang Fei said to Sun Sheng and Hua Qingxing. After all, He was a person who had experienced modern education. Therefore, he was still not used to such a way of dealing with people who were superior and inferior. Master Yuan, just sit down. Sun Ming did not dare to sit down casually. He was still thinking about how Jiang Fei would reward him with jerky. Therefore, he was very attentive. At that moment, he was treating Jiang Fei like a tycoon. He only hoped that he would receive a reward after serving him well. Little brother, you have also listened to my suggestion. Hua Qingsheng moved closer to Jiang Fei and asked. She did not know when it started, but she began to like the feeling of being close to Jiang Fei. If there was nothing else, she just wanted to talk to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said as he took out 3 pieces of jerky from the spatial ring and handed them over to Hua Qingsheng. You really gave them to me? Hua Qingsheng originally just wanted to talk to Jiang Fei. She did not expect Jiang Fei to really give her the jerky. After all, this item was very precious. This could be seen from Sun Sheng's positive attitude. Chapter 1686, 1686. Jiang Fei nodded. The jerky was nothing to him. He did not need to go back on his word for it. Hua Qingsheng's eyes lit up. After taking the jerky, she could not wait to swallow a piece of it. Hua Qingsheng exclaimed. Then, she immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate her qi to digest the energy contained in the jerky. Seeing Hua Qingsheng swallow the jerky, Sun Ming, who was standing beside her, swallowed his saliva. He could almost feel that there was a slight increase in Hua Qingsheng's strength, although this feeling was very likely an illusion caused by psychological effects. It did not prevent him from having a greater desire for jerky. Hua Qingsheng was sitting cross-legged and circulating her inner energy. Jiang Fei and Sun Ming were chatting casually. After about an hour, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a spatial distortion. Jiang Fei walked out. As his partner, Sun Sheng had returned. He had to go out and pick him up. A white light flashed. Just as Jiang Fei left the house, Sun Sheng's figure appeared in the courtyard. However, he did not appear in human form. Instead, he appeared in his original form. It was a giant ape that was more than 4 meters tall. Sun Ming shouted excitedly, Gome, Gome, Brother Yuan, put this away. Sun Sheng ignored Sun Ming. Instead, he hurriedly pulled him aside and passed the item in his hand to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was shocked when he saw the item in Sun Sheng's hand. There were 6 large tree branches. Each branch was as thick as a man's waist. He would not have been able to carry them back. Seeing that the tree branches were full of vermilion fruits, Jiang Fei was ecstatic. Although these fruits were mainly used to heal injuries, the large number of them could also increase the strength of sea tying and the others. After all, their strength was still relatively weak. The effect of eating these fruits was pretty good. Sun Sheng urged. Jiang Fei was a little confused. Quickly put it away. Quickly put away. Sun Sheng did not explain the reason. He just kept urging. Although Jiang Fei did not understand what had happened, he naturally would not return such good things. Therefore, Jiang Fei waved his hand and put the tree branches and vermilion fruits into the 10th dimension. When Sun Sheng saw that the tree branches had disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Jiang Fei was about to ask what had happened, a violent spatial distortion suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Moreover, there was more than one such distortion. 5 figures appeared in the small courtyard one after another. King Stinky Monkey, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, shouted as soon as he appeared. Following that, an extremely beautiful woman in a pink jacket rushed out. She immediately put away her manly demeanor and transformed into a cute girl next door. Yo, Brother Sunshine, you have a guest? CK. Jiang Fei felt that his forehead was full of black lines. However, he had already guessed the identity of these people. They could use teleportation skills. Moreover, there was no one else who dared to scold Sun Sheng in front of him. It must be the other big shots in the Greenwood Forest. Moreover, from their scolding, Jiang Fei understood what was going on. Sun Sheng must have stolen the vermilion fruits from these few people in order to exchange for more jerky. Little son, if you want to eat the vermilion fruits, you could tell me directly. A white-haired old man walked out. The others immediately stopped talking. This person had the highest status among the 6 leaders of the Greenwood Forest. Old Chow. I was in a hurry today, so I was thirsty. Sun Sheng laughed. He did not want to expose the deal between him and Jiang Fei. Otherwise, if everyone had meat jerky, how could he catch up with the people in front of him? Damn monkey. You don't even need to worry about your King lies. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face scolded. After all, Sun Sheng's reason was too ridiculous. Brother Two Man, don't be so agitated. Look, I've already eaten the fruit, Sun Sheng said with a smile. Although there was a difference in strength between them, there was no difference in strength between them, except for Chao Tian. The others were almost the same. Even if the outcome was decided, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Sun Sheng was not that afraid of the howling Moonash wolf. At this moment, Wan Li, who had been staying silent at the back, spoke up. Although this guy had taken human form, his eyes were still blood-red. Moreover, his entire body was emitting an evil and bloodthirsty aura. I feel that Brother Sun Sheng must be hiding something from us. As the only woman present, Xia the nine-tailed fox was definitely the most meticulous. Sun Sheng's expression changed slightly. Xia smiled smugly. Jiang Fei sighed. Even though Sun Sheng was one of the cleverer among the ferocious beasts, he was still seen through by Xia. Oh, Chao Tian smiled at Jiang Fei. They had sensed the powerful aura from Jiang Fei from the beginning. Otherwise, they would not be so polite to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei saw Sun Sheng winking at him, he still revealed his purpose. After all, in Jiang Fei's opinion, he wanted to work with the big shots of the ferocious beasts. The more treasures he obtained, the more treasures he could obtain. If he worked with Sun Sheng alone, even if he could obtain the treasures of the other big shots, Jiang Fei would definitely be at a disadvantage if he monopolized the supply. Now that there were other big shots competing with him, Jiang Fei would have to pay a much lower price when he got what he wanted. Chao Tian looked at Jiang Fei carefully. Then, he smiled and said, "My Greenwood Forest has many treasures. I just don't know what you can give us. I'm not as rich as the Greenwood Forest. I only have a few small things on me." As Jiang Fei spoke, he threw out a giant jerky. Chapter 1687. 1687. Chao Tian took the jerky from Jiang Fei with a confused expression. However, when the jerky landed in his hand, his expression changed drastically. Chao Tian asked with a surprised expression. In his opinion, this kind of thing would never be too much. It was impossible for him to share it with others. Jiang Fei then told the people what he wanted and the price. "All right, you damn monkey." Howling Moon Wolfman panicked when he heard that. "Anyway, I've already traded it to him." Sun Sheng decided to be shameless. Two Man was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. However, there was nothing she could do. If Jiang Fei was very weak, not to mention the rest of them, Sun Sheng would probably jump out and rob the place first. However, it was precisely because Jiang Fei was strong enough that he won the respect of the ferocious beasts. These people were willing to trade with Jiang Fei. Otherwise, did you think that anyone could bring things to the ferocious beast territory to do business? Without sufficient strength to guarantee it, humans would not be able to return to the territory of the beasts. All right, I've said it before. I want all beast cores above the void interpretation stage. 5 starting points, 5 for each level increase. As for pet beasts, I only want 10. Jiang Fei said to the big bosses of the beasts. Headman's eyes lit up as she said to Jiang Fei. After all, the temptation of this kind of jerky to them was unimaginable. Jiang Fei nodded immediately. All right. The headman immediately turned around and left. After he left, Wan Li, who had always been a man of few words, quietly left as well. "Little brother, I do have some of the things you want. However, my price is higher than theirs," Chao Tian suddenly said to Jiang Fei. "Oh," Jiang Fei asked. "That may not be the case," Chao Tian smiled and said. When Jiang Fei said this, he had already prepared himself for the worst. It was obvious that Chao Tian was planning to play dirty. Chao Tian suddenly shouted and leaned forward to grab Jiang Fei. Before Jiang Fei could make a move, Sun Sheng and Xia jumped to the side and instantly made room for the two of them. Jiang Fei sneered. When he first introduced these big shots of the ferocious beasts, he had noticed this Chao Tian. He knew that this guy had lived for tens of thousands of years. The power accumulated in his body was immeasurable. However, as an ancient tree that had become a spirit, Chao Tian's intelligence was still one level lower than an animal. Therefore, even though his energy had long reached the standard, he was still unable to break through the barrier and enter the true immortal level. The true immortals in the 5 directions of heaven and earth corresponded to the hermit level in the outer universe. 20 million combat power was the threshold of this level. However, there were countless powerhouses who were stuck at more than 19 million. Even Jiang Fei lacked such an opportunity. Chao Tian was unscrupulous today. He suddenly attacked Jiang Fei. This could be said to be a challenge, but could also be said to be an opportunity. Based on the energy level alone, Jiang Fei and Chao Tian were on the same level. However, Chao Tian's energy reserves were clearly much higher than Jiang Fei's. This meant that when the two of them fought openly at the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Jiang Fei would gradually run out of energy. At that time, he would be completely suppressed by Chao Tian. In terms of martial arts techniques, Jiang Fei was even more doomed. He had only been in the 5 directions world for a few days. The martial arts techniques that he had learned previously were trash to this place. Even after entering the 5 directions world, although Jiang Fei had obtained the Crimson Flame Sect's martial arts techniques, he had only learned them for a few days. It was already good enough for him to be able to use them freely. It was impossible for him to master martial arts techniques as well as Chao Tian. As a plant, Chao Tian was much dumber than a human. However, he could not withstand the fact that Jiang Fei had lived for a long time. After practicing a set of martial arts techniques for 10,000 years, even an idiot would become a master. Furthermore, who would be an idiot if they could become a master? Therefore, the moment Jiang Fei and Chao Tian exchanged blows, the difference between them was obvious. The gap between Jiang Fei and Chao Tian was not small at all. However, as their energy levels were on the same level, Chao Tian wanted to severely injure Jiang Fei and immediately increase his advantage. That was just a pipe dream. Therefore, before Jiang Fei was completely exhausted, the two of them had to hold on for a long time. The two sides fought back and forth. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 rounds had passed. Jiang Fei used the Crimson Flame Sect's martial arts technique to control the inherited shadow sword to attack with all his might. However, no matter what, he could not break through Chao Tian's defense. Although the Chungying sword was powerful and the two black dragons were charging left and right under the sword spirit's command, they were still unable to break through Chao Tian's blockade. At that moment, Chao Tian had transformed into a towering tree. Each of his branches was exceptionally tough. Moreover, he wielded it with immense strength. Previously, Jiang Fei had underestimated the enemy and was struck by a move. As a result, the protective gear on his body exploded on the spot. He had also suffered a considerable blow. F***CK. This old fellow is quite unreasonable. The more Jiang Fei fought, the more frightened he became. However, the more he fought, the more excited he became. It had been a long time since he had activated his infinite battle intent domain. Because he could crush opponents who were much weaker than him, this domain could not be activated at all. At this moment, Jiang Fei's battle intent was completely activated when he faced Chao Tian, who was much stronger than him. Jiang Fei shouted. His combat power had increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the breakthrough point of the hermit level. No matter how hard he tried, his combat power did not continue to increase. Kid, you're still far from it. Hand over your treasures obediently. Chao Tian laughed loudly. Although many of Jiang Fei's branches had been cut off after he had unleashed his power, his main body had been repaired in time due to his abundant energy reserves. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to fight against Jiang Fei. F***CK. I can't beat you. Jiang Fei shouted and leaped forward to attack again. However, Chao Tian was able to stop them one by one. "Kid, give up." Chao Tian laughed. "I just can't bear to kill you." Zhang Fei laughed coldly. It was not difficult for him to kill Chao Tian. Whether it was his spiritual attack or the 10th dimension, he could easily help Zhang Fei turn defeat into victory. That would require such a difficult battle. Therefore, Chao Tian had become Zhang Fei's best sharpening stone. Chapter 1688. 1688. After the fight with Chao Tian, although Zhang Fei's combat strength had increased somewhat, it was still not particularly obvious. In the end, Zhang Fei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then, he deliberately gave Chao Tian a loophole. Chao Tian opened Zhang Fei's middle door wide. He was immediately overjoyed. His vine tentacles stabbed toward Zhang Fei's chest. Zhang Fei twisted his body and deliberately did not dodge. Chao Tian's vine tentacles went past his ribs and under his armpit. In an instant, blood and flesh flew out from Zhang Fei's ribs. Chao Tian's tentacles were like steel forks that tore a 1-foot-long wound under Zhang Fei's ribs. Zhang Fei cried out in pain. He had not felt any pain for a long time. Ever since his strength had soared, Zhang Fei was almost invincible among those below the hermit level. Therefore, this long-lost feeling of pain instantly triggered his ferocity. "How dare you hurt me?" Zhang Fei roared angrily. The torn wound under his ribs continued to stimulate Zhang Fei's nerves. His infinite battle intent was instantly activated. At that moment, Chao Tian could feel Zhang Fei's aura suddenly change. If the Zhang Fei from before was more like a powerful but harmless sleeping lion, now he was an injured and hungry beast. After being injured, Zhang Fei's savage genes that were buried deep in his bones were activated. This was the instinct of all animals. The desire to survive was mixed with the nature of self-protection. This was the gene that was buried deep in the bones of every animal. As Zhang Fei had always been relatively comfortable, this gene of his had been buried deep in his bones. However, today it was completely activated. Zhang Fei shouted. His battle intent had reached the limit of his infinite domain. In an instant, his strength had reached the critical point of breaking through to the hermit level. Although Zhang Fei was enraged, he was still rational. Although his strength had yet to break through to the hermit level, Zhang Fei knew that this was the limit of his infinite domain of battle intent. It was impossible for him to reach the hermit level through this kind of enhancement. However, this was enough. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Fei did not hold back anymore. He immediately launched a spiritual attack on Chao Tian. After being pierced by a spiritual attack, Chao Tian cried out loudly. It was only then that he realized that the human boy had not used his true abilities. Spiritual power attacks were rare and difficult to cultivate no matter where one went. This attack was invisible and impossible to guard against. Moreover, the damage it caused was extremely terrifying. It could easily create illusions for people. It could even directly destroy a person's will. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Chao Tian had a fatal weakness. It was cultivated from plants. Although it had an abnormally high amount of energy and was extremely regenerative, its natural spiritual power was not as strong as that of animals and humans. Therefore, when faced with Zhang Fei's mental attack, he was very passive. Zhang Fei shouted. Then, he activated the mental strength move that he had never used before, Will Tear. Zhang Fei did not learn this move from Tyrion. Instead, it was refined from the skill that Tyrion had taught him. Although the move was not as exquisite as Tyrion's skill, it was simple and crude. It was abnormally powerful. However, because this move was too simple and crude, Zhang Fei could not control at will. It could be said that if he attacked, he would take a life. Even if Zhang Fei wanted to hold back, he could not do so. In a split second, in the eyes of Sun Sheng and the others, the giant tree Chao Tian seemed to have been frozen in place. As his spiritual power struck the invisible material, no one could see the danger within. However, it could terrifyingly destroy an enemy into a body. A moment later, dark green blood flowed out of Chao Tian's 7 orifices. He stood there in a daze. It was as if he had become a vegetable. She asked curiously. Sun Sheng shook his head. Oof. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and immediately activated teleportation. Of course, Jiang Fei was not teleporting to escape. He just did not want to waste this opportunity. Just now, he had used Chao Tian to stimulate his fighting spirit and increase his strength to the peak. All of this was for the next step of his plan. After Jiang Fei had fused with the will core to reach stage 2, he still had 4 will cores in his hands for fusion. However, because he lacked pressure, he always bullied the weak in battle. As a result, he had never been able to fully adapt to his current strength. Moreover, he had broken through once again. Therefore, in order to avoid the accumulation of energy that he could not digest, he did not dare to perform the 3rd stage fusion for a long time. It was only until today that Jiang Fei's battle with Chao Tian had finally brought out his potential. Although his strength had not increased much today, as long as he broke through the peak of his previous strength, it would be enough, because even if he broke through even a little bit, it would mean that he had digested all the energy that he had accumulated previously. Therefore, while his battle intent was still strong, Jiang Fei planned to find a safe place to perform the 3rd phase of the fusion of the will core. As the saying goes, there was no time to lose. Jiang Fei did not want to miss this good opportunity. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the only place where Jiang Fei felt safe was beside Bella and the others. Therefore, when Jiang Fei used teleportation, he immediately sensed the girls' auras. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei appeared in front of the girls. Bella was overjoyed when she saw Jiang Fei. We'll talk about the details later. Jiang Fei did not have time to say anything more because the battle had already ended. The endless battle intense domain was already showing signs of fading. Bella and the other girls did not ask any further when they saw Jiang Fei's anxiety. The group quickly spread out and protected Jiang Fei. Come on. Jiang Fei took out the will core from the spatial ring. The fusion of more than 2 parts was very different from before. It needed to fuse with the ordinary will core first before it could be compatible with the one that Jiang Fei had. Otherwise, the core of will would think that the energy was unstable and cause damage. The energy level system of the high-level energy core was very fragile. It had to be accumulated in the form of 2 to the n power. It absolutely could not fuse with the odd form of energy. The 2 cores of primitive will accelerated between Jiang Fei's hands. Then, they collided and fused into the initial core of will. Jiang Fei did the same thing again. The other 2 primitive will cores had also completed the fusion. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The 2 beginner will cores began to accelerate between his hands. Then they collided and fused. Finally, they formed a 2-stage fused will core. Come on. Jiang Fei took a deep breath towards the 2-stage will core in his hand. The most important moment was about to arrive. Chapter 1689, 1689. When Jiang Fei was holding the 2nd section of the will's core between his eyebrows, a strong silver light suddenly shot out. At the same time, the will's core in Jiang Fei's body also jumped out. The 2 will's cores produced a strong, attractive force. This attractive force pulled the 2 will's cores together and continued to accelerate. As Jiang Fei shouted, the 2 will cores collided. There was no strong light and no energy surge. The 2 will cores seemed to be devouring each other. They pressed each other and fused with each other. As the 2 will cores were of the same tier, the power contained within them was equal. Therefore, no one could do anything to the other. They were in a stalemate. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei could not wait any longer. He used his mind power to interfere with the fusion of the 2 will cores. As Jiang Fei himself, of course, he was aiming for the will core that he already had. Therefore, he continued to pour his mind power into it. When the energy was replenished, the will core immediately seemed to have gained life. It seemed to have come to life instantly. Then, it launched a fierce attack on the other will core. The will core that did not receive any support gradually lost the battle. It was gradually devoured by Jiang Fei's will core, fused, and became a part of him. However, this fusion was a long process. Jiang Fei, who was in a state of cultivation, was not aware of the passage of time. However, the sun, moon, and stars around him continued to rotate. Jiang Fei shouted in his heart. At the same time, he continued to channel his spiritual energy into the will core. His will core did not disappoint Jiang Fei. It continued to nibble away at the other will core. It continued to devour the other, and then transform it into a part of its own body. As time passed, Jiang Fei's will core continued to devour the other will core. This caused the energy gap between the two sides to become larger and larger. As the energy gap became larger and larger, the speed of the devouring also became faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei's will core had almost completed its devouring. Its energy level had increased by many times. However, one thing was certain. It was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As a faint silver light flashed, the devouring fusion of the will core was completed. The silver light flashed, and the completed will core fused into Jiang Fei's glabella. Jiang Fei's mind went blank. At that moment, it was as if he had lost his memory. However, after a moment, countless knowledge and all kinds of thoughts began to gather in his mind. Jiang Fei wanted to scream in pain. However, only he could hear his screams because he could not make any sound at the moment. A large amount of thoughts and memories were poured into Jiang Fei's brain. For a moment, he could not bear it at all. Therefore, the only thing he could feel was a piercing pain. Jiang Fei roared in his heart. He did not know whether this was a sign of success or failure in the fusion. Perhaps the only person who had just explained everything was his teacher, Tyrion. The pain continued for an unknown period of time. In the end, Jiang Fei did not know whether the pain had disappeared or if he had already adapted to the pain. In any case, he was no longer so sad. At that moment, Jiang Fei began to organize the knowledge and memories that had entered his mind. In an instant, Jiang Fei was shocked. This was because these memories and knowledge were not given to him by others. They were things that he had learned or seen before. However, these unimportant things had long been forgotten by him. Now, they were all present in Jiang Fei's memories. Moreover, they were so clear that Jiang Fei could clearly remember when he was first born. He could clearly remember the appearance of the nurse who delivered his baby. He could even remember every single move that the nurse made when she welcomed him into this world. If Tyrion was right beside Jiang Fei, he would have told his disciple that it was the benefit of the fusion of the 3 cores of will. From this moment on, Jiang Fei had not only awakened those sealed memories, he had also gained the ability of a human body video recorder. As long as he had seen and experienced something, regardless of whether he had noticed it or not, even if it was just a glance from the corner of his eye, he would be able to clearly record it. This was the benefit of developing the brain. Of course, other than his amazing memory, the development of the brain had also allowed Jiang Fei to have the computing power that surpassed the highest level of computers. In other words, as long as Jiang Fei had a little training, his computing power would far exceed 0.541. So, this is how I can break through to the level of a hermit. Jiang Fei muttered to himself with some amusement. He did not understand. These rules were clearly very simple. However, why did he not think of it before? However, what Jiang Fei did not understand was that his current calculation ability was far superior to 0.541. With the rules that seemed simple just now, if 0.541 were to calculate them, it would take at least a few years. Actually, the reason that Tyrion was able to break through to the hermit level was because the 3 cores of will had helped him open up his brain. The difficulty was unimaginable. Many people were stuck in the tribulation stage, which meant that they had 19 million combat power. The main reason was that they could not understand the rules. Therefore, they could only slowly accumulate energy and eventually reach the point where they could use their strength to prove their Tao or seek enlightenment halfway through. However, not everyone was so lucky. For example, Chao Tian had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had accumulated countless amounts of energy, but he was still unable to break through. In the end, he was killed by Jiang Fei. However, there were also some people who were very lucky. They had opened up their brain regions for various reasons. Although the degree of development was different after the brain regions were opened up, they could more easily deduce the flow of the rules and then make a directional breakthrough. This way, it would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Breaking through to the hermit level would be a piece of cake. That was the case for Jiang Fei and Tyrion. It could even be said that fusing with the nucleus of will would definitely allow one to enter the hermit level. Although the nucleus of will was also very rare, this path was not easy to take. However, compared to others who could not even find the way, this was the most reliable and the shortest way. However, the people who had mastered this secret, whether it was Jiang Fei or Tyrion, they would probably not tell anyone. Because the nucleus of will was the key to increasing their strength. No one wanted more people to compete with them for the limited resources. Chapter 1690. After sorting out his messy memories and knowledge, Jiang Fei focused his mind and began to carefully examine the fused will core. When Jiang Fei began to look inside, he immediately discovered that the new will core was 2 times larger than before. Moreover, the silver light it emitted was even more illusory. As the new will core had already been fused to 3 parts, the aura it emitted was clearly several times stronger than before. It gave Jiang Fei stronger mental strength and also brought Jiang Fei a new ability. Jiang Fei only had a vague feeling at first, so he could only slowly try it out. When Jiang Fei tried to activate this ability, his pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, his black eyes also turned into 4 purple fan leaves. To outsiders, they looked like blooming violets. At that moment, Jiang Fei's vision had undergone a huge change. In his eyes, everything had returned to its original form. At that moment, everything in the world appeared in Jiang Fei's eyes in the form of energy strings. Energy strings of different shapes vibrated at different frequencies. Finally, everything in the world was formed. Whether it was matter or energy, they were all formed from energy strings. Jiang Fei had this vision before, but it could not be used in practice. Because from this perspective, Jiang Fei's observation and reaction power were not enough to cope with the changes in the outside world. For example, if a person threw a punch at Jiang Fei could easily dodge it. However, if he was from this perspective, he had to determine the position of the punch through the vibration of the energy cords. The punch had already landed on his face. Therefore, unless he used it in the 10th dimension, it would not be of much use. After all, time was frozen there. Jiang Fei had enough time to analyze the energy string. However, this time was different. After combining the 3 pieces of energy, Jiang Fei could activate the ability faster. Moreover, after his brain region was developed, Jiang Fei's calculation ability had greatly improved. He was even more adept at it. Most importantly, when Jiang Fei activated this ability, a small area of space and time around him would be disturbed. In other words, when Jiang Fei activated this ability, a small part of his 10th dimension was projected out. It could restrict everything around him. It was the same time and space imprisonment ability. However, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was different from Nina's and Sylphie's powers. Although Nina could control space and Sylphie could interfere with time, they could only affect people who were weaker than them. They could not interfere too much with people of the same strength. However, Jiang Fei was different. The 10th dimension was not logical at all. As long as one entered the area, they would be imprisoned. Only one's thoughts and mental strength could be freely operated. Everything else would be stopped. Moreover, there was another benefit of projecting the 10th dimension. It freed Jiang Fei from the binding. In the past, he could not freely use the 10th dimension. The main reason was that activating the 10th dimension consumed too much energy. The energy recharge from a nucleus of will was very troublesome. However, things were different now. Although the projection of the 10th dimension still consumed a lot of energy, it was at least much less than pulling others into the 10th dimension. Jiang Fei smiled happily. After activating the skill a few times, Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the energy consumption of the skill. With Jiang Fei's current ability, The energy consumption of activating the skill was not particularly high. However, if he were to encircle an enemy that was as strong as Jiang Fei, the cost would suddenly increase. With Jiang Fei's current level, he could only last for 1 or 2 hours. Although 1 or 2 hours was not too long, it was enough for Jiang Fei. The outcome of a fight between experts was just a hair's breadth away. Suddenly, he was pulled into the 10th dimension and his entire body was trapped. Even if he was a spiritual power expert who was as strong as Jiang Fei, he would definitely reveal his weakness in fear. Jiang Fei gave his new skill a name. After practicing it a few more times, Jiang Fei confirmed that he had completely mastered this new skill. Then his attention turned to the other side. With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei disappeared. In an instant, Jiang Fei had returned to the 10th dimension. The 10th dimension was different from before. The 10th dimension that Jiang Fei had once been in was just a vast expanse of gray. He could not see the edge, nor could he sense the existence of space and time. After being sucked in, he just floated there and could not feel the loss of time. He could not feel the existence of other substances either. All that was left for him was loneliness. However, it was different now. The 10th dimension was filled with blinding white light. Although it was still boundless and empty, it was filled with a lively aura. Even Jiang Fei could not figure out the source of this lively aura. It was as if the universe had just been born. Everything was born in the void, but nothing had yet to be born. That was why it was filled with life. However, there was nothing. However, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was not really empty. At least the vermilion fruits that Sun Sheng had snatched were still there. The souls of the 2 players were still there. Is that you? Please, let me out. I promise I will never play this game again. Please, let me go. The 2 players had been tortured until they were half mad. Although they had each other's company and were not completely alone, there was nothing here. There was not even the concept of time and space. Although Jiang Fei had only caught Heartless and the Yuan family's ambassador for a few days, in the eyes of these 2 people, it was as if they had been forgotten for 1,000 years. Hee, you 2 stay well, Jiang Fei said casually. However, he did not have the slightest intention of letting them go unless one day Jiang Fei descended into the gamma space. Moreover, he would completely liberate the universe that he was in. Only when he and his family were no longer threatened by the high-dimensional space would Jiang Fei dare to let them go. However, this goal was too far away. At the very least, Jiang Fei did not see any hope at the moment. After returning from the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei stood up. Bella and the others immediately surrounded him. After all, Jiang Fei had always been around for more than a month. Moreover, he had disappeared for a period of time. Therefore, the girls were very worried. I'm Fine, Jiang Fei said happily. Ariel asked. Jiang Fei said with a smile. After his brain was developed, he already had a clear path and goal. It was only a matter of time before he entered the hermit level. Chapter 1691. After briefly explaining his current situation to the girls, Jiang Fei arranged for Bella and the others to go to the vicinity of the Greenwood Cliff to meet him. Then, he prepared to return to the Greenwood Forest alone. Although he had killed Chao Tian and delayed his training for more than a month, Jiang Fei still wanted to go to the Greenwood Forest to complete the previous transaction. After all, beast cores and pet beasts were all treasures that he needed. After making the decision, Jiang Fei immediately left. However, this time, he did not need to walk step by step. Instead, he used teleportation. Although Jiang Fei was not as good at spatial movement as Nina and Ariel, his strength was still there. In addition, he had the amazing computational ability after developing his brain. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very proficient in spatial ability at the moment. A white light flashed, and Jiang Fei appeared in the core area of the Greenwood Forest again. The powerful spatial fluctuation immediately attracted countless powerful, ferocious beasts. After all, this was the core area of the Greenwood Forest. High-level ferocious beasts were everywhere. With a loud roar, a huge body appeared. From its appearance, it looked like a giant rhinoceros. Jiang Fei smiled when he saw the giant rhinoceros. After all, he had already killed Chao Tian, the strongest person in the Greenwood Forest, not to mention this guy who was not even one of the 6 big bosses of the ferocious beasts. Kid, the giant rhinoceros said in a low voice. Sigh, stupid big guy. If I were you, I would not have offended the other party when I did not know who the other party was, Jiang Fei said with a sigh. I don't care who you are. The giant rhinoceros was angered by Jiang Fei's words. It stomped its foot fiercely and then came over as if Jiang Fei was stepping on it. It seemed like it wanted to stomp Jiang Fei into a meat patty. Ernie, at this moment, a voice came from afar. The voice sounded familiar to Jiang Fei. However, the giant rhinoceros was clearly unable to hold back its foot. The giant rhinoceros stomped on Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was no longer on the same spot. Although he could block the attack head-on, Jiang Fei was not stupid. He did not have the habit of eating dust under the feet of others. With a short-distance teleportation, Jiang Fei sat on the neck of the giant rhinoceros. Jiang Fei sat on the neck of the giant rhinoceros. He raised his right hand and pressed it toward the top of its head. If this palm was to hit the top of its head, the old rhinoceros would probably become an idiot even if it did not die. Little brother. The voice from far was already very close. Jiang Fei could tell that it was Tsuehua's voice. Jiang Fei was still loyal to her. Although Tsuehua's strength was average, she was only at the peak of the void interpretation stage. Her combat strength did not even exceed 17 million. However, Jiang Fei really took this straightforward sister seriously. After hearing Tsuehua's plea, Jiang Fei withdrew his palm and clenched his fist. He gently cut the head of the giant rhinoceros. Even though Jiang Fei had already withdrawn his strength, this blow was not light. In an instant, it was as if another small horn had grown on the head of the giant rhinoceros. The big bump was so big that it was painful to look at. The giant rhinoceros let out a painful cry. Then, it lay on the ground and did not dare to move anymore. At that moment, he knew very well that if it was not for his big sister Cui Hua's plea, he would have died here today. Damn, who is this guy? He destroyed Ernyo with one move. Didn't you see big sister Cui Hua plead for Ernyo? Otherwise, you would have been half dead or crippled. Yeah, this guy is so powerful. I'm afraid only 6 big shots can stop him, right? Don't worry about the 6 big shots. Haven't you heard? A few days ago, a human showed up. That kid was supposed to be a good guy, but Boss Chow tried to take advantage of him. What happened? Is that kid dead? Dead? Puffed. Not only is that kid not dead, he even killed Boss Chow. Now, there are only 5 big shots left in Greenwood Forest. What? Is this true? Yeah, it seems like Greenwood Forest is going to have a big reshuffle. Jiang Fei ignored the discussion of the beasts. He casually sat on the neck of the giant rhinoceros and asked. Emerald Flower sighed and said to Jiang Fei, Brother, I owe you this time. Ernyo is a little slow. Don't be calculative with him. It's okay. I've already punished him. Jiang Fei smiled. Tsuehua nodded. After the big bump on Ernyo's head, she acted as if she did not see it. After all, the beasts were all tough. So, as long as they were alive, this little pain was nothing. Jiang Fei jumped down from the giant rhinoceros. You sensed a strange spatial fluctuation. It felt very similar to the way you used to move around. So, you came over to take a look, Cui Hua said with a smile. Jiang Fei asked curiously. He's a neighbor. Hua replied. Jiang Fei nodded. By the way, tell me the truth. Tsuehua pulled Jiang Fei to a corner and asked in a low voice. Jiang Fei nodded calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. Damn, it really was you? Tsuehua said with a shocked expression. It's nothing. I was just lucky, Jiang Fei said humbly. In fact, there was no doubt that he had killed Chao Tian. He was an expert who had cultivated his spiritual power from plants. No matter what, his spiritual power was still weak. Such a person would only be a target to be slaughtered in front of Jiang Fei. Tsuehua was a loyal bear-type beast. Even though she knew Jiang Fei's true strength, her attitude towards Jiang Fei had not changed. She still regarded Jiang Fei as her brother. Although this brother of hers was a little ridiculously strong, she did not try to curry favor with him like a human. Jiang Fei smiled and then asked Sue Hua, "By the way, Sister Hua, have there been any changes in the Greenwood Forest recently?" This is a big change. With Boss Chow's death, the Greenwood Forest has been in a big shuffle. Moreover, all the big shots seem to be looking for you, said Sue Hua. Looking for me? For what? Jiang Fei was confused. Of course not. They must be after Chao Tian's main body. However, you are too fierce. They do not dare to act on their own to avoid your revenge. Therefore, they have been looking for you, hoping to get Chao Tian's main body from you, explained Shui Hua. Chapter 1692. On that day, Jiang Fei had used his spiritual power to completely destroy Chao Tian's consciousness. In a sense, it could be said that he had killed Chao Tian. However, the death of his consciousness did not mean the death of his physical body. Therefore, Chao Tian had only entered a vegetative state. Although more than a month had passed, his body was still in good condition. As a giant tree that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years, Chao Tian's physical body was naturally very attractive to the ferocious beasts. Everyone wanted his physical body, but no one dared to touch it. Although Chao Tian's physical body was unguarded in Sun Sheng's lair, none of the ferocious beasts dared to take it for themselves. So the big bosses of the ferocious beasts even worked together to protect it. They did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The reason why these big bosses of the ferocious beasts had mobilized so many people was mainly because they were frightened by Jiang Fei, the ferocious demon. That day, they had thought that Jiang Fei would be defeated by Chao Tian. However, they did not expect that the bitter battle was just a facade. The human was actually a super expert in the use of mind power. Previously, he had only used Chao Tian as a sharpening stone. Moreover, after using it, he had easily killed him. Such a powerful and ruthless fellow came to the Greenwood Forest. Who would dare to touch his things? Not only did they not dare to touch him, the few big bosses of the ferocious beasts even had to carefully protect Chao Tian's body for Jiang Fei. They were afraid that some idiot would steal Chao Tian's body and Jiang Fei would come after them to settle the score. Among the big bosses, Sun Sheng was the most awkward. Jiang Fei was his guest back then. Moreover, Chao Tian's body was still in his house. This made him the most responsible. He would be the first one to settle the score. Sun Sheng thought that he did not have Chao Tian's abilities, so he did not want to anger Jiang Fei at all. Therefore, he joined the rest of the big shots to protect Chao Tian's body. Although the big shots did not dare to touch Chao Tian's body without Jiang Fei's permission, they did not stop thinking about it. During this period of time, they had been searching for everything that was valuable. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to trade Chao Tian's body under Jiang Fei's name. Because Chao Tian's body was a 10,000-year-old ancient tree, in their opinion, it was impossible to bring such a huge thing out of the Greenwood Forest. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to trade it with them for something else. However, these guys would never have thought that Jiang Fei's ring space was so huge. They would never have thought that Jiang Fei's 10th dimension could also hold items. After chatting with Shui Hua for a while, Jiang Fei finally understood the changes in the Greenwood Forest during this period of time. Then, Jiang Fei invited Shui Hua to go to Sun Sheng's territory with him. However, Shui Hua refused. Although she called Jiang Fei her brother, Shui Hua knew very well how powerful she was. There was still a big gap between her and the big bosses of the ferocious beasts. When Jiang Fei was around, the big bosses of the ferocious beasts would give him face. However, as a human, Jiang Fei could not stay in the Greenwood Forest forever. After he left, he would have to live his own life. It was precisely because she had a clear position in herself that Sui Hua was not willing to use Jiang Fei's name too much. Such an act would definitely attract the hatred of the other big bosses. When Jiang Fei saw that Sui Hua was not willing to travel with him, he did not try to persuade her. After bidding farewell to Sui Hua, Jiang Fei rushed to Sun Sheng's territory alone. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei appeared at the core of the Greenwood Forest. As soon as he arrived, a few big shots of the ferocious beasts appeared. Apart from Sun Sheng, the rest of them were not missing. cried the howling moon wolf. During this period of time, they had been looking after Chao Tian's body with fear. They were afraid that Jiang Fei would come after them if anything happened. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to have such a magical ability," said Xia with a pitiful expression. She did not even forget to throw a few flirtatious glances at Jiang Fei. Unlike the other big shots of the ferocious beasts, Xia's target was not Chao Tian's body. In her eyes, Jiang Fei's body was more attractive than Chao Tian's body. This was not because Xia intended to eat Jiang Fei. It was because she wanted to be on Jiang Fei's good side. When the time came, Jiang Fei would not only give her Chao Tian's physical body, but she would also receive a very good reward. Xia was even willing to walk out of the Greenwoods with Jiang Fei. The fierce beasts worshipped the strong. The female fierce beasts were even more so. They liked men who were stronger than them. In Xia's eyes, Jiang Fei was a good candidate. However, Xia's plan was clearly wishful thinking. Jiang Fei knew that he was too weak when it came to emotions. Therefore, he had always stayed as far away from such vixen-like women as possible. "Master Yuan, you are very strong. I, Wan Li, admire you." Wan Li, the bloodthirsty demonic vine, did not seem to fawn on Jiang Fei. Therefore, his words were a little dry. Jiang Fei smiled. Wan Li nodded and did not say anything else. "All right," Jiang Fei asked curiously. He is still looking at Chao Tian's body. After all, in his territory, that monkey would not even dare to make a mistake. Jiang Fei smiled and took the lead to walk towards Sun Sheng's territory. Before Jiang Fei could even get close to Sun Sheng's territory, he was shocked by a towering tree. The height of the tree was beyond description. The tree trunk was tall and straight, with leaves sticking out from the branches and into the clouds. Even 100 people might not be able to hug it. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Before this, when he came to Sun Sheng's territory, he had not seen such a large tree. As Jiang Fei walked closer to the giant tree, he began to gradually sense the huge amount of energy contained in the giant tree's body. Sigh, it's a pity. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. Chao Tian's energy accumulation was very deep. Even now that Jiang Fei had fused with 3 pieces of the will's core, he was still unable to compare with the energy base in Chao Tian's body. However, plant spirits were bound to have low spiritual power. They were not smart. Most importantly, they could not withstand spiritual power attacks. Was actually killed by Jiang Fei in one hit. After walking a distance further, Sun Sheng finally came out to welcome Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei had already arrived, and Chao Tian's body was missing many branches and leaves, he had finally gotten rid of his responsibility. He finally did not have to guard this place day and night. Chapter 1693, 1693. Jiang Fei saw that all the big shots had arrived. He first thanked them. Although Sun Sheng looked tired, he still had to represent the other big shots to be polite with Jiang Fei. "All right, let's cut to the chase." Jiang Fei nodded. The purpose of his return to the Greenwood Forest this time was for the beast cores and pet. "That's great." Chief Man laughed loudly. Although they did not want Jiang Fei to cause trouble for them, they still valued the resources that Jiang Fei had in his hands and Chao Tian's physical body. Otherwise, it would only be to avoid Jiang Fei. They could just run away. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Xia squeezed to the front row and took out a purse that carried a tempting scent. Jiang Fei took the purse and opened it. There were a total of 7 beast pills in it. 2 of them were at the Mahayana stage, and 5 were at the void interpretation stage. As Jiang Fei did not want any beast pills below the void interpretation stage, Xia and the others did not dare to use them to make up the numbers. However, this was also due to the intimidating effect of Jiang Fei's previous kill of Chao Tian. If that was not the case, the big bosses of the ferocious beasts might have colluded and sold some low-level beast pills to Jiang Fei. However, after witnessing Jiang Fei's strength, the big bosses of the ferocious beasts became obedient. Each and every one of them obediently prepared beast pills above the void interpretation stage, according to Jiang Fei's request. However, because the number of beasts above the void interpretation stage was limited, even the big bosses could not kill these high-level beasts at will. Therefore, the amount of beast cores in each of their hands was very limited. According to what we said before, 5 pieces of meat jerky for the void interpretation stage, and 10 pieces of meat jerky for the Mahayana stage. Jiang Fei said as he poured out the beast cores. Then, he returned the 35 pieces of giant beast jerky and the purse that carried Xia's body fragrance. Xia said with a meaningful look in her eyes. Jiang Fei refused flatly. He had always stayed far away from such a vixen. Xia had never been rejected so flatly before. Therefore, her eyes immediately welled up with tears of grievance. However, only she herself would know if she was really wronged or if her acting skills were top-notch. Jiang Fei turned a blind eye to Xia's tears. He knew his own weakness. Once he sympathized with Xia, this entanglement would probably be endless. Headman came over and handed Jiang Fei a simple beast skin bag. There were 6 beast cores in it, but 3 of them were Mahayana stage. Jiang Fei also did not ask for the bag. He just kept the beast cores and returned the jerky and the bag to Headman. Jiang Fei shouted again after the transaction was completed. Sun Sheng came over. The bag in his hand was larger. As he had started preparing earlier, he had more beast cores. He had 8 beast cores from the void interpretation stage alone. There were also 4 Mahayana stage and 1 tribulation stage. Jiang Fei said, "Master Yuan, you see that tribulation stage beast cores are extremely rare." Sun Sheng said with a smile, "All right, I'll give you an entire round." Jiang Fei said straightforwardly, "All right." Sun Sheng actually did not have much hope. After all, Jiang Fei had already told him the price. However, it was indeed rare to find a beast core that was in the tribulation stage. Sun Sheng did not expect Jiang Fei to actually give him 5 more. Jiang Fei asked after completing the transaction. The bloodthirsty, demonic vine Wanli walked over. He did not even have a bag. He just handed Jiang Fei 2 beast cores, one in the great vehicle stage and one in the tribulation stage. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Everyone else had obtained some void-tier beast cores to make up the numbers. Only Wanli only had 2 high-tier ones. Wanli said coldly. Jiang Fei smiled and handed Wanli 30 pieces of jerky. Since the beast cores for the tribulation stage were calculated at 20 when they were given to Sun Sheng, Jiang Fei naturally treated Wanli the same. After the beast cores were sold, the next item was the pet beasts. This was the biggest part of the deal. Jiang Fei only accepted 10 pet beasts. Therefore, if the pet beasts that he brought were trash, he might not get anything at all. "Come on, bring out all the pet beasts that you have prepared," Jiang Fei said to the few big, ferocious beasts. This time, he was selecting the best. Naturally, he had to let these people display all their pet beasts. "Little brother, there are no high-tier beasts in their territory. Moreover, those guys are not very obedient," Xia said and clapped her hands. Then, 3 young women walked out from behind her. These 3 young women were clearly formed by the transformation of the fierce beasts. Previously, Jiang Fei had said that the pet beasts that he wanted were all female. Therefore, after the transformation, they were naturally all women. Jiang Fei looked at the 3 young ladies from head to toe. Before he knew it, Jiang Fei's eyes had turned into purple petals. He had already activated the Eye of the Violet. This time, Jiang Fei had activated the Eye of the Violet to determine the strength of these pet beasts. Therefore, the projection of the 10th dimension was not released. Therefore, these ferocious beasts only noticed the changes in Jiang Fei's pupils. Moreover, they could feel the terrifying and strange pressure on his body. However, they were not restricted in any way. After activating the Eye of Violet, Jiang Fei could see that the 3 young girls were no longer those tender and delicate faces. Instead, they formed a group of energy cords. At the same time, Jiang Fei's brain was operating rapidly after he had been activated. A moment later, he had calculated the exact strength of the 3 girls. 2 of them are at the beginning stage of the Void tier, and 1 is at the peak of the Void tier. Jiang Fei nodded. He had a certain understanding of the 3 of them. Jiang Fei asked, after putting away the violet eyes. Cried the howling moon wolf. She waved her hand, and 4 women walked out. However, not all of the women that she brought were young women. Among the 4 of them, There were 2 Annies and a grandma-level character. There was only one young girl. Zhang Fei opened his violet eyes again and quickly determined the strength of these people. According to Zhang Fei's calculations, the grandma was the strongest. She should have reached the intermediate stage of the Mahayana stage, which was about 18 million combat power. The 2 Annies were not bad either. They were at the peak of the insightful void stage, which was about 16 million combat power. Only the young girl was weaker. She was only at the insightful void stage. Chapter 1694. After 2 Man, Sun Sheng waved his hand and called out the few pet beasts that he had chosen. Sun Sheng had brought a lot of people with him, and his strength was also quite complex. There were even 2 pet beasts that hadn't reached the leaving aperture stage yet, and they couldn't transform yet. Master Yuan, these pet beasts were carefully chosen by me. Although these 2 night blade leopards can't transform yet, their speed is extremely fast, and their endurance isn't bad either. Sun Sheng pointed at the 2 nascent soul stage night blade leopards and said, since fierce beasts had the dignity of humans after transforming, they could not let others ride on them. Therefore, if they wanted mounts, they could only choose nascent soul stage ones. 2 Man cursed in her heart. Previously, they had focused on choosing high-level pet beasts. No one had thought about mounts. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, he looked at the other 6 pet beasts. These 6 pet beasts had all transformed into human forms. One of the pet beasts that looked like a little girl was only in the distraction stage. The remaining 5 pet beasts were all around the void interpretation stage. Although the great ape Sun Sheng brought the most pet beasts, the quality of the pet beasts was the worst. The pet beasts that the others brought were at least at the beginning stage of the void interpretation stage. The strongest pet beast that he brought was only at the middle stage of the void interpretation stage. However, it was not Sun Sheng's fault for not putting in the effort. He wanted to make up the numbers. Among the big bosses of the ferocious beasts, Sun Sheng was the weakest. Therefore, the ferocious beasts under him did not really buy it. The big shots had their own rules among the big shots. Even the big shots would not force a big shot to become someone else's pet. The most they could do was to threaten the big shots in their territory. After that, they promised that they would take care of their family after they became Zhang Fei's pet. That was all. Some ferocious beasts were willing to follow a powerhouse like Zhang Fei, so everything would be fine. However, some ferocious beasts yearned for freedom. They would rather die than submit. These ferocious beast bosses could not do anything about it. For example, the old grandma-level ferocious beast that 2 Man had brought with her. She had come to 2 Man voluntarily because she wanted her family members to be protected by 2 Man. She had asked 2 Man to become her pet. After all, after Chao Tian's death, the Howling Moon Wolf 2 Man and the bloodthirsty demonic vine, Wan Li, were the 2 most powerful people in the Greenwood Forest. With their protection, the ferocious beast clan would naturally flourish. However, Sun Sheng was different. With or without Chao Tian, he was at the bottom of the pack of ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts wanted to sacrifice themselves to find a backer for the clan, then they would naturally choose the more powerful ones first. Therefore, he could only think of ways to find ferocious beasts that were willing to become his pet. However, those ferocious beasts that were not for the clan, but just wanted to go out and explore, were mostly young people who were in the rebellious stage. Although they were willing to go out and explore, their strength was naturally not as good as those old guys. Therefore, after Sun Sheng worked hard for half a day, he only managed to find such a group of people. However, overall it was not bad. Most of them had reached the void interpretation stage at the very least. After looking at the pet beasts that Sun Sheng had brought, Zhang Fei turned his gaze to Wan Li. After all, he was the only one among the big bosses who had yet to display his pet beast. Mr. Zhang Fei asked. Wan Li walked up to Zhang Fei. He was different from the other big bosses. He had always been a lone wolf. He did not even have a companion by his side. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not know where he had hidden the pet. Oh, Zhang Fei was also interested. If Wan Li only brought one pet, it meant that he was very confident in this pet. Therefore, Zhang Fei was very curious about what kind of pet Wan Li had found. It's me. The bloodthirsty demonic vine Wanli said slowly. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never expected this outcome. These ferocious beasts were very self-respecting. Especially when they were at Wan Li's level, they would never become someone else's slave. It's me, Wan Li said seriously. Jiang Fei confirmed. Of course, I never joke. Although I don't meet your requirements because I'm not a female ferocious beast, I'm a demonic vine illusion, regardless of gender, said Wan Li. Jiang Fei accepted it gladly. Previously, he had insisted on having a female ferocious beast in order to increase the strength of the girls. If it was Wan Li, Jiang Fei could have kept it for himself. Wan Li might not be as strong as Chao Tian, but he had already reached the peak of the Mahayana stage. He could break through to the tribulation stage at any time. He was a supermaster who had nearly 19 million combat power. He would immediately become the #1 fighter in Jiang Fei's camp, other than himself. How could he not want it? Wan Li said again. Jiang Fei nodded. Wan Li's words were not out of his expectations. After all, it was already beyond his expectations for a powerful, ferocious beast to become someone else's pet. How could he not have any conditions? First, Wan Li said very seriously, the ferocious beasts only worshipped the strong. If he was asked to serve a strong person like Jiang Fei, he could still accept it. If he was asked to serve a weak chicken, he would rather die than obey. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. He originally wanted Wan Li to become his pet. Second, Wan Li said his most important request. This was the reason why he was willing to serve Jiang Fei. The pursuit of power was the greatest dream of the ferocious beasts. Wan Li could tell from the name of the bloodthirsty, demonic vine that he needed the nourishment of his flesh and blood to continue growing. There were only 2 ways to obtain the nourishment of flesh and blood. Kill the enemy and devour the enemy. The other way was to find a strong person to live in. The first method was extremely unstable, because strong people were not easy to meet. Even if they met, it was not certain who would kill who. Only the second method was the safest. It was both safe and continuous. Jiang Fei frowned. As a person who grew up in the technological society, Jiang Fei instinctively rejected any parasites or things that were parasitic in his body. You don't have to worry. We can sign a contract. Wan Li looked at Jiang Fei seriously. Then he added, although I will absorb a part of your power by parasitizing in your body, I will also secrete a unique substance to complement you. Overall, although you have paid a little, it is not serious. As the price, I will follow you for life. Chapter 1695, The Dove Takes the Magpie's Nest. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. He was also thinking about what Wan Li had said. Initially, he was very surprised. Why did this guy insist on becoming his pet? Now, the answer was revealed. Letting someone else live in his body. Jiang Fei instinctively had a sense of resistance. At the same time, he was also worried that this would cause harm to himself. After all, there were too few people who could kill Jiang Fei from the outside. However, no matter how strong the fortress was, it was still afraid of being destroyed from the inside. Letting an unknown person live in his body was a huge risk. During the process of hesitation, Jiang Fei began to ask for 0541's opinion. After all, 0541 was the only one who was with him at the moment. Captain, I have an idea. Let's see if you can get past the hurdle in your heart, 0541 said with a smile. Jiang Fei asked curiously. 0541 said a Chinese story. Jiang Fei instantly understood what 0541 meant. I haven't. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Initially, I wanted to ask you for Chao Tian's body. 0541 said with a smile. Actually, 0541 had been thinking about getting a body for himself since he had arrived at the Five Directions world. However, he did not want to leave Jiang Fei. He wanted to stay by Jiang Fei's side and be able to help his captain at any time. Therefore, he had not made up his mind. Now that the demonic Vine Wan Li had come knocking on his door, as long as Jiang Fei destroyed his consciousness, 0541 could completely transfer his stream of consciousness into the demonic Vine's body. It was just like the arrival of the players. However, the arrival of the players was more domineering. As long as they chose a target, the other party would not be able to resist at all. Zhang Fei would have to help him drive away the magpie in the nest or kill it. Zhang Fei was a little hesitant. Speaking of which, the demonic vine, Wanli could be said to have no enmity with him. Moreover, he was willing to offer his loyalty so that Zhang Fei could kill him so indiscriminately. Zhang Fei really could not bear to do this. Although Zhang Fei had become a little more decisive after fusing with the Blackened Soul, Zhang Fei still disliked killing innocent people for his own benefit. In the end, Zhang Fei shook his head. He did not want to become a person who would do anything for his own benefit. Therefore, in the end, he gave up on 0541's suggestion. You should use Chao Tian's physical body. Anyway, this guy's consciousness has been destroyed. It will be a waste if you don't use it, Zhang Fei said to 0541. That's fine. I can even get a stronger carrier. However, I won't be able to stay by your side like I am now, 0541 said. They had almost never been separated. Other than being sealed for a period of time, 0541 had always been by Zhang Fei's side to support and take care of him. Now, he suddenly had to have a body and maintain a certain distance from Zhang Fei. This made 0541 suddenly feel a little sad. Aren't you the same as me? You can still follow me. It's just that you're not on me anymore, Zhang Fei said with a smile. 0541 muttered. Hey, aren't you flirting with Lux? Don't be so clingy with your words. Zhang Fei was afraid that 0541's emotions would affect him, so he quickly said something bad. Little brother, don't. At that moment, an anxious female voice sounded from afar. Zhang Fei turned around and saw that it was the illusion serpent lord, Hua Qingsheng. At that moment, Hua Qingsheng appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Her clothes were in tatters, and her delicate skin was covered with fine wounds. She looked as if she had crawled out from a pool of blood. It would be considered a good thing if a normal person was not scared to death. Zhang Fei was slightly stunned. He did not have any feelings for Hua Qingsheng. Although this girl had repeatedly tried to seduce Zhang Fei did not really care about her. However, when he saw how miserable Hua Qingsheng was, Zhang Fei could not help but feel pity for her. It was not that Zhang Fei had any feelings for Hua Qingsheng. It was natural for people to feel pity for her. Little brother, don't. Hua Qingsheng shouted with all her might. However, just as she said that, a vine wrapped around her feet. Then, Hua Qingsheng fell to the ground on the spot and was dragged away by the vine. Something's not right. Zhang Fei frowned. Hua Qingsheng's current condition was clearly not right. Moreover, it seemed like she was here to warn him. Therefore, Zhang Fei immediately decided to save Hua Qingsheng first, and then asked her what was going on. Just when Zhang Fei was about to go and save Hua Qingsheng, Wanli suddenly stood in front of him and asked Zhang Fei, Master Yuan, what do you think of my suggestion just now? Zhang Fei looked at Wan Li's face. Although he appeared calm on the surface, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Although Wan Li had hidden his panic well, in front of Zhang Fei, who was well-versed in spiritual power, his disguise became even more obvious. Zhang Fei did not have time to waste with Wan Li. He immediately asked Sun Sheng, Two Man, and the others to keep an eye on Wan Li. Then, he rushed in the direction of Hua Qingsheng. At that moment, Zhang Fei was 90% sure that Wan Li was the devil in his heart. That was why he had asked the other beast leaders to watch him. After Zhang Fei rescued Hua Qingsheng, everything would be settled. Just as Zhang Fei was about to go to rescue Hua Qingsheng, Wan Li suddenly turned around and wanted to run. However, he was stopped by a beautiful figure. She has stood in front of Wan Li. Wan Li, you really have guts. Sun Sheng also surrounded him. Wan Li said with a gloomy face, Wan Li, you really are a good schemer. However, thank you for helping us. Headman unhurriedly pulled out her weapons. Are you still the ferocious beasts of the Greenwood Forest? Wan Li's face was ashen. If only Xia and Sun Sheng were to stop him, he was confident that he could fight his way out of the encirclement even if he was injured. However, it was different with Headman. He had no chance to escape at all. Chapter 1696, the blood servant ritual. Hee hee. Why didn't you think that we were all beasts of the Greenwood Forest? Didn't you think that if your plan failed, we would be buried together with you for no reason? If this kid's plan succeeded, he would naturally become the boss of the Greenwood Forest. The other beast bosses would have to listen to him obediently. However, if this guy failed, would the enraged Jiang Fei let him go? Would the enraged Jiang Fei believe that the other big bosses were not involved? When this guy got angry, Wanli would be prepared to run away. What about the others? They would still have to endure Jiang Fei's anger. In the end, they might not even understand how they died. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Wan Li's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Then, he roared and transformed into the bloodthirsty, demonic vine. He fought with the other big bosses of the ferocious beasts. On the other side, the first man and the other two were fighting against Wan Li. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Although both sides had the absolute advantage in terms of strength, the attitudes of both sides were completely different. Wan Li was trying to save his life. If he did not kill his way out, when Jiang Fei came back, he would definitely die. However, the three of them were not in a life-and-death situation. They only needed to hold on to Wan Li and not let him escape. Therefore, they were cautious in their attacks. All of them prioritized not getting injured. Although it was a little suspicious that they did not put in any effort, when Wan Li made an opening and was ready to escape, someone would immediately block him. They would have to bear Jiang Fei's wrath personally. The four big bosses of the ferocious beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Fei also came close to Hua Qingqing. At this time, Hua Qingqing's entire body was wrapped in blood vines. Fresh blood was constantly being drawn out. Her face was as pale as gold paper. There was no color in her blood at all. Jiang Fei tried to break the blood vines. However, as soon as he touched it, the blood vines immediately tightened, causing Hua Qingqing's body to twist. No! Jiang Fei gave up on destroying the blood vine violently. The violet eye opened. The blood vine immediately turned into a cluster of energy strings in Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei used his mind power to activate the energy string. When the frequency of the energy string changed, the particle attribute that it represented also changed. In an instant, the blood vine was petrified. Jiang Fei flicked his finger, and the petrified blood vine was shattered into pieces. Hua Qingqing, who had landed on the ground, let out a muffled groan. After all, her strength had already reached the void interpretation stage. Therefore, although this girl's blood had almost been drained, she was still alive. Sigh. Fortunately, I have many vermilion fruits on me, Jiang Fei said as he took out a vermilion fruit. As he took out a vermilion fruit, he handed it to Hua Qingqing. Although he also had the pills that 0541 had made, the effects of the pills that were refined by technology were much worse than the vermilion fruit. The difference in effect was not just thousands of miles. As Jiang Fei handed the vermilion fruit to Hua Qingqing's mouth, the problem was that Hua Qingqing was already half unconscious. She could not consume the vermilion fruit on her own. Seeing that Hua Qingqing's aura was getting weaker and weaker, Jiang Fei did not have the time to look for a tool to make medicine. He simply stuffed the fruit into his mouth and chewed on it. Finally, he pinched Hua Qingqing's cheeks, taking advantage of the moment when Hua Qingqing's red lips lifted slightly. He spat the fruit juice and flesh into the girl's mouth. The red fruit was indeed magical. Once the flesh entered her mouth, it turned into a clear stream and nourished Hua Qingqing's almost dried-up body. However, Hua Qingqing's injuries were too severe. One red fruit might have stopped the deterioration of her injuries. However, it was unable to heal her wounds. Jiang Fei followed suit. He chewed another vermilion fruit and fed it to Hua Qingqing. Although it was inevitable that their lips would touch during the feeding process, Jiang Fei was focused on saving her. He did not think too much about it. After feeding 5 vermilion fruits in a row, Hua Qingqing's face finally turned slightly red. Phew! Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said half-jokingly, "Fortunately, you're unconscious. Otherwise, you would have been disgusted to death by my saliva." However, just as Jiang Fei finished speaking, Hua Qingcheng suddenly opened her eyes. F***CK. Jiang Fei suddenly felt a little resentful that the vermilion fruits effect was too fast. He had just thought that Hua Qingcheng was unconscious, so he had played a joke on him. Now that the girl had heard it, it would be extremely awkward. Hua Qingcheng's little face was very red. It was unknown whether it was the effects of the vermilion fruit or she was shy after hearing Jiang Fei's words. I was forced to do that. I fed you mouth to save you, Jiang Fei quickly explained. Hua Qingcheng did not say anything. She just stared at Jiang Fei. Then, she grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and bit down. Jiang Fei was in pain, but he did not resist. Otherwise, with Hua Qingcheng's strength, she would have bitten off his skin. Jiang Fei felt that he had just taken advantage of the girl. Therefore, being bitten was considered a punishment. He did not resist. However, he did not expect Hua Qingcheng to bite him so hard that he was bleeding. All right, Jiang Fei did not want Hua Qingcheng to misunderstand. Therefore, he had just tried to clear the air. Hua Qingcheng still did not speak. She grabbed Jiang Fei's arm with one hand and smeared some blood on Jiang Fei's wound with the other hand. Then, she wiped her forehead. Jiang Fei instinctively felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Hua Qingcheng's ritual had ended. It was unknown what Hua Qingcheng had drawn on her forehead. Suddenly, a bloodlight flashed and a red mark that looked like a watermark appeared on her forehead. If one looked closely, it was somewhat similar to the mark on Jiang Fei's forehead. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had obtained the mark when he had gained the loyalty of a group of piranhas a long time ago. Although the seal was not of much help to Jiang Fei, it gave him the identity of a lord. Hua Qingcheng's ritual just now had allowed her to join the lord's power and become a blood servant of the lord. Hey, although Jiang Fei knew that what Hua Qingcheng had just done was harmless to him, he instinctively felt that he was going to be entangled by this little girl. Hua Qingcheng's injuries were still too severe. Moreover, the blood servant ritual would consume too much blood essence and vitality. Therefore, she was no longer able to maintain her shape-shifting state. In an instant, she returned to her original form. She turned into a small snake that was as thick as a finger. Then, she wrapped herself around Jiang Fei's wrist. Her head and tail were connected like an emerald bracelet. Chapter 1697. 1697. As Hua Qingcheng was severely injured, Jiang Fei could not get an answer from her immediately. However, no matter what, Wanli was still a suspect. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to escape. When Jiang Fei returned to Sun Sheng's territory, the battle between Wanli and the others continued. However, at that moment, Wanli was already in a rather sorry state. He was already on par with the headman. With Sun Sheng and Xia helping him, it was already a testament to his strength that he was still able to hold on. Jiang Fei nodded at the bloodthirsty, demonic vine. The bloodthirsty, demonic vine and the rest could not wait for Jiang Fei to take over. At that moment, Wanli was already fighting like a cornered beast. Who knew when he was going to risk his life? If he was really dragged down by this guy, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that he was going to take over, these guys immediately spread out and let Jiang Fei out of the battlefield. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, "Oof, today I'm doomed." There's a saying that the winner takes all. Wanli was really a bachelor. Even though he knew that he was not a match for Jiang Fei, he did not plan to resist. Anyway, a guy with Chao Tian's strength was easily killed. Even if he resisted, it would not be of much use. All right, Jiang Fei smiled and walked up to Wanli. Jiang Fei asked, "What else could I have planned?" Wanli could not be bothered to hide it anymore. After all, Hua Qingcheng was not dead. His little trick would be exposed sooner or later. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. "Captain, this is a good opportunity," 0541 suddenly said. This? Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Previously, he did not want to kill Wanli because there was no enmity between the two. Now that Wanli had taken the initiative to plot against him, there was nothing to be afraid of. So, Wanli looked at Jiang Fei. Then he continued, "Although I wanted to trick you, my previous offer still stands. If you are willing to let me live, I am willing to be your pet." Hee hee, that's a good offer. Jiang Fei said calmly. However, his words were mainly to let Wanli lower his guard. At this moment, Jiang Fei was already tempted to kill him. After fusing with the blackened soul, although Jiang Fei would not kill the innocent, he would not show mercy to those who threatened him. How is it? Wanli was delighted. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Fei's eyes had changed. From Wan Li's perspective, Jiang Fei's pair of black eyes suddenly began to expand. Then, the color of his eyes turned purple, forming 4 petals. Eye of the Violet. This was the first time Jiang Fei had fully activated this skill, since he had comprehended it. In an instant, the 10th dimension was projected around Wan Li, completely trapping him in this static space-time domain. Wan Li suddenly realized that at this moment, other than his mind remaining active, he could not move at all. Jiang Fei did not drag Wan Li into the 10th dimension because he realized that by projecting the 10th dimension through the Eye of the Violet, not only could it achieve the same effect as the 10th dimension, but it also had a very low consumption of the will core. Moreover, the consumption of the will core was very low. Jiang Fei first used his mind power hammer on Wan Li. In an instant, Wan Li felt his mind go blank, and his entire body became dizzy. "Captain, please be careful." 0541 warned. "Don't worry." Jiang Fei smiled confidently. Ever since the nucleus of Will had advanced to Tier 3, Jiang Fei's brain had also been developed. Therefore, his computational ability had been greatly enhanced. At this moment, the attack on Wan Li's mind power was like an accurate surgical operation. There was no deviation at all. The reason why Jiang Fei spent so much effort was that he wanted to erase Wan Li's consciousness while preserving his memory. This was something that Jiang Fei could not do before. Before the development of his brain, although Jiang Fei's mind attack ability was very strong, it was like the era of the giant ships and cannons. It was completely relying on the power of the ships and cannons to fight head-on. He used the power of the nucleus of Will to crush others. However, it was different now. After the development of his brain, Jiang Fei's computational ability was amazing. He had now advanced from the era of giant ships and cannons to the era of precise guidance. His mind power had become precise. It could destroy enemies. At the same time, it could preserve the knowledge and memories that he wanted. Wan Li's original consciousness was blasted into pieces after a series of precise spiritual power punctures. But from the outside, he did not suffer any injury at all. Not only that, even his brain did not suffer the slightest damage, which was the previous Jiang Fei simply could not do. Sun Sheng muttered as he looked at Jiang Fei. "I'm not sure. He's probably using his spiritual power to attack Wan Li," Xia guessed. "I don't think so." When young Master Yuan attacked Boss Chow bled on the spot. Headman shook her head. Sun Sheng curled his lips and said, "I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, this Wan Li is courting death." "It has nothing to do with us," Headman said. "That's right. We even stopped Wan Li just now. I'm sure this little brother Yuan won't treat us badly," Xia said with a smile. "I don't want to think about anything else right now." Two-Man said as he glanced at Chow Tian's body greedily. "I don't think it's reliable. Boss Chow's body is a treasure, and it contains an extremely terrifying energy. Since little brother Yuan is able to cross the starry sky and come to our planet, then he can't be someone who doesn't know what's good for him. So I advise you to stop dreaming," Xia said with a pout. "That's true. See, it would be best if we can keep it." Chief Man sighed and said. Xia did not continue to argue this time. A few minutes later, a silver light flashed on Jiang Fei's side. Banli's corpse disappeared instantly. It was obvious that he had kept into the 10th dimension because Wan Li's consciousness had already disappeared. Therefore, its body was already like a dead object. Therefore, even if it was dragged into the 10th dimension, it would not be too much of a burden to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1698. After putting away Wan Li's physical body, Jiang Fei turned around and walked over to the group. "All right, the small incident is over. Let's continue with the payment," Jiang Fei said to the group with a smile. "Of course," asked the group with a smile. "Ichim, how about this?" Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He did not want to give up on any of them. After all, it was very difficult to find such high-level pet beasts. As for the little girl in the distraction stage, Jiang Fei was not very interested. After all, Jiang Fei's enemies were very powerful now. A pet beast in the distraction stage was not enough to protect himself. When that time came, Jiang Fei would still have to be distracted by her. It was not worth it at all. However, Jiang Fei kept the two pet beasts that could not transform. After all, Si Tying and the other girls were still relatively weak. When they were on the road, it was easy for them to drag down the speed of the army. Jiang Fei and the others could increase their speed when they were on the road. Headman and the others were overjoyed. After all, when Jiang Fei took a fancy to these pet beasts, he would pay them a large amount of jerky as a reward. HMM, you guys can follow me later, Jiang Fei said to the pet beasts after passing the jerky to Boss Man and the rest. These pet beasts had seen Jiang Fei kill Wan Li with their own eyes, so they were all very obedient. As ferocious beasts, they were also willing to submit to the strong. These jerky can be considered as a thank you gift to you. Jiang Fei took out some jerky and passed it to Boss Man and the rest. Master Yuan, Chao Tian's body is too huge. It's not convenient for you to move it. Sun Sheng was not willing to give up. After all, Chao Tian's body was too tempting for them. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Chao Tian's body was a good treasure. He would not give it up so easily. Jiang Fei came to the side of the towering tree and placed his right hand on the tree trunk. 0541 replied and immediately activated the ring's storage function. A white light flashed, and the towering tree instantly disappeared into thin air. After all, Jiang Fei's ring storage was a product of Planet Namex's cutting-edge technology. This thing could even store thousands of kilometers of courage, let alone Chao Tian's physical body. Previously, Jiang Fei had wanted to keep the myriad Li physical body active so that 0541 could occupy it. That was why he had placed it in the 10th dimension where time stood still. As for Chao Tian's physical body, Jiang Fei did not have such high requirements for it. After all, Jiang Fei was not interested in Chao Tian's memories and brain cells. As long as the energy in his body was still there, it would be fine. When the group saw Jiang Fei retracting Chao Tian's body out of thin air, they were all stunned. Although the interstitial space was not unfamiliar to the people of the Five Directions, the group had never heard of anyone being able to hold such a big thing. It could almost be said that it was a mountain-moving and sea-filling technique, said the group as if they were pointing at something. That's right, Brother Yuan. Xia also winked at Jiang Fei. All right, I have basically finished dealing with my matters in the Greenwood Forest. Jiang Fei ignored Xia and said to Headman and the others. Headman asked, I was planning to go to the Greenwood Cliff. It has already been delayed for more than a month. Jiang Fei sighed. The main purpose of his trip to the Greenwood Cliff this time was to obtain the 10 Directions Clear artifact on Qinxing. However, he did not expect that the delay would last for a month. He did not know if the 10 Directions Clear artifact was still in the Greenwood Cliff. After all, those players were also looking for this treasure. Although Jiang Fei had delayed for more than a month in the Greenwood Forest, he did not regret it. After all, the opportunity to fuse with the nucleus of will was more important than a crystal. It could even be said that Jiang Fei was improving his own strength. It was even more important than stopping the players from taking action. After all, Jiang Fei could not stop all the players from taking action. He did not need to care about the gains and losses. Then, everything would not be a problem. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Fei now was to increase his own strength and find a feasible way to enter the gamma space. All right then. Headman smiled at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said politely. Then, he left Sun Sheng's territory with the pet beasts and walked towards the Greenwood town. On the way to Greenwood town, the strongest old lady asked. At this time, Jiang Fei already knew that her name was Granny Mo. She was a snow ferret illusion because her family was in Tumen's territory. In order to exchange for the prosperity of her family, she volunteered to become a pet beast. Let's go to Greenwood Town first. We will meet up with the others there. When the time comes, you will meet up with your own master. Jiang Fei laughed. Grandma Mo asked the thoughts of all the pet beasts present. After all, they knew from the beginning that the master they were going to serve was not Jiang Fei. After all, such powerful people would not be interested in their strength. However, when it came to their own master, they did not want to serve a weak chicken. Their talents are not bad. However, they have not trained for a long time and have not been taught by the system. Therefore, their strength is generally low. Jiang Fei did not exaggerate the strength of the girls. Among the girls, only Bella and the other girls who had fused with the energy core were stronger. They were basically equivalent to a powerhouse in the form synthesis stage. They had about 13 million combat power. For girls like Garona, they only had a combat strength of around 7 million, which was equivalent to the Aura's core stage. Moreover, because they were not proficient in martial arts, their actual combat strength might not be as good as the Aura's core stage. On the other hand, girls like Silila and Si Tying were even weaker. They only had a combat strength of around the form synthesis stage. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, this bit of strength could almost be ignored. Chapter 1699 Return to the Human World. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, the pet beasts could not help but feel a little disappointed. Don't be disappointed either. They just haven't gone through the system's learning process. In addition, their training time is still quite short. Jiang Fei did not want the pet beasts to underestimate the girls. Therefore, he promised generously. "Sir, we can trust your strength." Another pet beast muttered. "Oomph, I think you know why you were sold to me, right?" Jiang Fei's face darkened. He could not allow these pet beasts to look down on the girls. If he allowed such emotions to spread, how would the girls be able to tame these pet beasts? Jerky? The eyes of all the pet beasts lit up. The reason why they were willing to sell themselves to join Jiang Fei's faction was not only to seek some strength for their family, but also because they were bewitched by the leader of the ferocious beasts. Back then, in order to beguile these ferocious beasts into willingly becoming pet beasts, 2 Man and the others had also revealed the matter of the giant beast jerky. Therefore, these pet beasts all knew that Jiang Fei had a large amount of jerky in his hands. The reason why they were willing to become Jiang Fei's pet beasts was largely because of the jerky. Since these jerky could quickly increase a person's strength, if Jiang Fei was willing to trade the jerky, he would definitely not mistreat the people around him. From this, it could be seen that the people around him were still not strong enough. It was possible that they did not have good martial arts techniques. However, with a treasure like the meat jerky, would they not be able to obtain the martial arts techniques? After thinking about it, the pet beasts quickly felt relieved. Although they had to temporarily serve some masters who were not as strong as them. These masters were clearly close to the lore in front of them. Those people would naturally have a bright future. Therefore, when they thought about it, the pet beasts felt relieved. Jiang Fei and the others quickly walked out of the core of the Greenwood Forest. As soon as they entered the hunting area outside, the human cultivators and fierce beasts that were hunting in the hunting area were scared and fled in all directions. No one knew why such a large group of high-level fierce beasts had come out together. Many human cultivators even scrambled out of the hunting area of the Greenwood Forest and ran to the Greenwood Cliff to report. They all thought that the ferocious beasts were going to break the agreement and cause a ruckus in the human world. Jiang Fei said to the 2 nascent Soul Stage Night Blade Leopards. They were about to leave the hunting area. If they entered Greenwood Town with these 2 black leopards, wouldn't the villagers be scared? The 2 Night Blade Panthers roared in a low voice. Then their bodies rapidly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 2 little black cats. They could completely understand Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he led the group of pet beasts towards Greenwood Town. At this moment, Jiang Fei and the others were like a rich young master in the eyes of outsiders. Beside him, there were only maids and his mother. Beside an old lady, there were 2 little black cats. An ordinary person would not be able to tell that Jiang Fei was leading a group of notorious ferocious beasts. Before Jiang Fei even got close to Greenwood Town, he had already sensed that a large number of powerhouses were rushing towards him. Clearly, the experts of Greenwood Cliff had received the report. They knew that there were a large number of ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest, so they immediately sent people to investigate. A sword light hovered in front of Jiang Fei. "We are young Master Yuan's entourage." Without Jiang Fei's appearance, Grandma Mo walked to the front. That's not bad." Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. He really needed such a butler. "We are disciples of the Greenwood Cliff." This human cultivator was rather polite. He did not address them as ferocious beasts directly. Instead, he used a euphemistic term. Although human cultivators generally look down on beasts, that was also based on strength. He did not dare to show in front of them. Grandma Mo did not answer. Instead, she looked at Jiang Fei because she did not know how to answer this question. "Just say that I am Yin Ying's friend, Yuan Xiao," Jiang Fei said to Grandma Mo through telepathy. "Our Master Yuan is the friend of Yin Ying, the eldest disciple of the Greenwood Cliff." Grandma Mo said to the Greenwood Cliff disciple in a disdainful tone. This act of revealing her family as a human made her proud from the bottom of her heart. This was also a form of self-abasement caused by the human cultivators looking down on her for tens of thousands of years. The disciple of the Greenwood Cliff was stunned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Only then did he confirm with doubt. "This young Master Yuan. Are you the young Master Yuan Xiao who saved my eldest senior brother back then?" "That's right." Jiang Fei nodded. The disciple of the Greenwood Cliff still did not seem to be very sure. "I'm from planet Mars," said Jiang Fei with a smile. Of course, he knew that they were trying to confirm his identity in case he was an imposter. Asked the disciple with a surprised expression. Jiang Fei was speechless. "A junior brother said that you have entered the core of the Greenwood Forest and have not heard from you for a long time," said the disciple. "He, the friend in the Greenwood Forest, are all very friendly." Jiang Fei smiled honestly. However, his smile made the pet beasts around him break out in cold sweat. "HMPH, compared to you, the Demon King of Murder, our Greenwood Forest is considered friendly." "That's right. The unfriendly ones have all been killed by you. Even Boss Chow has died at your hands. Who would dare to be unfriendly to you?" The pet beasts grumbled in their hearts, but there was still some pride in the depths of their hearts. The fierce beasts worshipped the strong, so they felt proud to be able to follow such a strong master. Chapter 1700 Pet Distribution. "Master Yuan, you should rest in Greenwood Town for a while." The disciple of Greenwood Cliff nodded at Jiang Fei. Then, he turned his flying sword and flew in the direction of Greenwood Cliff. Jiang Fei knew that he would not be allowed to enter Greenwood Cliff before he met Yining. Therefore, he was happy to meet the girls first. After entering the Greenwood Town, Jiang Fei and the others immediately became the focus of attention. After all, the Greenwood Town rarely had a large group of people like them. Moreover, there were so many young girls in the group. Not long after Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the Greenwood Town, Bella and the others came out to welcome them. Bella was the first to pounce on Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Bella was initially very excited to ask Jiang Fei for a gift. However, her attention was quickly attracted by the girls behind Jiang Fei. Bella said with an unhappy expression. Jiang Fei laughed. Bella said sourly, "I don't think too much. They're all ferocious beasts from the Greenwood Forest." Jiang Fei then told Bella his purpose. After all, most of the girls, including Sea Tying, were still weak. If they did not have someone to protect them, not only would they not be able to help Jiang Fei, they would also become a burden to him. Bella nodded. However, she still looked at Jiang Fei with doubt. "All right, everyone, please choose your pet. Similarly, you can also choose your own master." Jiang Fei quickly changed the topic so that Bella would not continue to struggle on this topic. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. "All right." A group of girls immediately gathered around. They were also very curious about these pet beasts. Bella pouted. The dragon genes in her body made her used to being alone. She did not like to fight with others. "Forget it if you don't like it," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Bella said. Jiang Fei nodded. He had already had an idea in his mind. After all, 0541 wanted the demonic vine's 10,000 li body. Chao Tian's body would be useless. Moreover, His body contained a rich amount of wood-type energy. Therefore, it was practically the best alchemy item. The only thing that Jiang Fei lacked now was the stellar martial arts technique and the alchemy vessel. Once he obtained these two items, he could refine Chao Tian's physical body. That would be a great tonic for Bella, who cultivated life energy. Similar to the fire-type martial arts technique of the Mars, stellar martial arts technique of the wood-type was proficient in alchemy. Jiang Fei's purpose for coming to the Greenwood Cliff this time was partly for the sake of the 10-directional clearware and partly for the purpose of spying on other people's martial arts techniques. Although Bella did not participate in the identification of the pet beasts, the girls and the female pet beasts quickly started chatting. Perhaps it was the nature of girls, but these girls quickly started chatting enthusiastically. Only Nina was special. She did not join the group of young girls. Instead, she chatted happily with Grandma Mo. Fei, I've decided. Let Grandma Mo. In about 20 minutes, Nina brought Grandma Mo. Jiang Fei turned around and asked. Although he had bought these pet beasts, as a person who had grown up in a civilized society, Jiang Fei did not really like the relationship between master and slave. He hoped that the pet beasts and their owners would choose each other so that they could get along better in the future. I also like this girl very much. Let the old lady follow her, Grandma Mo said with a smile. Initially, she had some complaints about serving her master who was weaker than her. However, due to the welfare of her clan, she had no choice but to mistreat herself. However, after talking to Nina for a while, she realized that although Nina was young, she had a very unique view of cultivation and worldly affairs. In addition, Jiang Fei was helping her from the side. This person's future achievements were bound to be limitless. Therefore, the unhappiness in Grandma Mo. After another half an hour or so, Ariel walked over with a girl. The two of them were very intimate. Ariel hugged Jiang Fei's arm and said coquettishly. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the girl. She was a fox girl that Xia had brought along. Her combat strength was around the void interpretation stage. The girl nodded. Actually, even if she did not ask, Jiang Fei could still get an answer from the intimacy between the two of them. In the next hour or two, the other girls had also chosen their own pet. Among them, Sylvie was the more greedy one. She had taken 2 of them each. Other than an expert at the void interpretation stage, she also wanted a night blade leopard. As for Huang Milan, she was different. She only wanted a night blade leopard. In her words, she was a soldier. Her weapon was a long spear. Without a mount, she always felt that she was lacking something. Seeing that the girls had all chosen their pet, Jiang Fei did not interfere. He immediately stood guard for the girls and made them sign the contract with their pet. Although the process of signing the contract was tedious, it was very smooth. After all, this was the foot of the Greenwood Cliff. The ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest were all subdued by Jiang Fei, so naturally, no one came out to cause trouble. After the girls had signed the contract, Jiang Fei arranged for them to go back and rest. After all, they had just received their pet. They still needed time to develop a relationship. Although pet beasts were supposed to help their owners fight, they were driven by the contract and were willing to fight for them. This was a big deal. Therefore, it was very important to develop a relationship with their pet beasts. Just as Jiang Fei was settling the girls down, Yining also arrived at Greenwood Town. Brother Yuan, you really scare me to death. Yining was very happy to see Jiang Fei. Hee, I want to watch the show with 2 disciples from Greenwood Cliff. I did not expect to meet a few good, ferocious beast friends. So, I went to the inner part of the Greenwood Forest to take a look, Jiang Fei said with a smile. It's good that you're not in danger. I heard that the core of the Greenwood Forest is not very peaceful recently. Yining said with a worried expression. It's nothing much. Of course, Jiang Fei could not tell Yining that he had killed the 2 strongest ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.